Welcome to the Childfree Media Pre-Show for the 2023 Childfree Convention. The first round of speakers are getting ready backstage right now. This pre-show is pre-recorded and will be going live right after this. And by the way, I'm Cody Hetzel. I'll be one of your moderators today, and I'm one of the co-founders of Childfree Media.
And I'm Lenora Faye. I'll be the other moderator for today, and I'm also the other co-founder of Childfree Media. Creating an event like this is a massive undertaking, and we have a lot of people that we would like to thank.
Again, this year, Childfree Media is the presenting sponsor for the Virtual Childfree Convention.
Childfree Media is a network leading the conversation for those interested in the child-free lifestyle. We offer a weekly newsletter that features a variety of content creators. We also offer a podcast platform for those interested in reaching the child-free demographic. Childfree Media is also the team behind internationalchildfreeday.com and, of course, Childfree Convention.
So our champion level sponsors are Buy Childfree, Buy Childfree. That's B-U-Y Childfree, B-Y Childfree. It's a Childfree run merchandise and e-commerce store featuring verified Childfree created brands and items. Visit buychildfree.com for more information and to find your next piece of child-free merchandise for your wardrobe. Childfree Family, a child-free micro-social network connecting its members around the world. Visit childfreefamily.com to claim your free profile and get on the child-free map. Yes, there's actually a map. Childfree Journals. Grab your free copy of the ebook featuring 50 journaling prompts to help you along your child-free journey. Visit lenorafaye.com for this and more. Childfree Wealth, financial planning that supports your life without kids. Visit childfreewealth.com to schedule a free meeting and take your first step in creating a financial plan that supports the vision you have for your child-free or permanently childless life. Our partner level sponsors are KA Road Trips, a guarantee for you to plan the perfect road trip or to fill your weekend interestingly. Visit karoadtrips.com to begin your adventure. No Bibs Burps Bottles, with the mission to empower, highlight, and celebrate child-free Black women to embrace and live their best child-free life. Visit nobibsburpsbottles.com to find out more about their podcast and events. StreamYard, a professional live streaming and recording studio in your browser. You're watching it right now. If you're interested in creating your own live stream events, visit StreamYard.com. Unapologetically Child-Free, an online social club of like-minded women who want to find friends that are balanced and get the child-free lifestyle. Visit unapologeticallychildfree.com to learn more.
And of course, a huge thank you to our volunteer team. First up, Rebecca, who's directing this year's convention. We want to thank Katie, who is our liaison between Facebook groups for promoting the event. Thank you, Katie. Gustavo, our graphic designer who helped with social media posts. Marike, who's our awesome speaker, green room host, who's currently keeping all the speakers calm backstage. Thank you, Marike. And Mika from Ethical Comics, who was our comic artist again this year for social media and for the newsletter.
Speaking of volunteers, this event is 100% volunteer driven. From the work we do as admins to the amazing team members who Lenora just mentioned behind the scenes who've stepped up along the way, and even the speakers that you'll hear from today. Speaking of speakers, we have a variety this year. Some are child-free and some are not, as we welcome the childless community and parents to join us in the discussion. The topics are child-free centric, but we don't live in a vacuum, and we look to have dialogue with those outside of our lifestyle.
And we just want to run over some quick chat etiquette. These comments will be public. This is a public broadcast, and because of our vast array of speakers and our vast array of audience members, we ask that everyone keep the conversation civil. If you have any questions you'd like to pose to our speakers on the panel, put a Q or question and then state your question, and we'll bring it up during the event.
we're asked how people can support this endeavor. Well, visit childfreeconvention.com. There are options to make a donation if you feel so generous, or you can even pick up some merch. The 2023 merchandise is on there. The 2022 will be retired soon, and you can never buy it again. So if you're one of those people that likes to collect stuff, this is the last chance you have for it.
And don't forget, International Childfree Day is August 1st, and stick around for the halftime show to find out more details.
Okay, we're about to go live. See you guys soon.
See you soon.
Welcome to the Childfree. Hello, welcome to the Childfree International Part 1 panel. I'm Cody Hetzel.
And I am Lenora Faye.
And we'll be your moderators today.
Childfree has no borders. It's a global experience. This panel is going to explore the unique insights and challenges faced by child-free individuals worldwide.
So let's meet the panelists. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi,
All right.
everyone.
Hey, we'll take a few moments and let you guys introduce yourselves. Daphne, we'll start with you and work our way down in the round.
All right. Hi, Cody. Hi, Lenora. I hope that everyone's well this morning or wherever time zone they're all in. So I am Daphne Romero. I'm 25 years old. Actually, it's my second time here at the Childfree Convention. So last year was my first time, and this year I'm so happy that I'm going to be part of this wonderful event, the Childfree Convention 2023. So what else? What else can I share? I'm both a government employee and a law student. I'm currently a third year law student. So hopefully, a lawyer, child-free advocate will be a part of the Child-Free Convention soon. So there.
Hello, um, my name is Monique Obligacion. I am 35 years old, turning 36 this year. I'm a creative project manager and I design websites for a living. For fulfillment, on the other hand, I am an environmental educator. So I run some of the largest online communities in my country. I'm from the Philippines. So I run communities for zero waste, sustainability, and low impact living. And I do talks about zero waste for schools, companies, um, and the talks are mostly centered around the practice of zero waste or composting or urban farming and stuff like that. So I have been practicing and teaching zero waste since 2016, and my partner and I grow food on the roof deck of our building, and we live in a house that does not have any trash cans.
Well, that's different. All right, Tina.
Hi, my name is Tina Santiago. I'm also originally from the Philippines. I'm 45 years old. I'm actually currently in Canada. I'm on an immigration journey. And before actually moving here, so that's why I'm in transition right now. But actually, I've made my career in providing and in helping provide large scale interventions of climate change in Asia and the Pacific.
Cool.
All right, Vivian. Last but not least.
Quite, yeah. Hi, so I'm Vivian, and I am calling in from London, England. I'm 52 years old, and I'm a life stage life coach. And I would say that I had a career change about 4 years ago to become a life coach. And I would say that I'm glad I became a life coach later in life, because my experiences really lend themselves to helping my clients. Outside of being a life coach, I absolutely love swimming, and I pretty much do that about 3 times a week. I also take part in crazy swimming events, things like swimming 24 hours, 12 miles, 24 hours, that sort of thing, just for fun.
Our next virtual convention is going to be underwater.
I'm
kidding. I'm kidding.
I don't swim at all. So
I'm gonna need a new moderator.
I have a scuba diver's license, so it works for me.
Very cool.
I think we're onto something. So tell us what your child-free journey has been like. When did you know you wanted to be child-free? Did you tell anybody? What was your response? Daphne, we'll start with you.
Okay, I knew I don't want to have kids since I was around 17 years old. So the idea came when I studied at an all-female school in college, where my professors instilled in us that we all have choices and there's no such thing as norm. So yeah, that's when I realized that I didn't want to have I don't want to have kids. In terms of my journey, let's start with myself. So far it's great because I get to know more why I really don't want to have kids. Primarily because of environment reasons, and second, the one that I mentioned earlier, which is I learned from my professors that there's no such thing as norm. So yes, my personal choice that I don't want to have kids. So, and then the more I age, the more I realize that I really want to live a child-free lifestyle. And in terms of my relationship with others, so the reception of the idea of me not wanting to have kids still needs to improve. So I think around 6 years ago, I told my parents that I want to have kids. I got the same reaction from my friends and colleagues that I'm gonna change my. They said that I'm gonna change my mind because I'm still young, or maybe I haven't met the right person yet, or I haven't found the right person yet. But the thing is, I don't even want to get married also. And so yeah, what I think now is that the reception to I want to have kids in the future, or people, other people are saying that I want to have kids in the future, should be similar to the I don't want to have kids, or I mean the reception of the people of when people say I want to have kids in the future should be similar to I don't want to have kids in the future, which is right now I see that it should be accepting, loving, and more appreciated by many people.
That's the dream.
That's the
we,
dream.
can- we can
Right.
hope. We can hope.
Monique, go ahead.
Okay, my turn. I'm not really sure when exactly I became child free, or if I was always just child free. Because when I was a kid, um, whenever I played with dolls, I played more with like Barbie dolls and Polly Pocket and like Lego. Um, but I didn't really get into the whole baby doll thing. I found it really boring and maybe even annoying. It's like it's crying. What do I do? So that was me as a kid. Um, I I read a lot, and I wasn't very. I guess I wasn't very like friendly with kids my age as well. I would just keep to myself and read books. And then by the time I got to college, there was one time I think I got into an argument with my mom, and she said something like, "You'll know what it's like when you have children of your own." And I'm like, "I don't have to." And she just kind of like, took a step back and was like, "Yeah." But I guess compared to other people, I haven't really had much pushback. Um, I mean, a lot of people would ask me things like, like when are you gonna have kids? Why do you not want to have kids? And I don't know. In I guess my response is more like, what for? And then I throw the question back like to them, and they're like now like struggling to give me a reason, and nobody's ever given me a good enough reason. So um,
That's
there, I did. So I kind of wound up one time posting something on Facebook. This was in 2020. So, because here in the Philippines, there's actually a government sector that does vasectomies and gives out like free birth control and contraceptives and whatnot. It's called Popcom. Um, and in 2020, they had this vasectomy run. Sorry if I'm going into like a story, but there was a vasectomy run, and like my partner and I were like, hey, it's free vasectomies, like 100% free, no scalpel, non-invasive vasectomies. And he was like, I wanna, and I was like sure. So, so he got the vasectomy, and then that same day I made a post about it, and it was International Men's Day. I remember this very clearly. I think it was November 17, 2020. And then that post on social media blew up and had like thousands and thousands and thousands of reactions and comments. Basically, it was me talking about like our decision to be child free, and like I was happy that that he was stepping up and getting a vasectomy and whatnot, and we got like hate from all over the world. But at the same time, yeah, there were people like sending hate messages to like our inboxes, like even like months after, because the post was still up. But at the same time, we kept the post up and kind of endured the the bullying, because also on the other hand, I mean, there were a lot of people who came out of the woodwork and then realized, hey, you know what? Yeah, like I think you make a good point. I talk mostly about like, you know, the environmental impact of having a child, where you get 56.8 metric tons of carbon equivalent emissions for every child that, you know, that gets added onto the planet and then will consume resources. And at the same time, you know, no child is ever born for reasons that prioritize that child. So I feel like I don't want to subject my child to this kind of planet, very resource scarce and whatnot. And then you can just imagine what kind of chaos ensued, because like a lot of people were saying that like I was being nasty to parents. I wasn't. I was just exercising my I was just saying my opinion, and I was trying to get more people to like be aware that, hey, there are contraceptives available here and here, and like there's this government program that does like tubal ligations and vasectomies and whatnot. But they only do ligations for people who've already had kids. So unfortunately, child-free females can't get ligated. So there.
Sorry, I think we're just going to move on to Tina, and then we'll do our second round.
I've got a question to circle back to that later if we get to it. But yeah,
okay. It's super fascinating. All right, Tina, go ahead.
Yeah, no, for me, I guess I started thinking about like whether I should have kids, or why do people even have kids, like when I was 9. And then so it's just been like something I really thought about until I got into early adulthood. But I really made the child-free decision like 23 years ago. It was actually during a pregnancy scare when I realized, oh, like no, like before maybe I was like kind of confused, but like at the time when I was like I had a pregnancy scare, I was like, oh my gosh, like no. And but that's when I made the decision. But then I kind of still felt like, I guess my biological clock was ticking during my 20s. Also, I felt like everything was like I guess I felt like everybody trying to like the experience of the other people in the panel, like people telling you that you're gonna change your mind, and like it kind of feels like a microaggression, I guess, because like I know my mind, and but also at the same time thinking like I'm only in my 20s, like what do I really know? So I was also like thinking, oh, am I making the right decision? But then like I hit my like literally 30, and then I was like never thought about it again. And yeah, I just surrounded myself with other child free folks, and it's been a nice good journey for me.
That's awesome. Vivian, go ahead. We're set to unmute. There we go.
Hi. Yeah, I'd say that our upbringings play a part, I think. And thinking about like my childhood sort of ages like 1 to 10, I can't even remember thinking, oh yeah, I'm definitely going to have kids. But obviously played with dolls and all the rest of it. Then when I got into my first major relationship, long-term relationship, I think, I don't know, 17, 18 or something. I think my boyfriend and I at the time were like, yeah, when we get married, we'll have kids. But it was, I think I felt like that was just something that we said. And I always thought, well, I probably won't marry him, but I might have kids. But then, he and I didn't last. And then I think it was in my early 20s, I just thought, I just never felt that urge to have them. And then I got married and still didn't have that urge. And then I remember once my husband saying, maybe we should have that serious chat about do we or don't we want babies or children. And I thought, oh God, I really hope he thinks the same as me. I pretty much knew he did, but I thought, gosh, if we're going to have like a serious chat, what are we going to do if actually one of us decides that we want kids? Anyway, it turned out both of us were on the same page, so it was absolutely fine. And I think there was a time in my early 30s, I felt broody. It didn't last for long. I had no idea that it was a real feeling. But again, I thought well, this feeling is annoying because actually I don't want kids. In telling people, I don't specifically remember ever announcing it. I do, I remember my dad saying, "Oh, but it would be nice if you had kids." And I thought, yeah, for like 5 minutes of my time, it might be nice, but I'm just not, I have godchildren, I have nephews, and I love spending time with them, and I love my friends' kids, but it's just not for me. So there has been, I can't say like a backlash, but there have been people that are like, "You'll regret it, you'll change your mind," or, you get the sort of pitying looks from people. But I just think, this is my choice, and you having kids is your choice.
Yeah. Monique, when you said there was a run for vasectomies, I thought it was literally like a 5K or a marathon, and people were like running, and it's up in the building, and there you go. Like, not only do you go through the ribbon, they also cut other things. Anyway,
can we just let the audience know, feel free to ask the panel questions. You guys can put any questions you have in the chat, and we'll pull them up for the speakers if you want a collective answer, if you want a specific answer, or more information on the vasectomy run. just put Q or a question, so we know it's a question that you want us to ask the panelists. All right, Cody, what do you have for us next?
All right. So, as a child-free person, can you be open about your decision where you live, and are you open about your decision? Daphne, we'll just keep the same round going.
Yes. Yeah. Definitely, I'm truly open about it. Whenever people ask me, my friends, colleagues, I would always say, or I always tell them that I don't have kids. I want to live a child-free lifestyle. Because one, in order to put it out there, that not all people want to have kids. Second, to enlighten people who are curious about the child-free lifestyle, and third is to make things lighter for the next generation who want to live a child-free lifestyle. So yeah, those are basically the three reasons why I am open about my decision not to have kids in the future.
Yeah, that third one's super important. The more we talk about it, the more it
Right?
becomes normalized, and people
Mm-hmm.
become more comfortable in the conversation. Oh, incoming question. Awesome. All right. Let's see. Question: is the, in quotations, the biological clock a real thing or a societal constructed mindset? And it looks like, Vivian, you want to answer this one first?
Yeah, it's a great question, and something, until it actually happened, I felt like I suppose I equate biological clock to sort of feeling broody. I realize there is a difference. I do think it's a real thing. I don't think it's socially constructed. I think it's kind of taken out of its true context. But I think like biological clock to me is what perhaps doctors, medical people would see as the perfect time to have kids. But as we know, there are now, as in a natural perfect time to have kids. But as we now know, there's IVF, women are having kids later. And of course, there are things like surrogacy and adoption. So yes, I think it is a real thing, but and I'm not, I think, socially constructed. I think we use it in social terms, in reading articles, whatever. But yeah, I think it's real.
Okay. Anybody else want to?
I have a different answer.
Sure.
Well, not super duper different, but I think it's a social construct in that it's really just okay. I think that's what people call, like, whenever women have like baby fever, which is caused by like hormones. And from having discussions with other child-free people, um, I learned that, for some people it's real, like they get all like hormony and they gush when they see like babies and stuff, even child-free people. But like it's a biological thing, or like a response. Whereas there are other people as well who have never ever like felt this stuff. Like I'm one of those. Like I've never had the like this urge to be like a mom or like, you know, pass strollers and think like, oh, babies. But apparently it's real, the hormone thing. And I think people just generalized this and thought that, you know, like if it's a thing for me and I have this clock that I literally feel like my body wants to produce a baby, therefore it must be true for everybody else. But it's not the case. So there, that's my
So
answer.
I think we got both sides of the coin there. That worked out really well. So let's just continue with the original thought, which is, can you be open where you live, and are you open where you live? And I think Monique, we're on you.
Very. I'm very, very open. Too open, in fact, that, you know, like it's like viral, and like I've spoken about my child-free life with my partner Rocco on national television several different times. I've been interviewed by magazines, news articles, or rather newspapers about like our decision to, you know, not add to the population, not procreate. But yeah, like super duper open. Like I get DMs from like total strangers asking for information on like those free vasectomies, and we have gotten the National Commission on Population's Facebook page from having something like 800 likes to having like thousands of likes, and many people have gotten vasectomies because of the reach that we got.
Okay, and they didn't have to run a 5K for it. That's awesome. Tina, how about you?
Oh, for me, it was always very like I never tried to hide it. Like it was always something. Like I said, I started thinking about it when I was 9, and I guess even then I already started like talking about it with other people. But like I found like since it was like 23 years ago when I decided this, I don't think like people at the time really understood what I was saying. Like I mean like even I don't know like I've always been like yeah, you know, child free and stuff, but I think people really don't hear things that are not already in their echo chambers. So yeah, I mean, I guess it was all, I mean, it was way into my 30s when people realized that I was serious about not having kids.
Okay, and Vivian.
Yeah, it's I live in London. It's a very cosmopolitan city, and it's easy to be child free and to say that you don't want children. I would say that I think if you come from a very religious background, if your culture is very different, I think it would be more difficult to freely admit it. I think that I guess if you mix in the circles that you feel very safe and comfortable in sharing, that you want to be child free, then it becomes the norm. I don't, I'm 52, so I don't feel the need to announce that I'm child free. And to be honest, I don't think I did even, 20 odd years ago. I think I found it odd. It was expected, 20 years ago for people to say, do you have kids? And I'd be like, no. And then of course it's like, oh, you'll probably have them. And then it's like, no. But I didn't feel a pressure or like, oh, I shouldn't tell them that I'm child free. It was just like, yeah, I'm not having kids, and I guess I'm confident enough to sort of argue my corner if someone has ever been sort of not nasty, but like, oh, you will, oh, why don't you? I would have enough reasons to say something back to them. But yeah, it's where I am, it's not an issue.
Okay, thanks for sharing.
I will say though, I would recommend saying at 52 you are child free and happy, because that gives so many of us hope. I mean, I'm in my 40s now, but it's an exciting thing. You know, so I mean, I have no problem with you going around saying I'm 52 and I've never had kids.
Yeah, actually, I might get a T-shirt with that. That's what I'll do.
Cody,
I know a place you can get those.
Okay.
So we have another great question in the audience, but we're going to hold off on that just for a second. The next question is, and this is a big question that people always want to talk about, is what has dating been like as a child-free person? We'll start with Cody. No, I'm kidding. Daphne.
I'm married, so I don't have to worry about this anymore.
Well, there's a backstory probably, though. All right, Daphne, go ahead.
Okay. Apparently for me, I don't exactly date, but I talk to people. I love getting peculiar ideas and weird facts from them, but at the same time learning about how they see the world, which is maybe different from how I see the world or how I see and experience the world. So in terms of that, I share with them that I don't want to have kids as well, and it's the same reception, or yeah, it's the same reception I get when I tell it to my friends. They say that I'm gonna change my mind, but you know, when days go by, I feel like the people around me, I mean, not only the people I talk to, but also my friends, my colleagues, even my family, I feel like they just let me be. They should, because it's my decision. This is my decision. And even though they just keep telling me that I'm gonna change my mind, I see in them that they're also trying to understand me and accept my decision to have a child-free lifestyle.
Thank you, Monique. Go ahead. Even though you've really given us like a solid answer on this question already, but you can recap.
No, dating, well, I've been in a long-term, currently monogamous relationship with my partner for the past 10 years. So I haven't really been dating. But prior to that, like I've dated people where there was at one point in time, like I loved the person really loved me, but then they wanted kids, and I was like, oh gosh, whoops, nope. And just one quick, very quick story about that is that one time I passed him on the street, like years later, my ex, and he was walking his kid, I think, to school or something. I didn't even know he was in that city, in the same city as me. And then he looked so old, and I was like, man, I dodged a bullet. I was like, I'm happy I didn't have kids, with this guy or anyone at all. That's it.
Not that being child-free is the fountain of youth, but
I feel like we need, for a halftime show next year, we have to do like a dating confessional panel where what happens when you run into your ex on the street and they have had children or whatever. I'll start making notes. Tina, go ahead.
The funny thing was, so I said I decided to be child-free 22 years ago. The difficult thing about making that decision was the realization for me at the time that I was not going to find a partner in the Philippines, who would also be child-free, who wouldn't be so patriarchal, because I'm a Gen Xer, and I came up from a different, I'm so happy, I'm part of the child-free Philippines group. And it's one of the least toxic child-free groups that I'm in. And I'm so happy that some of a lot of the folks in the group are actually partnered, because that's really good. When I made the decision to be child-free, I knew that I was also making the decision to be single when I did that. And so yeah, it hasn't been for me, because everything is a social construct, including wanting having kids, nuclear families. So for me, unconventional relationships are more my thing, just I guess because of my age also. Age appropriate guys for me still think in normal heteronormative styles of relationships, where that's so weird. So for me, yeah.
And you said, and you're in Canada currently, right? You said?
Yes, I'm in Canada.
Whereabouts? I'm in Alberta. I'm out west.
I'm in BC.
Oh, okay. So we're neighbors. All right.
Yeah.
We'll talk after.
Okay.
Because I kind of know that area. So, all right, we'll talk after. And I also want to ask you, what do you consider like age appropriate? But anyway, we got to get to Vivian. So, Vivian, go ahead.
Okay, so I've been married for 24 years. So the last time I dated was a long time ago. So I'm happily married, 52, and happily child-free. But I don't even feel like the word child-free existed when I was dating. I think it was like, you're having kids, you're not having kids. And it wasn't, I don't remember it being an issue. Friends who were dating now, who are younger than me, they do think, oh God, you know, what if the guy has kids? Because I don't want kids. So that can be an issue for some. Or it can be for the guy's point of view. They're like, yeah, you know, I'm dating later in life, but what if my girl, you know, what if the woman I'm dating wants kids? Because I don't think I do, and that's going to be an issue, you know. So I think for me, wasn't an issue. I think if, you know, I'd met someone and they did want children, I think I would have made a swift exit and just said, not for me. But yeah, I do kind of feel like when guys are kind of worried about women who are in their 30s, they automatically assume they want kids. And I think, why automatically assume? You're mixing in the wrong group, or not you're mixing in the wrong groups, but I just find it odd that it's an assumption still that women want children. And yet we never make it an assumption that men do want kids. We make it an assumption that they don't. So I think that's, you know, it's almost like they're sort of magnets that like opposing one another or something. It's odd. But yeah, what I would say is that I'm glad I don't date.
If only we had a panel of child-free men to ask that question.
Yeah.
We do later.
Oh, we do. That's later on today, right? Okay. So we have an incoming question. Have you faced difficulty finding a local child-free community in your respective countries? Daphne, do you want to start with that?
Here in the Philippines, I think I haven't tried to find a child-free local community. But I think Monique and Tessa, we can start it on child-free, a local child-free community, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, because you know, here in the Philippines they're not really that supportive of the idea. But hopefully soon. Yeah.
All right. It starts here.
Yeah, exactly. Monique?
Actually, there are child-free communities that exist here in the Philippines, but I mean, like, it's also, I think the group that we're in is something like the second or the third group, because there was a lot of drama from like the previous group. Yeah, like it's weird. Like, it was difficult in the beginning, and these groups only started popping up maybe in 2019 or something. Yeah, and then now that it's up, sorry.
Oh no. I was going to ask what your cat's name is.
By the way, guys, this is a live event. If you're watching the replay a month or a year from now and listening to this in podcast form, no bomb went off. It was just cats.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry. Sorry, where was I?
You brought up a good point about a lot of groups being relatively new, and that's kind of the fun stage that we're in with like the current child-free life cycle of like social media, is that people are just now discovering that that's an actual term for the lifestyle that they're living, and they're searching that term and they're finding whatever social media platform they're in, they're finding groups, and there's new groups always forming. And then those groups go through growing pains of, it's like, you know, what kind of topics do we allow? What kind of images do we allow? That kind of thing. What kind of members do we allow? Like, you know, can people who are, quote unquote fence sitters that are undecided if they want to be child free or parents, do we let them in the group, so forth and so on. So yeah, I can see, you know, like you said, there's usually a little bit of a drama and a rift that happens in some groups when they first start up, and it usually equals and levels itself out once the admins kind of find their grounding of what kind of group they want to have. But yeah, thanks for sharing that.
Tina, go ahead.
Yeah, during my time, yeah, 20 odd years ago, there were no groups, and it was difficult at the time. That's why I really am like happy to be part of this conversation, is because yeah, I want to be able to let other women know, like in the Philippines at least, even if you're in your 20s and people are telling you you'll change your mind or like you're gonna regret it, I live like a really happy life. I'm so happy with being single, with being child free. I wouldn't have been able to do all the things that I needed to do or wanted to do in my life so far and continue to do that if if I had all of these baggage. So, yeah.
So I've not looked to or seek out a child-free community. It was only recently that it was brought to my attention that they do exist, and I found it kind of an odd concept because I was like, well, don't you just have friends that don't have kids? But I realized that I think perhaps my generation and those older than me, we've just sort of found a way, found our community, found our tribe, whatever you want to label it, that, you know, I have friends with kids, I have friends without kids. But it's not like I keep them separate, but obviously, you know, I see them literally physically meeting them differently depending on whether they've got kids or whether they don't. But I feel that, you know, reading articles and talking to people and in this sort of environment, that those women and men, but younger than me, who have stated that they're child free or, you know, have chosen that they need to find a specific community so that they feel fully supported in their decision. I think, you know, I've always felt confident in my decision, but I'm wondering whether, you know, younger people are not feeling that confident about it, and therefore they want a community, which, you know, if you can find a community, then that's great. But I personally, I've found it quite interesting and a bit like, oh, wow, you know, people are actually making communities that are specifically child free. But then I guess it's like, why would I go to a mum and baby club just to make new friends? You know, that would probably seem really quite odd now I've said that out loud. But, you know, you get, you know, you sort of get what I'm saying. It's like, I realize that perhaps some people do need literally their own community where they aren't going to be questioned or doubted or looked down on.
Yeah.
We have another audience question I think we should bring up. Jason and Tracy in the audience. Rebecca?
There we go. Question.
Oh,
do you think there is a different vibe between saying I'm child free versus I don't have kids? Who wants to take that one on?
Yeah. I do. I feel like child free is the universal modern term. And I feel the connotation is that you have made the choice. I think if you say, I don't have kids, then it leaves it open for the other person to wonder, oh, does that mean that they couldn't have them? Does that mean that their partner didn't want them to have them? Has something happened as to why they can't have them? So I think child free is, you know, it's bookended. It's like, I'm child free, pretty much, you know, that's my choice. But when you say, I don't have kids, there's a bit more ambiguity with it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Does anybody else have anything to add on to that?
I guess just to add to that, whenever people ask me, you know, or say something like that, I don't have kids versus child free, like, why do you have to say that you're child free? I always make this distinction that, like, being child free is different from being childless. I know it's a very recent term that's only come up, you know, in the past few years, but I feel like being able to put a definition to this term kind of helps, and it makes things normal. It's saying that like it's not that I can't have kids, it's that I won't have them. So like if people are childless, or like when you say like I don't have kids, it's like it could be like I don't have kids yet, I don't have kids because similar to what um, was said earlier, but also I don't know, like the reception is different. Like if you just say I don't have kids, everybody just assumes that you don't have kids yet. But if you say I'm child free, all of a sudden I'm like the devil, or like I'm a child hater or something, which I never was. Like I don't hate kids. I just don't want I just don't want to have any of my own. I don't want to birth any. And there's nothing strange about that. It should be as normal as people saying I want kids, or like I'm a mom. There.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why it's important to have these conversations, just to kind of get the term child free out there. Because in a lot of places in the world, the word child free doesn't exist in their language. So like they may call it something different. So trying to just get the word out of what child free kind of is and means. And you brought up a great point. It is different than childless. And when you say you're child free to some people, they might just go ahead and think, oh, they're childless. Like they're going to plan on having kids. They're just child free right now kind of scenario. They don't know that it's a lifestyle that you've opted into and you've chosen to not have kids now or into the future. So great question. Let's think about it. It maybe didn't affect you maybe personally, but in your work life, or maybe someone else's work life, how does being child free affect that, or how does the work life balance look being child free? So Daphne, we'll start with you.
Yes, I say that being child free or having a child free lifestyle works in my favor because I give I give more energy and my time to my family, my school, my work, and improving my overall life in general. So I love the idea that I can do whatever I want, as as long as I'm not hurting anyone, and yeah, it also gives me more time, spending more time with myself over a cup of coffee, me, myself, and I, or enjoying a newly released series on Netflix. So yeah, basically that's how I go on with my life as a child free, as having a child free lifestyle. Yeah.
All right, Monique.
How has it affected my work life? Well, I've always been child free, so I can't really compare what my life would be like, with kids. But I can't imagine what it would be like with kids, and it's probably not the kind of life I want. Work life, well, I'm a bit more mobile. Like I can work from wherever because I work from home. I just need an internet connection, and that's fine. But to answer this with a different context, work life.
Sorry,
How
I'll just, can I interrupt? I just want to interrupt just to clarify the question. How are you received as a child-free person in the workplace? That might be a little more clarification in the question. Like, do you work with parents? Like that's really what the question is more focused on, just to clarify.
Yeah. I was actually going to answer that question. In the past, I've had to cover for parents, taking emergency leaves and stuff, and I'm left with more work, or like they get priority when it comes to like fishing out, vacation leaves, and then like it's just automatically like my burden that like since I don't have kids, I'm free to work on certain dates, and they aren't. But then my life is just as important. I mean, like, I don't know. There, let's keep it short.
So make note, HR managers.
I didn't have any like negative experience about being child free and in the workplace. Like I work I worked in international development in a very multicultural environment where, like, we were working more on the cause, I guess, and not really thinking about stuff like this. Um, yeah, so it hasn't really affected me negatively. Like being child free has only affected my life positively in every way.
Awesome. Vivian.
So I'm self-employed, so it doesn't affect me.
Your problems are your own.
Yeah, exactly. However, I do remember when I was working in offices that it always seemed that the companies made allowances, if that's the right word. It would be like, oh, well, so and so and so and so, they definitely have to have that holiday time off because they have kids, or oh, they're allowed time off to go and see their kids in a play. Or it would always be like, oh, so and so's kids, it's their birthday, let's go and buy the kids a present. And I'd be thinking, well, hang on, what about those of us that don't have kids? What benefits are we getting? I've never been asked to cover someone else's workload because they're a parent and for whatever reason they can't be there. But I imagine, well, if you work for a decent company nowadays, that that it's probably, those that are child free probably have good benefits as much as those that are parents. But I was thinking that, with me being self-employed, a plus side of not having kids is that I can work whatever hours I feel like. And I'm not sort of, my working day is not worked around, kids, picking them up, dropping them off, whatever it is at school and everything else that entails. But that's not something I really have to ever think about.
Yeah.
So we have another question from the audience.
Loving the questions, guys.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to pull this one up, unless we both do it.
All right. No,
we just canceled each other out. I'll do it. No, it's done. All right. So I'm curious if anyone has encountered the assumption that you must be infertile or having problems conceiving because you don't have children. So, all right, Vivian, you raised your hand first.
Yeah. So, yeah, there have been lots of assumptions made as to why I don't want kids. Someone assumed that my husband was bullying me into not having them, which I was just dumbfounded, because I just thought, what an incredibly rude thing to say, because you're pretty much saying that my husband isn't a nice guy. I just found that astounding. Also, that in 1999, I was involved in a serious car crash. Everyone was fine, but I fractured my pelvis, and someone assumed that because of the accident, I couldn't have kids. And I thought, well, if that was the case, that's not a secret. So why wouldn't I be saying that? And of course, it isn't the case. And yeah, it's like, no one's ever asked me about fertility. I can't remember what the other thing was, but assumptions are always made, and I find it baffling. But on the flip side is, I don't actually want everyone asking me, why don't you want to have kids? Because it's not your business. But also, the other thing is, if I do say, oh, the reason is because I just don't fancy it, I just don't want to, they don't believe that that's a big enough answer, which annoys me equally.
Yeah, I mean, it's like if someone's like, well, why do you want to have kids? Well, my wife and I like to juggle knives to each other in our house, and it's not the best environment to have. I mean, there's tons of reasons.
Really? I didn't know that. Okay.
No. Anybody else want to answer that question?
I haven't encountered it like from a person actually telling me, but when we had that viral post go around the web, a lot of people typed up in the comments that, like maybe I was incapable of having children, I was infertile, and we were just coping, or that my partner got a vasectomy so that he could like fool around and not get anyone pregnant behind my back. It's just really mean stuff. Uh, but yeah, I agree with Vivian. There's just like tons of assumptions.
Yeah.
I don't know, like if it feels like they can't grasp this mentality that like I don't like what you like. I mean, I'm a different person. I don't want your life. So it's like they just can't like wrap their heads around it. Like, how can you not want kids? I'm like, I just don't.
Yeah. Whenever I meet someone that doesn't know me and my background and my wife's background or whatever, it's like, well, do you guys have kids? I say, no, I'm child free, and then I immediately follow up and say, we don't want kids, and that usually like it gives them the definition of what child free is. Hopefully, if they didn't already know it, and they kind of know our stance and standpoint. And I'm not usually asked a follow-up question, so that's just how it goes for me.
I wonder if they're not asking you a follow-up question because you're male.
That's probably the go-to.
Yeah.
We as men in the child-free world, we aren't as I guess drilled down on the questioning of why not, like what's wrong, that kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know. They don't want to challenge our fragile male ego and see if there's something wrong. Who knows? I don't know. But anybody else want to answer that question? We can move on to the next. We got a quick question to maybe knock out here. So from a cultural perspective, if we can answer this in a minute or less for each of you, how is the choice to not have a child received? And Daphne, we'll start with you.
Okay. So yeah. It still needs to be improved, of course. So from where I am, which is the Philippines, the idea of having a child-free lifestyle is not prominent. But I mean, I don't aspire it to be. I just want people to be more accepting of the idea of the child-free lifestyle, that females have choices, and that people who want a child-free lifestyle be whatever they decide to be. And yeah, but I think with the change of mindset and behavior of people, I believe this world is going to be a better place to live, especially for the child-free community.
All right, thank you. Monique.
I'm from the same place as Daphne, so the choice to not have kids here is received badly. Everybody's just skeptical of you, like there's something wrong with you, or it's unnatural, it's weird. The country is predominantly Catholic, so here, like having a child is like having a blessing, and at the same time, the more kids you have, the more blessings you have. And also I hate to say this, I don't want to, but then a lot of people in our culture see their children as retirement plans, or like as people that would take care of them when they get old. And I don't know, like, because the reason I make that assumption is because every time I say like, no, we're not having kids, like my partner and I are good, the first question they always ask is, who's gonna take care of you when you get old? So I mean, if you're asking me that question, that means that you had kids so that people would take care of you when you eventually get old. So I don't feel like I'm off the mark in that assumption.
Yeah. Tina, how about you?
Yeah, everything Monique said. So I lived 4 decades of my life in the Philippines. Culturally, like outside of the Vatican, the Philippines is the only other country that doesn't have divorce. And so, like, if early on you're not yet paired, like it's just gonna be impossible. And like to get, like, that's why I was saying, like, it's impossible to get at the time to find a partner who's also child free, so like it's culturally it's totally unaccepted, because like because it's very religious, like it's your role as a woman to have kids. So like, although, people will, you can say it out, you can say it and you can be child free, but like people still think that like that's super weird, or like there's something wrong with you. Like, I don't care though. So
No,
And Vivian.
you don't care.
I think living in England, it's pretty safe, pretty okay to say that you're child free. I would say that though that depends, or it's accepted that you're child free. But saying that, I think it kind of depends on your age. So I'd say people older than me, the older generations, they find it odd. They're a bit confused. They don't quite get it. And I think it was Monique that brought up the fact that, or no, someone else, I think maybe on the question thing, was saying about, how people just don't understand, like how you can like children and want to be around them, but you don't want your own. But yeah, living in the UK, and I'm not religious, so I'm not around any influences that might make me feel guilty or I don't feel judged. But I can, hearing the panel and, looking at some of the other people leaving questions and remarks, I can see how easy it is to be, to feel judged. And I'm going to use the word punished. I think some people feel punished that, they've made a choice, but society or their community isn't happy with that. But tough luck, your life, your choice.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you guys for having this time with us. We're going to have some closing remarks. Is there anything that you want to promote, plug, personal projects you're working on, or maybe let the audience know how they can reach out to you after the convention if they have follow-up questions for you personally?
If you want them to reach out to you. You're not obligated.
Yeah. Daphne, we'll start with you.
Oh, so yes. So thank you so much, Cody and Lenora, for having us, especially in the first day. Yay! And congratulations in advance.
Thank you.
So
Thanks for being here.
thank you so much. So I just want to say thank you to everyone, my co-panel as well. Maybe I just would like to share to everyone. I have this project. It's called Masulog. It's a project here in the Philippines. I mean, specifically in my hometown, which is Catbalogan City, province of Samar. So it is a Facebook page, Masulog. It is a project to raise awareness, eradicate taboo on menstruation, and provide menstrual hygiene materials to all menstruators. So you can check our Facebook page and maybe you can send us a message how to donate menstrual hygiene materials. Thank you so much and have a great day, everyone.
Thanks, Daphne. Monique, how about you?
Hello. I wasn't really gonna promote anything, but I guess like if people wanna check out my page, it's called Druid Things on Facebook and on Instagram. I haven't been very active this year because of like work life, but I talk about zero waste practices and like how to grow your own food like at home, even like, well for me because I live in the tropics, like we can grow stuff like all year round. You just have to change stuff. But I guess like if there's anyone from the Philippines tuned in, I want everybody to know that they can visit or call the Commission on Population. Well, wait, was that PopCom? If you're interested in free contraceptives, birth control materials, and counseling. I have an implant, for example. It's completely free from there for those who are child-free and have a uterus. And then the males get free no scalpel vasectomies, which is kind of cool.
All right.
That's it.
Okay. And Tina.
I don't really have anything to plug right now, but I guess if anybody's listening, especially from the Philippines where I'm from as well, like if you're having doubts or like, worried about your choice, like you don't have to be.
Thanks. Vivian.
Yeah, so if you just Google my name, Vivian Berryman, you'll find me on Instagram and LinkedIn, and obviously my website. And one of the areas I do coach people on is supporting them in making a decision, or at least talking about openly, freely, don't I want children? Or, talking about, I want to be child free, but I just want to get the reasons sorted within myself and sort of in my head, as it were. So they, clients talk to me about that, and then they feel confident in their own dialogue when they are speaking to others. So that is an area that I coach on.
Yeah. And just real quick, if anybody wants to give like a shout out to their fellow country people in something other than English, feel free to. Vivian, if you happen to know another language, you can say something.
American, Australian.
Yeah, British English and Canadian. Well, actually, no, we actually use British English here in Canada, so never mind.
So if you want to give a quick shout out, Daphne, Monique, Tina, say whatever you'd like to your community.
Mabuhay.
Oh, yeah. Vamos
Everybody speaks English here, so.
Okay, well, that'll be good enough then. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. We got the next panel getting ready, and we'll see you guys again soon.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Welcome to Childfree International Part 2 panel. My name is Lenora Faye. And I can't hear my co-moderator, Cody. We'll try that again.
And I'm Cody Hetzel, and I'm not muted now. And we'll be your moderators today. We are continuing to emphasize the importance of cross-cultural understanding and solidarity amongst the child-free community globally. We are stronger together.
So we will have our speakers, please.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning for some of us.
Good morning. Hello.
We're going to have a couple more speakers joining us, but we're going to start the panel. So first of all, please introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about you, how you're doing. I'm speaking specifically to Isabel, well, I'll let her explain.
Yes.
But we'll start with Rohini. Hi, Rohini.
Hi everyone. Hi. Glad to be a part of this forum. I'm doing good. I'm from India, Delhi. It's evening and yeah, life's good. All good. Don't have kids to do homework with, so what can be better than that?
All right. Abby, go ahead. Tell us a little bit about yourself, please.
Hello, everyone. And I'd like to say jambo to everyone that's watching me from Kenya. My name is Ebi Weyime. I am Kenyan. I am currently living in at the coast, a place called Mombasa. I am the owner or the founder of the Grace Cup and the Grace Disc. They look like this. So basically, they're reusable period products for women. But apart from that, I am also the founder of the Childfree African because I'm child-free myself. And I was looking for a community of like-minded individuals. So I thought, hey, why not form a community? And a community was born.
That's the best way for them to start.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, Isabel, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. I'm Isabel Firecracker. I'm from Colombia. And the reason I don't have my cam on today, and I apologize to those who are watching, is because yesterday I got my hysterectomy done.
Yay, cheers to that.
Yeah, it was last night. So it was
That's
a
good.
late surgery. And today I'm a little bit bedridden right now. So I'm totally in and participating and like really energetic about this convention. I really love what Cody and Lenora and everyone else that it's behind the convention, what you guys are achieving with it. And I love meeting other people from different parts from around the world.
Your commitment is impressive.
Oh,
we appreciate
it.
All right, I think actually we have, all right. Tejas, hello. Do we have you?
Hello. I think I'm somewhere. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah, it's okay. Yep.
All right.
Nice to see you.
Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. I am Tejas. I am from India. I work as an IT architect. I have child for a long time. I'm also an anti-natalist and an animal rights activist and so on.
Thank you. Okay, sound is a little bit choppy, but we'll continue on. Do we have Verena here? Nope. Okay. All right. Well, we'll catch her on in a bit.
This is live.
This is live. And we're all over, and we're from all parts of the world here, so we're just going with it. Okay.
Well, we'll just start out with, what has your child-free journey been like? Rohini, we'll start with you.
Hi. So I grew up in a family of 4 siblings. We were 4 daughters in a country like India. That's not a great thing to happen to people. They just would agree with me. So I was 22 when I had decided, I'm 39 today. I was 22 when I had decided to not be a biological mother or not be a mother of any human being for that matter. And I remember going back to my mother and telling her about it. And she, much to my surprise, was very supportive. And I still remember she told me there is a reason why we have a brain placed above our uterus so that we can decide for the uterus. And since then, it's been a very easy journey compared to what I had anticipated. Much to my surprise, a lot of peers have found this decision to be not a great one. Um, but I haven't really cared. And I think it's been fairly okay. Also because I met a guy and I'm married to a guy who's also child free in his own thought process. So we are a child free couple, married for 9 years. It's been good, But people do question us. They don't understand the concept of being child free by choice. They actually feel I probably would have some fertility issues and probably, I wouldn't be able to have a child normally. And, it's because of a medical reason that I chose not to be a mother. And so you have to meet resistance on its face and talk about it. But yeah, it's been an ongoing journey. It still is. Yeah, that's what I can say.
No, it's a great point. I mean, the journey never really ends until we can tell someone that we're child free, and they're like, "Okay, that's great." And then we're done. Like we can stop the conventions.
Yeah.
All right,
Absolutely,
Tejas, if you're back with us, let us know about your child free journey.
Please
might
repeat.
have lost.
I'm sorry, I'm having some technical problem.
It's okay. All right,
we'll jump to Abby.
Yeah, go on, Abby.
Oh, okay. Such an honor. So how did I know how my child-free journey basically started? Unlike so many others, unlike so many other people who are child-free and they knew that they wanted to be child-free from, I don't know, from ever since they were born. I was actually the opposite. I always wanted to be a mom, but my plan was, because I like having structure, so my plan was to be a mom when I am 29 years old, or rather to get pregnant and then just be a mom in my 30s. But then the weird thing was, the older I got, or the closer I got to 29, the more afraid I started being. I really started asking myself very deep questions about this decision that I'm making. Like, am I just becoming a mom because I'm turning 30, or am I becoming a mom because I really want to be a mom? So the more I kept digging into myself, the more I realized I wasn't just afraid of turning 30 and being a mom. I actually just did not want to be a mom. And then in 2020, during the COVID period, I accidentally got pregnant with a guy that I didn't even like. And then to me, people say like getting pregnant is like a beautiful thing and it's the most amazing thing. To me, it was like really bad. Like I really hated the few weeks of me being pregnant. So at 5 weeks, I terminated. And at that point, I made the decision that for sure, this is not something that I want to go through. Like if 5 weeks was like this, now imagine 9 months. So exactly 3 months later, I went in for a procedure, got sterilized, and now I am permanently child free. There are no chances of any accidents.
If there is, they'll be making movies about you, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right,
That's
Isabel,
right.
let's go to you.
Well, hello, everyone. I'm Isabel, like I mentioned earlier. And Abby, I really resonate with your journey in the sense that I also wanted to have children. Like I thought I was going to be a mom because ever since I was born, and because I was born in a very traditional Latin American country with all these traditional values, which I'm sure maybe it's the same case in your country.
Yeah.
I always thought I was going to be a mom. Like everyone around me wanted to be a mom, or my friends or my female friends wanted to be moms. My mother wanted to be a grandmother. So to me, it was a no-brainer. But then during my 20s, which is usually the time when people here sort of like find a husband or partner and then settle down and then maybe start having children at the end of their 20s, more or less. I was happy traveling the world and like partying. I was like, my mind was completely elsewhere. And so when I came back to Colombia and I said to myself, okay, it's time for me to sort of like settle down, I found this amazing man. Well, I thought he was amazing at the time. And while we were together, I really thought this is the guy I'm going to marry. We're going to have kids. We're going to have the picket fence, the dog, the car, the house, like the whole shebang, right? Um, and so the relationship didn't work out in the end. And I was talking about it with my therapist. I was telling her, it's really frustrating, not because I want to get back with him, but it's frustrating that now I'm in my early 30s. I need to go out find a guy, fall in love, do the whole thing again, and then who knows how long is it going to be for him to propose, and then we get married, and then have children. And I don't know what she saw in my face at the moment or what she heard. And I mean, in my tone. And she said to me, Isabel, you do know you don't have to have children, right? And that was the first time I heard somebody say that to me, which is baffling. I mean, it's really mind blowing. It was my 30s. And I actually didn't know. I thought it was sort of like the thing that you do. And at the time, when she said that to me, it totally made sense. And my decision was like, yep, this is something that I really don't want. She sort of gave myself permission to not be a mother. And since then, I've been very active in the child-free community, and I love it. And like I said, I just got a hysterectomy, so there's no chance I'm ever going to get pregnant.
Yeah.
We have a question in the audience. This one's specifically to Ebby. I'll pull it up here. I'll try and pull it up here. Is it me? Okay. So the question is, was it easy to get sterilized in Kenya? Now I'm just realizing, was this applicable to you or was this applicable to Isabel? If you can't answer this question, we'll get it to Isabel, who's in Colombia.
Yeah, I can answer it if it is mine.
Okay.
I can't say it was easy to get sterilized. I think it's still a very difficult thing here because, again, they have to go through all this procedure of, or if you don't have a child, maybe your husband will want a child, or maybe have one and then you can tie it. But for me, I think it was kind of easy because they had this at Marie Stopes. They had this drive where they said they have like an open day for anyone that wanted to be sterilized. They could go in. So we had to go register. And funny thing, actually, they had more people than they had expected. But I was lucky enough to be one of them. So because I'd already had my termination, they kind of already knew my journey, and they didn't ask me many questions because they already knew my stand on being child-free. So in that sense, it was not very hard.
Thank you. Okay, Cody, you're muted. All right, we have
I was going
Marina
to ask if Isabel wanted to answer that question too, how easy it was.
Okay.
Or
Isabel?
uneasy. I don't.
Well, just very briefly, I got my tubes tied 4 years ago, and that was very easy because I think it was my doctor. She was just on board with me from the get-go. For the hysterectomy, it was a little bit more difficult. In my case, the hysterectomy was more due to a medical issue. But even if it was due to a medical issue, like there was a lot of pushback from the people in the in my health insurance that didn't want me to get it done. But that got solved. So yeah, but it's usually not easy. I had it easy. It's usually not an easy thing to do here in Colombia.
And our audience may have noticed we have a new speaker that's joined us on stage. Verena, if you want to introduce yourself quickly, I think we've got you here.
I'm quite sorry, I had technical problems.
That's okay. This is live. It happens.
Yeah, thanks. So hi, everyone. I'm Verena Eleonora Brunschweiger. I'm 43 and based in Regensburg, Germany. And I'm the author of this great book here, Do Childfree People Have Better Sex? And yeah, I'll tell you more about later on. Sorry to buzz in that late.
No, it's fine. So you're really just kind of in on our one of our first questions here. Can you tell us a little bit about what your child-free journey has been like?
Me?
Yes.
Well, yeah, the subtitle of my book is anyway, A Feminist's Journey in the Child-Free Movement. So I tried to squeeze 200 pages into 2 minutes, as I was told. And it was really horrible because Germany is, contrary to what most people think and know, I talked with Lenora about that last week, it's really horrible and extremely pronatalist. It's directly after Eastern Europe, and they are the most pronatalist people I know. And it's all about have a family, be conservative, have as many kids as possible. And especially given our history, I find this absolutely disgusting and horrible. And it's really no fun being child-free in Germany, I must admit that. And when I came out, you have to say this, it's a coming out. when I came out as child-free, everyone was like, are you crazy? And this is really a bit sad because many people, especially foreigners, think that Germany is quite a progressive country. No, not really, not if you are a child-free woman. It's okay for child-free men, that's always fine. But as a child-free woman, didn't go down that well.
Okay, thanks for sharing.
Okay, so we do have some audience questions, but we also have some prepared questions. Cody, what do you want to do?
Let's go with the audience.
Okay, all right.
Let's have some fun here.
We've got some hard-hitting ones, it seems like. So, Rebecca, do you want to pull some up?
All right, so the question is, what is the legality of abortion in most African countries? So I guess this is for Ebby specifically. Is it still sadly a very contentious issue and illegal?
Contentious issue.
Oh, it's still very contentious and illegal in Brazil. So Ebby.
Yes, I'd love to answer that. Yes, because we come from a very religious country. I'm putting it in air quotes because people from my country that are watching know exactly what that means. So because we're very religious, our constitution does not directly permit for or like it does not exactly say that it's illegal, but there are parameters in which you can have an abortion. So abortion is not illegal, but it is restricted or prohibited. So it's not so under certain circumstances you can have an abortion the legal way. It's just that most women have no idea that's the thing.
So since we've hit that hot button issue, does anybody else want to answer that question for your country?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Rohini, go ahead.
Yeah. So in India, it is much to my surprise as I was looking up for abortions, because I remember last year there was an uproar because US had all of those laws being made. In India, getting an abortion is really, really easy. And even if there is a married couple, it's a woman's will that is taken into consideration. But like Abby said, if your pregnancy is advanced, there has to be a legal decision taken by the court of law. But if you're in the early stages of pregnancy and medically there is no issue, you can easily get an abortion done at any government or any private facility over here. And it is pretty affordable. And a lot of healthcare services are provided for free of cost for people who are below poverty line in India. And that's a boon because India is the most populous country, and I think we need more abortions than births, or probably no conceptions compared to births. Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else want to jump on that one?
Okay. If not, we have another question from Chris in the audience. Rebecca, if you want to pull that one up, please. The question is, and this is to everyone in the panel, how has child freedom evolved in your eyes throughout the years in your countries?
That's a good question.
Verena, do you want to start with that? And can you speak up a little bit? Some people are having a hard time hearing you in the audience, please.
Yeah, well, it's really, as I said, it's quite surprisingly horrible here in Germany, because I thought we are a progressive country and everything should be fine. But when I started being vocal about my decision in 2019, it was really quite an outcry and outrageous, this woman is crazy. So, and this is 4 years ago, so I worked hard. I work on this topic every day, so to speak. I have lots of media presence in Germany, and I really try everything. And finally, there are some other people coming along too, who also come out as child-free, but they are not that politically active. They rather say, this should be my lifestyle choice, and please, let me exist too. And we have here parents who really say child-free people shouldn't exist. This is hard to accept, and as I said, I was so surprised that people are so anti-natalist people in Germany. I was shocked, and I'm still shocked, I must admit that, though it's gradually becoming a bit better. But especially for women, also for the young women, it's really hard to come out as child-free, and I have no idea how to change that except from keep fighting.
Yeah, one conversation at a time. That's all we can do in a lot of cases in a lot of places. Yeah.
Rohini, do you want to answer next, please?
Yes. So initially, when I had decided to be a child-free woman, I had anticipated a lot of a problem in finding the right kind of partner or a man to date. Luckily for me, I met this guy who's now my husband, and we were child free in our thoughts. And one of the main reasons we got married. Initially, people actually thought we'll change our mind few years into the marriage. Then we got two dogs, and then they realized that our mind's not gonna change. And that is when I saw a shift in our own peer group. When people would actually come and confess to us that they wish they had the kind of courage we have to not succumb under the pressure. Because I have seen a lot of people coming back to me, especially my friends who have kids, that they repent having kids. So there is a whole shift in the way people perceive me, at least in my circle. But if I talk openly about it on Instagram or Facebook, a lot of people also get very upset, and they try to counter me, and they feel I'm being an extreme person in my thought. But like we just heard that it's about one person and one conversation at a time, and that's what's happening. Times are changing, and people have realized that affording a child in today's day and age is a very, very expensive affair. I'd rather spend that money on me. So, you know, paradigms are changing, people are changing their perception. But the more I talk about it in public forums, the more resistance I face. But in smaller, closed groups, it's still a very peaceful conversation. Yeah.
I'm sure that's a very familiar situation for a lot of people out there.
Yeah.
Thank you. Abby, go ahead.
I think the question was how child freedom evolved in your eyes through the years in your countries.
Yes.
I think for me, I think it has really been sparked by social media. I think the revolution, that's where the child-free revolution, I think in Kenya has begun. I'm really grateful for a platform like TikTok, because I find very many Gen Zs there. I'm not a Gen Z, but I tend to identify a lot with them because they tend to be very open with the conversation. They're not as caged and as guarded as the rest of our generation. They seem to even question their own parents, like, why did you give birth to all of us if you cannot afford to have all of us, to take care of all of us? So it's really good that we're now having this conversation. And I think it has evolved, and it has really been helped by social media and people just spreading information. And also just, it helps with breaking the stigma or the taboo. So now when a woman says, I don't want kids, of course, there will still be people that will come for you. But there's also another very good opposing sound of reason that is coming in and saying, hey, it's okay if she does not want a child. Stop forcing her to do things that she's not interested in.
That's actually really interesting as social media is playing a part. I think here in North America, we take social media for granted because it's just like we're so inundated with everything. But actually, that's a question I want to ask separately to everyone else to answer what their social media experience has been like, if applicable, in your different countries, because if that's actually reaching people, that's amazing. Like effectively at reaching people. But we'll continue on with Isabel for have you seen any evolution with child freedom in Colombia?
Unfortunately, no. Honestly, Colombia, and I would say, I will go as far and say that every Spanish-speaking country in South America and Central America, we're still very conservative. People still receive a lot of pushback. There isn't a lot of conversation going on. Whatever you find on internet, whether it's in Facebook or other social media platforms, it's usually very negative things. Like it's mostly people who are child free spewing anger against parents and children and prenatalism and everything else that is, making them angry because they're not being able to express themselves freely. So no, I honestly haven't seen a lot of evolution or any evolution at all in Colombia for the past few years. But hopefully that'll change. It will change because more people, I think, are going to have to start being more outspoken about this issue.
And that does kind of roll into the question, Lenora, you just had about social media and maybe your experience on social media and what you've seen and the importance that role is playing with being able to reach out and find those communities where you can find like-minded people, where when you make that comment, you're not just kind of berated by strangers immediately. You have people that have gone through similar experiences as you. So would anyone like to speak on maybe their experiences of finding their online community if you're not able to find one at home?
I can take that.
Yeah, go ahead. We'll start with you.
I can take that.
Please.
So when it comes to building community, what I've realized is there's so many women and also men, and let me just talk about Kenya, that are child free and would really love to meet a community of like-minded people. Because you see, it's so bad that in Kenya, when you're child free, it's almost as if you're closeted, like you should not tell people that, like that's a very bad thing, like keep it to yourself. Actually, you have people that say that, like, if you're child free, why are you telling us? Just keep it to yourself. And I'm like, well, what's wrong with me telling people that I'm child free? Like why is it such an evil thing to be, so because of that, we have a WhatsApp group for child-free men and women. We actually have two groups that have over 300 people. So we have one that is for 35 years and below, then the others for 35 years, 36 and above. You can join either group. It's just that the conversations are very different because of course, the age group that we're talking about. And apart from that, I've also started on Patreon, like an exclusive child-free dating community. So basically just a place for us where we're just going to be mingling, and hopefully also have like physical meetings, like physical like vacations and trips and just hanging out like healthy people, because we got the time and the money. We don't have kids.
That's the hopes.
What, that we have time and money, or that we don't have kids? Okay.
We have the time and the money because we don't have kids.
All right, we have an incoming question.
Eventually.
In the meantime, we'll just breathe and have a drink. Well, it's 8. Oh, it's 8. Oh, it's 8:30 in the morning here in Canada. It's early to drink. Question for Rahini. Does your mother-in-law give you grief for not wanting kids since it's expected in society? If yes, does she also question and give grief to her son? Or is it a one-sided only, meaning to you only?
Thanks, Ria. That's a very good question. And especially in Indian communities, and especially in India, it is a given that people expect you to pop out babies the moment you're married, okay? And people don't respect privacy. They would just come and ask you. However, I think when I got married, I was 30, and my husband and I, we were very vocal about our decision of not planning to have kids ever. And my parents-in-law have been very supportive. They have never questioned me. They have always respected our privacy and our decision. And they have always maintained that it is our life and we should decide the way we want to live it. Also, what has helped is that my sister-in-law, like my husband's sister, is also child-free. And she was married much earlier than I got married. And the family, however, a lot of people who are not connected with me have felt the audacity to come and question me. I've had to initially be very polite to them and respond to them. But after a point of time, I did realize that I need to be very, very upfront with people and set the point straight. Because it can be very, very challenging in a situation when you have family set up, when you have the uncles and aunts in the family coming and asking questions to you. So I think being vocal about it from the very beginning has been very helpful. And we also clarified that we do not have a medical condition. It is a decision that we have taken for our lives, and we have chosen to be child free. And like Abby said, we have all the money and the time to just do whatever we feel like doing in life. But I think, Ria, to answer to that, I think it's good to be vocal and it's good to be clear about what you do not want in your life. And I think people will eventually come around. And if they don't come around, just don't bother. Just don't bother. Yeah.
That also needs to be on a t-shirt. That is fantastic advice. Just don't. I think all of us can agree with that. Just don't bother.
Yeah.
It actually is the amount of time we waste on listening to other people and how they think we should be living our lives. I mean, if I had spent an amount of time in doing something else, I probably would have been a billionaire by now. But just don't bother. It's never too late to realize.
You know what? I mean, I really do want to ask bring up the social media aspect again, because I know, Verena, you have had your issues with the press. Abby, you're very active on social media, and Isabel as well too. Rohini, I'm not so sure if you are super active on social media, but it's still definitely chime in. I'll ask you that first, and then I'll ask, this is an impromptu question, because we're live and we can do this.
So, yeah.
What, like, as far as the reaction or dealing, again, you have your $1 billion answer right there, but do you have a specific experience with social media, like with strangers or talking about not having kids, especially, you know, being married and not having children?
So my profile is private and it's a personal account, but when I started posting about my child-free thoughts, surprisingly, a lot of people who were close to me and who were school-time friends of mine, they felt triggered and they came and questioned me, and they were like, you're being an extreme person and you are so negative, and they gave me a lot of pushback. I held my ground, and a lot of people who I had never met, but probably we were in common circles because we are dog parents or we have common professional journeys. They actually came and confessed to me that my being vocal about this gives them courage. Like women who are unmarried, I keep telling them to have this conversation with their respective partners to be right in the beginning. I've recently had a friend who's had, who's at the age of 35, she realized she doesn't want a kid, and then their marriage ended in a divorce, unfortunately. But it's a very tightrope walk. You have to be very careful, especially because in India, uh, it is expected of you to either have kids or either dream about having kids. There is no third option. And when you dare to dream differently, people are looking at you, and they're looking at you as if you are a unicorn. And I always tell people that wear your single horn and be a unicorn and don't bother.
Love it. Absolutely. All right, Verena, I know you have a couple things.
Thank you. I'm a unicorn too.
Where you single?
Oh, wow. That's lovely. Yeah.
That's what I was going to bring up. But I know you have some issues. Do you want to talk about your press reactions, all that?
Yeah, absolutely. Because this fits the story I've been telling all along. Everyone thinks, yeah, Germany, it's quite okay to be child-free there. No, it's not. Absolutely no way. I wrote, meanwhile, 6 German books and 1 English one about this topic. And when I came out, press reactions were incredible. And journalists, professional journalists, wrote to me, oh, why don't you kill yourself? And have you thought about stopping breathing? Then the population might go down as well. Wouldn't that be a nice idea? And I got so much vitriol and hatred. And I still receive death and rape threats on an almost daily basis. And I find this quite incredible. I get those shitstorms all the time. But as Rohini said, I also get nice mail. I lose friends and I find new ones, and supporters and fans all around the world, because they contact me, especially women, but also some men. And they all write, yeah, we love your courage and what you're doing, and please keep up the good work, because we need you. And a child-free German voice is what we definitely need, because everyone thinks it's okay here anyway, but really it's not. I'm also a unicorn, as I said.
I think, Rohini, you've created a whole mascot for the Childfree Convention that we didn't know we needed. So thank you. All right, Abby, do you want to share your experience dealing with comments on social media, the reactions, both positive and lesser than?
I guess I'm kind of lucky in the sense that I very few things get to me. So I really understand that there are so many online bullies, people who really don't know you, they don't understand your journey, they don't know anything about you. So I always look at it as, if for example someone told me right now that there's a woman in Nigeria who does not want to have kids, why would I be bothered by that? Like, why would that be any of my concern? Like, there's a random woman in Canada that does not want to have children. Why am I having sleepless nights because of that? So I always look at it as that's a them problem and not a me problem. So I'll just go out here and I'll say what I want to say, and you take it the way you take it. I cannot control. I'm only responsible for what I say and how I live my life. I am not responsible for what you understand and how you live your life. So everyone should just stay in their lane. So that's kind of just how I roll.
Love it. I mean, I'll cop to being the random woman in Canada saying she doesn't want to have kids. And I hope I can't keep people up at night thinking about it. They can come and watch this event. Seriously. Isabel, I know you have never had any issues with this, but
None.
Do you want to
not a single one.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been very outspoken online. I started with an English speaking platform, funnily enough, even though Spanish is my mother language, my mother tongue. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Mother tongue, yes.
And the reason I did that was because I found a lot more child-free communities. I mean, as much as toxic as they were, but there was a lot more people talking about this in English. This was a few years back when I started in social media. And I got really outspoken with the Uprising Spark. And then I was in Childfree Girls with Lenora, of course, and Kristen. We did this podcast, and we received like hate, and trolls were all over the place. Like, that was a normal thing, but we didn't care. We just wanted to put our thoughts out there and be able to create a community that was more accepting, I would say, of just the decision making. Whether it was you want to be a parent or not, that's your choice, but at least have the information that you need to make an informed choice about it. And very recently, I think it was a couple of years ago, I started Nunca Madres, which translates directly to Never Moms in Spanish. And it's the first community of its kind in Spanish-speaking countries in Latin America. Because, like I said, most of the social media that I found in Spanish is also about the vitriol, and we're very like 10 years behind, I would say, in talking about this subject as compared as to the US and maybe the UK. So now I have that project going on because I think it's very, very important to, like I said, just keep getting the word out. Especially in countries that are so close-minded and so traditional, and that there's more people that need to know that it's totally fine. If that's your choice, it's okay. And it's been a good experience so far, to be honest.
Awesome. And someone had brought up in chat, this is a Childfree Girls reunion, just missing Kristen. Kristen is in the halftime show. For those of you that were familiar with the Childfree Girls web series and podcast.
Since we're talking about kind of responses to what people say to you, how do you respond, I guess, when people want to say, like, well, who's going to take care of you when you're older? What's your reaction to that kind of comment that might help some people in the audience maybe answer that question when it's brought up to them? We'll start with Rahimi, if you'd like to.
Can I answer that one? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry.
Yeah. We'll bounce around. Evie, go for it.
Okay, I always have an answer for it. I always ask them, where's your mom right now? What did your mom eat? How did she sleep? Who washed her clothes today? How is she feeling? Who's the last person she talked to? Because we're so hypocritical in terms of who's going to take care of your mom, while most of our, a good number of Africans are actually working abroad, working in the West in old people's homes. They're busy taking care of other people's moms while their own mothers are languishing in poverty in the village. So who's taking care of your mom? That's the question.
Yeah, right to the jugular. Ebby, don't mess around. All right, who would like to take that one next?
Yeah, I'd like to take it next.
Sure,
So
yeah.
I agree with Abby. A lot of us Indians are not working in our hometowns. We have moved across the country. We have moved across the world. And most of us are not with our parents at the moment. And I always tell them, what will take care of me in the old age is a good retirement savings plan. Plan your money. The amount of money I'm saving by not spending on diapers and Barbie themed parties, I think that's going to take care of me when I'm old. I can hire good help, right? So, because these are very hypothetical questions people have been conditioned to ask you. They don't really put their own brain to actually ask themselves that where are their parents, like Abby asked, And I think I have just realized that I will keep challenging these conditionings. I will keep challenging these norms, and I will keep telling them to just be in their lane, because most of the time these questions do not come from a space of concern or worries, it's just because it's difficult for them to comprehend why am I being a child-free woman, So I think you just have to not bother and give them like absolutely succinct replies. It takes a lot of courage to do that, but it's okay. I mean, and we should all be saving and investing in good retirement plans. That's gonna take care of us
Yeah.
when we are old, and not some kids. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Anybody else?
can continue.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I always point out when I get asked about, what about retirement, etc., pension plans, blah, blah. And I always point out the environment aspects. This is CO2 savings by not having one kid. So given climate change, etc., parents really give us a great burden. So, and given the pace of climate change, I don't think that I live as long as to need some kind of pension or retirement plan anyway. Really, it's 5+12 anyway concerning climate change. And we have one crisis after the other, pandemics, wars, etc. So maybe I'm the pessimistic one, but I don't think this is a question that has to be answered. And another point would be from an anti-natalistic philosophical point of view, isn't it really instrumental to use the child, to have a child, a new person, to create a new human being only to take care of me when I'm old? No, I'm not that. I'm such a horrible person. I find this very instrumental, and really, it reveals what parents often are, sadly. Narcissistic beings thinking of themselves, having kids so that they are cared for later on. No, I don't find this morally acceptable, actually, if I'm honest.
Yeah. And I think, Isabel, you're the last one standing to answer this one if you'd like to.
Yeah, I mean, I usually just go to the very short line of children are not a retirement plan, period. But if I'm feeling a little bit combative or sassy, I would tell them, I'm going to pay your kids to take care of me when I'm old. So
I've said that one too. When someone's like, well, who's going to take care of you? I'm like, probably your kids. Like
yeah.
if they're working in healthcare or they're a nurse or a doctor, like they're probably going to be taking care of me. All right. So we've got a question incoming. Yeah. Let's see what it is.
Oh, wait. Okay, I see it. I'm just gonna pull it up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. The question is, does anyone actually know someone that chose? Well, where'd it go? All right, let's try that again. Does anyone actually know someone that chose not to have children and regretted it? So that is the question.
Interesting question. And I just see heads shaking no. For people that are listening to a podcast in the future, Isabel's probably shaking her head no too. I can't see her, but that's okay.
Yeah. I'd like to answer that.
Go ahead.
We have an uncle and he hasn't, So we have an uncle, he doesn't have kids, one of the happiest chaps I know. To answer this, I have seen more people who have kids who regret that decision, because it's irreversible. You cannot send your kids back to some closet where they've come from. You have to take the responsibility till you can. And so I am yet to meet someone who's child-free and has regretted. None. Never.
I mean, did you catch the question? I can repeat it if you missed that.
No, please do.
Okay, so the question is here. Does anyone actually know someone that chose not to have children and regretted it?
Not me. I don't know any.
Okay, excellent. All right. I mean, I shouldn't say excellent. I got to be neutral. I mean, here's the thing. It's okay if we do know somebody.
I'd like to add something, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead,
please.
Because I read daily about those topics, as you know, doing research, etc. And we have people like Betty White or Gloria Steinem and other older people who always say the key to the happy long life is not having kids. So here we go.
Yeah.
Isabel?
Yeah, well, I love this question because, well, the short answer is no. One of my I mean, my biggest child-free icon is Iris Apfel. She's 102 years old, and she still talks about how she decided not to have children, the reason she decided not to have children, and how she has had the most amazing life. And she's, like I said, she's turning 103 in August. And I also did this interview to several women who are 65 and older, like between 65 and 80, if I remember well. And I asked them, is it something that you regret, you know, being in those like sort of like last stages of our natural life? And none of them, like not a single one of them said, I regret it. They were all like super happy about their choice. They really understood at the time that it was the best choice for them, and they never regretted it.
Thank you for that. We do have a question about being child-free in the workplace. So just wondering, if you're vocal, if you are in the workplace, aside from being self-employed, but if you are self-employed, you can still answer this one too. Are you vocal about being child-free, and does it affect you? Has it affected you? I know one of you has a major answer for this one, but we'll start with Rohini. Go ahead.
So I work in an industry which involves a lot of international travel, and my company is also an international luxury brand. And people have been very, very supportive of this decision. Also because they're happy that I will not take leaves because my child is sick back at home. So it also means I'll be more productive when it comes to be traveling. Um, uh, so largely the community of people who support this, the inclusivity is actually increasing, and however, a lot of workforces, a lot of organizations which are more India centric and they have a larger Indian population working, I think the scenario would be slightly different over there. But I have never faced people would anyway judge me, that's their right. But I haven't had anyone come and question me and ask me, especially in the workforce, about my decision to be child free. In fact, most of my bosses have been child free. My current boss is a child free 60-year-old woman, and we are very happy about the decision. So I think gradually, yeah, people are supportive, but it can be challenging if you work in a conservative environment where people expect you to be mother, especially if you happen to be a teacher in a school. That's something I learned from an Instagram follower of mine who's a teacher in a town, and her peer group questions her, doesn't support her, they taunt her. So that can be a little challenging. So yeah, but not for me, not for me.
Thank you for Rohini. All right, Abby, go ahead.
I think I'll just echo a bit of what Shahini has said. It depends. It depends. It depends on who you're talking to. So if you're talking to a more conservative crowd, then definitely if you declare yourself child free, and especially if you're applying for a job, they look at you as a liability in terms of a woman with a child and a husband is more grounded, which means that there are higher chances of them sticking to the company as opposed to a woman that is just child free and free. It means she can just pack her bags and leave tomorrow, and I'm lucky that I work for myself. So I work for myself and I'm child free, which means I can literally just pack my things and go tomorrow. I guess in such an environment, then I would not be wanted. But then there's the other extreme who look at child free people as an asset in terms of, oh, this one is more flexible, which means we can give them more roles. And those more roles should not be like you give them roles with no money. No, you should add them more money if you want them to be working extra because they have the extra time, the extra energy, and they can put in the extra effort. But then the other extreme of this is I talk to people who tell me they've been asked to work on holidays because they don't have kids. So, for example, someone will be asked to work on Christmas because she doesn't have kids. Like, why? So in general, I can say it really depends on the kind of work or the kind of people that you're working with. If they're conservative, then it's going to be hard.
Thank you for that. All right, Verena, go ahead.
Yeah, I can relate to the school teaching thing because, well, I describe myself as author and child-free feminist activist, but I also teach part-time in order to pay the bills because, as everyone knows, writing books doesn't make you rich. And people at my school have complained all the time the parents, of course, not the pupils, or some colleagues too. Yeah, some colleagues and parents have complained at various stages. My bosses all have complaint files like this. How can a child-free woman be able to teach our precious golden Aryan kids? One should know, though, that in German history, several decades ago, it was forbidden to have a kid. You were only allowed to teach as a woman if you were child-free. So, and now it's the other way around, and this is really crazy. And everyone expects you to be a mom because only then you can love other kids. Well, no, this is stupid and a prejudice, and I really hate that, and I fight against that on a daily basis too. Because I would even say I can give more to those teenagers. I have 13 and upwards kids, and I don't have my own special, precious little child. I can focus on all of them, and they are all equally important to me.
Thank you. All right, Isabel, go ahead.
Short answer for me is I mean, it hasn't been an issue at all, but mainly because the people that I work with don't know that I'm child-free. Like, I'm not vocal about it at work. And I have the privilege of working for a company that is actually very flexible with all of its employees. It doesn't matter what your needs are, whether it's somebody who needs to go and pick up their children early from school, or if I need to take half a day off because I need to do whatever, a personal thing. Like, they're very flexible with everyone. They're very, the company really takes care of its employees. So it hasn't been an issue for me at work at all, fortunately.
Good to hear. All right.
And we're starting to wrap up this panel. Thank you, everyone, for your time. In closing remarks, we'll go around to everyone if there's something that you would like to mention, to promote something you're working on, or just let the audience know how they might be able to find you after the convention and ask you questions if they have them in the future. And if you don't have anything like that, you don't have to share it. You don't have to give out your personal email if you don't want to. But Rohini, we'll start with you.
I don't have much to say except that I'll repeat myself, that if you are on this journey or if you are planning to be a child-free person, just don't bother. If you are a woman, it's your uterus. You have 100% right over it, whether you want to carry it as a vehicle for another human being or not. Do not succumb to pressures. Do not bother. I have my Instagram ID, which is Rohini Sharma Mishra, and you can find me there. But yeah, if you're on this path, you're anyway on the greatest journey of your life. I think you'll never regret it. So yeah, all the best.
All right, Ebi.
By closing remarks, I would like to take that time to answer a question that was directed to me. I'm just saying it right now from Oh My Word, who says, Ebi is vocal about her dating life, and one of the person she dates has children. Doesn't that mean that she's not child-free? That's a very good question, and thank you for asking that. Could we just reverse the roles and say, if I had children and I dated a man that was child-free, does that automatically make me child-free? Like, we should stop putting your partner's status. Your partner's status should not be what determines my status. And it goes back to the question of when a woman wants to get sterilized, they ask you, what will your husband say? Like, my status should not be affected by who I'm dating. Who I'm dating has his own life. My partner is not child-free because obviously he has children. But that does not mean that if I fall in love with him, that now I've changed my status into not being child-free. So yeah, that was my closing remarks. And please follow me on Instagram and TikTok at the Childfree African. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Verena, how about you?
Well, of course, please buy the book. I highly recommend it. I love my fellow unicorns, and yeah, I'm working on a new book, but it will be in German. Yeah, but maybe some of you can speak German. It will be out in September, and I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, and I have a website, verenabrunschweiger.net. It has red buttons where to contact me, so please write nice unicorn mails to me. I'll be so happy about that. Thank you.
All right, Isabel.
Well, for closing remarks, there is one question that I also saw somebody they made in YouTube. I just wanted to address it. because they said, and I thought it was very interesting, something, I can't find it right now exactly, but it was, do you think that you need to be sterilized in order to be like truly child-free or something of the sort? And my answer to the question is absolutely not. You do not have to be sterilized to be truly child-free. Being child-free is a state of mind. Being child-free is a lifestyle. And if you decide to get sterilized, your body, your choice, but it doesn't make you any less or more child-free if you do. And you can find me in at the Uprising Spark in Instagram. I also have a website, theuprising.spark.com. I create a lot of in real life and virtual spaces for women to connect from all over the world. And if you want to write an email, it's hello@theuprising.spark.com.
All right, thank you. And since we have an awesome international panel, if there's anything you would like to say to your specific child-free community in a language different than English, because we've been speaking that this whole time, this would be a great opportunity to do that if you would like to. Rahini, would you like to say anything? Yeah.
I'm going to talk in my mother tongue Hindi. नमस्कार, आप सब मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं? अगर आप स्त्री या पुरुष हैं जो चाइल्ड फ्री रहना चाहता है और इस जनरेशन्स के ट्रॉमा से बाहर निकलना चाहता है, आई थिंक आपको सोचना चाहिए. खास तौर पे अगर आप इंडिया में रहते हो, जहाँ पे बढ़ती भी आबादी से भला नहीं होने वाला, आपको बहुत सारी मुसीबतों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है आज भी. और एक मौका मिला है अपनी जिंदगी अपने तरीके से जीने का, तो प्लीज इसको अपने तरीके से जिए और सोसाइटल प्रेशर पे सकम मत कीजिए. और मैंने अपना इंस्टाग्राम हैंडल दिया हुआ है, इफ यू वांट टू गेट इन टच विद मी प्लीज कनेक्ट करिए. और ये बहुत खूबसूरत जिंदगी है, अपने बारे में सोचिए. थैंक यू.
Thank you. Abby.
Watu wangu wa Kenya, ningependa kutuma salamu na watatu watuelewi hapa. So Kenyans wenye mko tafadhali hapo tu kwa comment section ekeni like a Kenyan flag and then tajua mmenisikia. So nasa tunaongea na watoto washiki nini tunasema. But anyways, asanteni sana kwa hapa na tupatane pale TikTok na pale Instagram. And thank you for being here. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Rena.
Really, German is not that cool. Yeah, that's really better. But okay, if you insist, I'll keep it short. Also, liebe Einhörner, im September gibt es mein neues Buch, Kinderfrei aller Länder vereinigt euch, inspiriert bei Schule mit Firestone, Marx und so weiter. Bis bald. Ciao.
All right. Isabel.
A todas las personas que nos están escuchando, que hablan español y sobre todo aquellas que viven en países latinoamericanos, hay una comunidad Childfree que apenas está, digamos, tomando fuerza y queremos que hagan parte de ella. Pueden encontrarnos en @nuncamadres en Instagram. Queremos darle una voz mucho más importante y más imponente a este tema en nuestra región, particularmente en nuestro idioma. Y bueno, por ello los esperamos para que podamos hacer un cambio tan necesario en los países hispanohablantes en Sud y Centroamérica.
All right. That's my favorite part of doing the international panels is hearing messages.
But they're really talking about you, Cody, though.
Probably. I mean, that's why at the very beginning we have the disclaimer come across the screen. But thank you everyone for your time and for joining us. And thank you audience for adding in questions and comments. We appreciate this. We're going to get ready for the next panel. So we'll see you guys shortly. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Bye.
Welcome to the Childfree Mental Health Panel. I'm Cody Hetzel.
And I am Lenora Faye.
And we'll be your moderators.
Mental health is paramount, and this panel will explore how our child-free choice affects our well-being and gives an opportunity to debunk myths about child-free individuals' experiences.
So let's meet the panelists. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Right. Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Would take a moment and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself. Ramiko, we'll start with you, or Dr. Thomas, however you'd like to be recognized, you let me know.
Ramiko is fine. Hi, my name is Ramiko Thomas, and I am an assistant professor of psychology. I'm also a licensed psychologist, and I'm proudly child-free by choice, and I'm from Missouri.
All right. And Margaret, will go down to you and work our way over.
Hi, sorry, I couldn't hear you for a second, but we're all fine.
That's okay.
Panic. I am Margaret O'Connor. I am a counsellor and psychotherapist. I'm based in Ireland, County Limerick in Ireland, and partly child-free as well. Thank you.
All right. Silka.
Good morning, everyone. I am Silka Calderon. I am from the Bronx, New York. I currently work in administration, and I am also working on hours to become a licensed mental health counselor.
And Takia.
Hello, everyone. I'm super excited to be here. I am, I don't know, I do so much. I'm the executive director. I'm the executive director and the co-founder of a new nonprofit called Black People Die by Suicide 2. And our goal is really to normalize the conversation about mental health, well, specifically suicide prevention within the Black community. I'm a mental health trainer as well, a peer support specialist, and I am child-free by choice, happily. I'm a suicide attempt survivor, and I live with bipolar disorder.
Thank you everyone for joining us.
Sorry.
That's okay.
We moderators are still waking up. So tell us about your child-free journey. When did you decide how that experience has been for you? We'll start with Ramiko.
I have to be honest. I never wanted children. I was one of those, I'm an only child, and children just never really, I never really was around children. I never really thought about having children. I never really thought about family life having to be about children. I thought that you could expand your family with animals. I loved pets. I had tons of pets growing up. And so for me, children just was never in the forefront. And I was fortunate because I had parents that never really made me feel guilty for my decision or for my choice. And so for me, I was fortunate in which children just never was something that I saw myself having. I liked my career too much.
It doesn't sound like anyone else on this panel can relate to that based on reactions. Okay, Margaret, go ahead.
So for me, similar, just never in my awareness or in my plans. I suppose I grew up in a time in Ireland where teenage pregnancy was the worst thing that could happen. There was absolutely no risk of it happening to me because I wasn't cool enough, but at that time. But it was definitely something to be avoided, and that was fine because it really just was not on my radar at all. But for me, I think then there was a switch. I suppose it was an abstract thing because it wasn't going to happen anyway. But then, and it wasn't something that bothered me. But then I guess I think you can move sometimes from it being like a passive abstract choice to it being okay, I actually have to make a decision here. So that came up kind of in a relationship I was in later on. So yeah, moved into much more of a, no, this is an active choice and this is something I kind of, am I committing to it or not now at this stage? And obviously decided that I would. But yeah, so I think there was those two stages in it for me, with a sense that I was probably the only one, or felt at the time, the only one in Ireland trying to consider that choice. There's certainly a lack of awareness or resources available. There would have been resources, but in America or in Europe. So thankfully that has changed, but it definitely had a feeling of isolation at the time. Not anymore, thankfully.
Thank you, Margaret. Silka, go ahead.
For me, I would say I basically went through the entire scale of every decision that you could basically go through. As a child, I actually did think that I would have children. It was just this thought, like that's just what you're supposed to do. I am Latina. In our culture, you just have children. That's just what it is. And I just thought that I would do the same. It wasn't until my 20s and early 30s that I started kind of saying, well, I don't really think that this is something that I want. But I was still fence sitting, it was just sort of ingrained in my culture. And I sort of went back and forth about that. But once I got to my mid 30s, I just realized this is just not the direction that I should be going in. I really started standing firm on that. And, now I'm child-free by choice, and I actively speak about it, and I feel very comfortable in my decision.
Excellent. Takia, go ahead.
So I don't remember, honestly, when I made the decision. I do remember saying it around high school. So I'm the oldest of 7 children. So I changed my first diaper at 9. In high school, I worked at a daycare, and I also took child development. And that's when I quickly learned, like, okay, children are so much more than just dressing them up in cute clothing. And I remember telling my grandmother often tells me that, like, you've been saying it since high school, you didn't want children. But I thought, like, since I'm a woman, that's something I'm like supposed to do. And it wasn't until I met 2 of my mentors, actually, and they're about 10 years older than me. I'm in my 30s now, but in my 20s, they were telling me, like, you don't have to do anything because of your gender. And I was like, you know what? You're absolutely right. I don't have to do this because that's what society says I'm supposed to do. And I think in my early 20s is like when I made that actual decision, like I maybe made a conscious decision because my grandma was like, you've been saying that forever. And so I've been, standing firm on that since then. And the biggest thing for me is often seeing the mental toll that that children can have on parents. That's not to say that children don't bring joy to the world, but even outside of that, the other side is terms of the stress, physical, mental, sometimes financial stress. And I know with my mental health is extremely fragile. Yes, I'm doing well from my suicide attempt in 2016, but overall, bipolar disorder is something I'll have to fight for the rest of my life. And I don't think, I don't want to roll the dice. Like, let's see, I think we all kind of say in the child-free by choice community, I would rather regret not having them than to regret having them. I mean, my mind has never changed for over 10 years. So I highly doubt that that's going to happen. And with being the oldest of 7 children, I'm bound to have nieces and nephews. I have tons of little cousins that I get. I'm known as the fun godmom, the fun auntie, and all of that. So it's like, I'm okay within that role. I'm aware that I don't have to have my own children to leave an impact, on the next generation, or people talk about leaving a legacy, but I think for me, I quickly learned that my mental health is so important to me that having children, it would just be too much for me to handle. Just taking care of myself alone sometimes is a lot. And I would just rather take care of myself and possibly a pet.
Well, and you brought up a good point back in your 20s, and you had kind of those mentors that were speaking with you and letting you know that, yeah, you don't have to make that decision to be a parent. You can not have kids too. And so that's just a soapbox, I guess, to all the people out there that wonder why we have this convention or why people get into social media and have these conversations and ask, well, why are you doing this? Because there are people that do need to hear that there's another side of things. It's not just a one path to live your life by. But anyway, I'll get off of that. So what led you into the mental health profession or to work with the mental health space? So, Micah, we'll begin with you.
I think for me, it's so interesting. It was actually taboo within my family to enter mental health because my family did not talk about emotions. They didn't talk about mental health. People that struggled with mental health, my grandmother used to call them touched. That was the term back in the day. And so it was a little taboo. But for me, I always was interested in understanding and learning more about people, to be honest with you. My father was into criminology, and so he would have all these stories, and I was always wondering, well, how did that person get to do what they're doing? How did they get to where they're at? You know, how do they cope with how they're feeling? All of that stuff. And so I didn't even understand what psychology was until I went to community college, and I had my first professor in psychology. She taught an abnormal psych class. And I was listening to that. I was like, wait a minute, that's actually a field that you can go into. I could talk to people. I can listen to people. I can help people with their challenges. Also, I had my own struggles with mental health, and my family, I'd seen some of their struggles with mental health. But again, I didn't know what it was really called. I didn't understand what it was really about until I started within school and started learning more about disorders, learning more about the stigma about mental health. My mother is a nurse. And so she understood the physical pieces, but there was a lot of times when we would talk and I was like, yeah, but there's some mental stuff that's going on too that's not being addressed as well. And so what can we do within our community? Also, being African-American, that was something that was never talked about within my community when it came to mental health and a lot of the stigma. And so for me, that was something that I wanted to give back and understand more for that. So that's how I got into it. And I absolutely loved it. I became a psychologist to learn to do private practice and to help people. But then I took a step back and was like, well, I like to teach because I'm learning that there's more people that are interested in the field, especially the younger generations, the Gen Zer and the younger millennials. They're more apt to talk about mental health. And so that's what my journey became.
Thank you for sharing that. Margaret, how about you?
Yeah, so for me, similar. I think I always was drawn to working with people. It took me quite a while to figure out what role I could do that in. So I did kind of a general degree after college and worked in lots of different, I suppose, people-related jobs, including a creche for a year. But worked with older people and like healthcare assistant, nursing home care, and then kind of moved into community development and actually did quite a lot of family support work. And it was through a job there that I got a chance to do an introduction to counselling course, which really just cemented that this was the area. So I really like the one-to-one interaction. I would work with groups as well, but the one-to-one piece is it for me, that you're really able to give and hold that space for people. I think that's, you know, part of the power of counselling psychotherapy is that it is a time and a space specifically for that person, and so often we don't have that time, or people can't get that time in their own lives. So that's, I think, what has drawn me to this particular aspect of counselling psychotherapy with clients.
All right. Silka.
Well, I cheated because I grew up in a home where I did have access to mental health resources. My mother is a licensed clinical social worker. She's been for over 30 years. I think, if I remember correctly, she went back to school when I was about 8. So I got the door to that very early. But I will admit, when I got into my 20s, I kind of didn't want to go in that direction. I was like, no, I don't want to follow that path. I want to do my own thing. So, I got my business degree and I wanted to see, what was out there. But then when I, went to take like elective courses, I was taking like psychology classes, anthropology classes, and doing all that. And there's that part of you inside of you that kind of sometimes starts poking at you like, hey, maybe this is not what you should be doing. Maybe you should be going here or there. And it just kind of kept coming up. And I was having a lot of conversations with friends and family and stuff like that. And it just continued coming to the front. It just continued coming to the front. And I said, okay, you know what, I'm just not going to ignore it. And when I decided to go get my master's degree, I decided to go get my degree in that, in mental health counseling. And, it's interesting because now I actually do some work with my mom in her private practice. And it's just, I don't know, it's like the best thing ever because I get to learn, I get to do stuff with my mom. And just see a lot of different elements in that space. So I'm actually really excited about it. My husband is also studying in the field, so we'll at some point be working together. So we're keeping it all in the family. And, I actually was in therapy myself when I was starting at 14. I advocate for it very heavily. And, I have tons of conversation with my family about it. So I feel very lucky that I was able to have that doorway in and that outlet at a very young age. And so I would like, to do the same thing myself as I, progress in my career.
All right. Thank you for sharing. And Takia.
So getting into mental health was not something that I planned on doing. So prior to working into the mental health space, my background is communications and media. So I worked for television networks, and I did a lot of like award shows, event planning, publicity. That was it. And it wasn't until my early to mid 20s, right after graduate school, when I had my suicide attempt, I started like writing articles for different platforms. And I started noticing how writing was actually very therapeutic for me. After I was released from the hospital, I was continuing with my therapist. And from there, I actually started like under alias name because I didn't want people to know it was me because of like stigma, because it wasn't really talked about. And so people started commenting saying like, I can relate to that, you're not alone. And then I kind of had like a coming out, if you will. And I was just like, you know what, I'm going to own this is who I am. And from there, it transpired into like speaking, a podcast, writing a book. It was just kind of like little blocks along the way. And then I ended up, I'm in the DC area, but specifically I live in Maryland. And I started pursuing peer certification through the Maryland Behavioral Health and Addiction Certification Board. And peer support specialists are individuals with lived experience, and we used our lived experience to assist others in their recovery. So I don't do clinical work, but I have helped individuals develop wellness plans. I led peer support groups, whether that was working with the National Alliance on Mental Illness or other behavioral health organizations. And I find that has been very supportive because it's very similar to like a sponsor or a coach, if you will. So we're not giving advice or any clinical treatment, but it is a safe space for people to talk about their mental health challenges, or for some people, it may be with addiction struggles, where you can identify like, okay, well, I'm not alone, and other people actually go through this as well. And so that actually helped me. And then from there, I became certified as a mental health first aid instructor. I became certified as a youth mental health first aid instructor, as well as a certification in wellness recovery action plan. So I started pursuing a whole bunch of mental health certifications to get really educated, just so that I could also take the test to become certified within my state to offer peer support. And so that's kind of like how I transitioned into the space. And now I'm currently actually, my focus, I really like to focus on suicide prevention within the Black community, because I feel like mental health is still stigmatized, but more people in my community, and I think just in general overall, are starting to talk about mental health, but suicide still seems to be very taboo. And so for me, I'm actually in the process of researching PhD programs so I can focus specifically on suicide prevention within the Black community. And that's kind of my journey, how I got into the mental health space.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing that. And who knows, maybe you help someone just now decide what field of work they want to go into. I don't know. You might have just recruited somebody into the field. So thank you for that.
So is there a difference in how mental health is approached if the person has a child or not? So the person working on their own mental health, is there a different strategy that you've maybe noticed? Ramika, we'll start with you.
You know, it's interesting when a person is kind of working on themselves, whether they have a child or not. Well, let me go back. If a person is working on themselves, that I've seen with my clients that have children, sometimes they want to make sure they break that trauma or intergenerational trauma. They also sometimes want to make sure that they're emotionally regulated so that they can help their child when it comes to emotional regulation as well. When it comes to people that are child-free by choice that I've seen in me myself, that I've worked on myself, it's been mostly about boundaries, meaning that boundaries of, wait a minute, just because I don't have children does not mean that I could take this extra shift at work. Or just because I do not have children does not mean I need to do all of these things. I do have a right to say no, or I'm solidified in my choice. So, really respect my decision and don't make me feel like I'm going to have FOMO, regret later, And so there's an assumption, I think, when it comes to that, people that choose to not have children, that they have all this free time. Another thing that I've noticed when it comes to child-free communities is there's this assumption that we have all this money and that we have all these finances and that we
when did the checks rolling out? When am I getting my check?
Right. And social media helps with that. I have to admit, me myself, I'm child-free by choice, but sometimes I'm like, man, I really should be doing more with my life. I should be going to Greece. And I was like, I can't afford that. So there's an expectation that child-free by choice, we have all this time, all this money, all this resources. And imagine how that feels when somebody is really trying to just be who they are and without all of these assumptions. So those are the things that I've noticed within counseling individuals and even in myself, the differences with children, not with children.
Thank you for that. Cody, we talked about the child-free check last year. Please don't bring that up. And I know Dr. Jade, Child for Wealth, is in the audience right now. Can you remind Cody of that conversation? Actually, I can't. No, actually, it was him that brought it up last year. I'll fight with these two later. All right, Margaret, go ahead, please.
That's a panel of its own. This question really made me think, and maybe I interpreted it in a different way, but I was thinking, well, there shouldn't be a difference in how people are approached, whether they have children or not. And I suppose I'm thinking for my own particular approach would be very humanistic and client-centered in that everybody is an individual. Just like I might work with 10 parents, but all their experience could be completely different, or 10 child-free people. So I suppose I was thinking, well, I shouldn't be assuming that it's a problem. Like if somebody comes to me and they tell me 3 things about themselves, I'm not going to pick out, oh, well, that's why they're in therapy. Like that's why they're here. That's not as a therapist who's supposed to be, objective and non-judgmental and really trying to move into the frame of reference of the client. So I'm not sure if that's what you meant by the question, but that's the way I went to it. So I would hope that people would be treated differently, but absolutely taking into consideration that they could be impacted by different issues like was just mentioned. So.
Thank you, Margaret. Silka, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Margaret, and I actually did reach out for clarification on the question before the convention, because I also agree that the answer is no. The approach should not be different, but I do think that it is important that when you have that initial meeting with the person, that is a question to ask, and then the question is presented. Is that something that you want to explore? Is that something that you want to talk about within the realm of what it is that you're trying to focus on during your therapy? And, even talking about it, like, let's say you're, meeting with a child, allowing that to even be available for conversation, because most people just don't even know that the conversation is available to be had. Mm-hmm. I have a niece who has come and asked me questions about having babies, and that she may not, she's only 10 years old. And I never shy away from having the discussion with her. So a lot of times when that person is coming in, the approach is pretty much the same as anybody, in my opinion, is that when they come in, like I am of the same mind of Margaret. It's very humanistic. It's very like, okay, what is it that you would like to get out of your, out of this relationship that we have, this therapeutic relationship? What is it that you would like for yourself, and how can we get you where you need to be, right? And if that is a piece of it, with regards to the work about them being child-free and maybe what struggles they may or may not be having with that, we can explore that. But the approach would not change in any way for me.
Thank you, Silka. Takia, go ahead.
Yes, I'm going to come from the opposite end, the client. So I've been working with my therapist. I think, well, I do agree the answer is no, it shouldn't be approached differently. So I remember talking to my therapist. September will be 8 years that I've been working with her, and I love my therapist. And I remember telling her when I first started going, like, I don't think children are in the cards for me. And I like kind of gave her all these reasons. And one of the questions she asked me, she's like, do you feel the need to justify your response to people? And I kind of set back with that. And I think because so many people would ask me the dread question, like, who's going to take care of you when you're older? That's another panel. But which would be like, what, you know? And so for me, that would actually really make me upset. And I'm like, I'm like, I haven't really thought that far ahead. But for me, I'm like, I don't think having children just because I want somebody to take care of me is not a good enough reason for me. I can't speak for other people. And then I remember kind of writing my list out and after therapy. And when I wrote this list out, I had like 10 reasons for why I didn't want them, and I had 0 reasons for why I wanted them. And so my therapist was like, well, I think you have your answer. I don't, if you literally have 0 reasons why. And that's when I realized, like, okay, I have to make this decision that's best for myself and not for what other people think that I should do. I'm very grateful that, like my mom and my grandmother, most people in my life are actually very supportive. And I also happen to have child-free mentors as well as also child-free friends. Not that I sought them out, it kind of happened. And so I think for me, therapy has been vital in helping me to like stand firm on my decision and not back down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Michael kind of touched on this a little bit earlier, but are any of you aware of specific issues like affecting the child-free community in regards to mental health? Michael, we'll go to you if you wanted to expound on anything you might have mentioned earlier.
So one of the things I was just thinking about is, like I said, with boundaries, recognizing that piece too. Self-care, that's a big one that on both, whether it's the person that's having children or has children or not. Also, there can be an expectation when it comes to child-free, like I said, going back to those boundaries, that we have all this time, all this energy, and we're not just allowed to just be, but also on the opposite end, there's this expectation that having children leads to a happy retirement or that will be taken care of. And I've noticed that I've worked with people that do have children, and as they've aged, they're like, I wouldn't have my children take care of me at all. That's scary. Or I've worked in geriatric units or nursing homes in which expanded family or children did not come visit family members or did not, come talk to their family members. So there's not, I think that one of the things that we kind of miss is thinking that if we have children, we'll be solidified, everything will be fine. And that's not the case. Also, people don't think about their energy levels as well and really thinking about what's the reason that you want to have children. So for example, with me, one of the things is that my career was forefront, and I knew being a mental health therapist, I would not have the energy or the time or even the wherewithal to take care of someone else. And so the thing that really gets me when I hear some of the stigmas when it comes to child-free communities is that there's selfishness involved. But that's not being selfish if you're really taking time out and recognizing I cannot take care of someone else. I need to take care of myself first to be there for other people within that. So for me, I find that those are some things that I noticed within child-free communities and people with children that we talk about within sessions too.
Yeah, good points. Margaret, anything to add to that?
Yes, all of that. Generally, other people, not to be flippant, but other people can be a big source of stress. There's a difference in, for people who genuinely aren't sure and are upset about that in themselves, but for people who are quite happy with their choice, like people like most of us, it's then negotiating that with other people that can be a source of stress. But something as well that comes up a lot for me with my clients is that lack of, like, what is my path? So the path to being a parent or being a parent, what that looks like is really clear. We see it all the time in every film and ad and photograph, but like if I'm not doing that, what does life look like? What are my paths? What are my achievements? Where are my milestones and the celebrations of those milestones? And it can really compound the isolation or the the difficulty of, well, yes, what is important? If children are not going to be a direct part of my life, what do I do? You know, how do I decide what's important to me? And again, other people's opinions on that. So there's a lot to unpack and figure out for yourself, but then also that piece of kind of negotiating with other people and the stigma and even just misunderstanding at times can be very, very difficult for people.
Yeah. Silke, what do you think?
Yeah, I think there's everything that everyone said, and also that so some of the stuff that I have noticed that I think is very important to be mindful of is, yes, the aspect of space, of personal space, and also that if somebody wants to share their personal space as being child free, that we respect that. I think that's super important, and I think that we need to focus a lot more on just it being part of the regular conversation, the same way that it would be if someone was talking about, having children. The other thing is the cultural dynamics that come with being child free, and those people that are seeking out therapy. There are a lot of people that come from certain cultural dynamics where that's just not something that is done, that is not something that's spoken about. And those people are looking for places to, speak, to be heard, to find assistance and resources. It is something that is present, that does need to be looked at. And the other thing that I was thinking too was just this idea of, just not feeling ashamed that you want to get therapy, right? Because I tell people all the time, being child free doesn't exclude you from going through the things that anybody else goes through. There are child free people who are fine. There are child free people who have anxiety. There are child free people who have depression. There are people that came from good lives, bad lives, all different types. Being child free does not change who we are as people, right? We're still your sisters. We're still your friends. We're still your cousin. We're still your children. We're still all these same people. And we still go through all the same stuff that everyday people go through. It is the only difference is we do not also have to incorporate a child with all those things that we're going through. And so when we're dealing with all those things and we're going out to seek, some type of professional help, it's not going to be any different than anybody else who does it. And that's important to look at, because a lot of people are like, oh, you don't have children, you don't have to worry about anything, you're good. That is 100% not true. We all deal with the same stuff that everybody else deals with: work stress, financial stress, anything that you can think of that anybody else is dealing with. We as child free people are dealing with it also. And it's important to make that distinction, and for people to see that, so that if you are saying like, yeah, I'm talking to a therapist, and people are like, oh, but you don't have any kids, so you don't have stress. That is incorrect. And while I'm not going to share with you my personal reasons why I want to go to therapy, I don't have any problem hiding it and advocating for that, because it's very important to do so, and not, feel ashamed or making someone feel ashamed because they want to, seek services in whatever way they want to.
Yeah, great points. Takia, what would you like to add?
Yeah, so I think when we talk about when it comes to people who decide to be, child free, a lot of the misconceptions, I feel like, well, I'm not going to say it's a misconception, like that we're so like mean and like nasty. I know it's a broad spectrum, because I've seen some very mean things by child free people. But that's not all of us. I think people have to realize, like, we're all different types of, ages, races, ethnicities, socioeconomic status, people with mental health challenges, people without, but they would think that like, oh, they're just, so mean, not realizing that one person is not the entire child-free community. It's a spectrum of us. And another thing, sometimes people will think like, oh, they're just bragging about their child-free life. And it's like, some people may be bragging, but I don't take it as that. I think people are just letting other people know that you have the right to make the choice for you. So many times people think this is something that they're supposed to do. And so I like seeing child-free videos, because for me, it's like, wow, these are the things that like even people that are younger, people that are younger or, people who are undecided to realize you don't have to make this choice. And I think that's one of the main reasons why I love the conference, is because it's like you're letting people know you have options and you don't have to do something. And or the other thing, sometimes people say like, oh, you'll be lonely, when you get older if you don't have children. And I feel like those are a lot of the things that people often kind of think like, oh, and then because you're lonely, maybe you'll have all these mental health challenges when you get older. And I sometimes feel like people who have children, they box child-free people together as if we all have one type of personality, and we're all the same, and that's simply not. It's a spectrum, and I feel like that's often what I usually hear and see.
Yeah, a lot of times it seems like they're almost projecting their insecurities and fears onto us. It's like, well, aren't you afraid of this? It's like, no, I've made a well thought out decision to not have kids, and that means I'm planning the next steps of my life as well. So yeah, I think we've got some great audience questions to bring up whenever. Here we go. So we've got a question for the panelists. Do you think having anxiety or being an introvert in particular affects one's decision to have children, and why? Who wants to take this one? We can go out of order. It doesn't matter. Just raise your hand. Anybody? Nobody. Oh, you still in the audience.
I can.
Okay.
I mean,
go for it.
I would say, I wouldn't know if I'd use the word affects, but I would say that I do think that it may play a role in that person's conscious decision to be child free. I know, people who are child free who have literally said to me, I do not want to pass this down. I do not want to put a child through this. I want to end it here with me. And that's not a slight to anyone, but there are people who are consciously aware of what mental things go on through the family generationally, what can and cannot be passed down, and they speak to that and they say, you know what, also there are people who talk about, like, if I bring a child into this world, it is unfair for that child to have to deal with the things that I go through, right? I do not want to project my things onto a child, and although I can seek help and I can do a lot of stuff, why should a child have to deal with that part of me? And so that is one of the reasons. It's not the only reason, but it is part of the reason that I am child free. So I'd rather not and take care of myself. Whereas, you have other people who may have all those things and continue to have children anyway, and are not addressing all those things that are coming into the realm. Or maybe they're ignoring it, and saying, no, I'm supposed to have children anyway, even though I'm anxious or depressed, I'm supposed to have children. And it continues on, and then possibly spreads through the next generation. So, I think that's something that, people can consciously look at and say, you know what, I'd rather focus here, take care of what I need to take care of, and not bring children into the world and further kind of spread that out in the space.
And that's a nice segue to plug our Child-Free and Disabilities panel that'll be coming up later.
And also, I was thinking there are also people that will have children that I've seen, because that's a really good point, that'll have children because they want a best friend, or they want a child to calm that trauma and that anxiety. And really never stop to think about what's best for the child, and really to quench their anxiety or to do better. I'll have children so that I don't, I know how my mother and my father treated me, so I want to make sure that I don't make that same mistake, to kind of have a proof. And again, that's still not about the child. That's still about a person's own undisclosed needs that are still getting transferred through or projected onto the child. So I get concerned about the opposite too, of, if somebody's dealing with anxiety, introversion, are they choosing to have children to quench that fear?
That's a great point. Yeah, when you see people, they'll literally say, why do you have, I wanted to have a mini me. I wanted to have my best friend. It's like, well, there's 8 billion of us now. Like, there's somebody out there that'll be your best friend, I guess.
Yeah.
But anyway, would anyone else like to answer that before we move on to the next question?
I wanted to add something. Oh, I'm sorry. You can go ahead.
No, go ahead.
All right, Takia, go ahead.
So it made me think about, I remember when I went to, I would say that, like, for me, it wasn't the only reason, but it was the main reason. And I went to see my OBGYN, and she's like, you're gonna have, gonna have children because I'm talking about birth control options. And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna have. She's like, oh, tons of women say. I'm like, I'm telling you, I'm not. And I said, you know what? What my reason is, I said, you don't even know this because this is a new provider that I was seeing. I said, you don't know that I'm a suicide attempt survivor. You don't know that I have bipolar disorder. I said, so my main reason is because of my own mental health. And it stopped her in her tracks. And she said, wow, she said, you're the first patient that I've talked to, however many years she's been practicing, that actually brought up mental health before conceiving. So I was like, you guys are so busy trying to push children onto other people without realizing some people are not even mentally equipped to handle themselves, let alone children. And that for me was when I had that, when I was in that, at that appointment, I realized, one, I made the right decision, and two, how paramount it is to take care of one's own mental health before even considering children.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing that learning opportunity with that doctor or provider. Yeah, Margaret.
Yeah, just quickly, and it's about knowing yourself. So if you're an introvert or an extrovert or somewhere on that continuum, it's about knowing what works for you. So I am definitely an introvert, so I'll talk to you all today, and then I'll go and have some quiet time. Or again tomorrow, and I'll have some other quiet time. And I had to learn that there's nothing wrong with me. I talk to people. I'm very sociable, and I have friends, and everything's fine. But I'm not going to go and meet. I'm not like 2 or 3 days in a row of socializing, and I will need a week in a darkened room, and that's fine. And now I know that, and I plan accordingly. So it's about knowing what works for you. And it's not saying that people who are introverted can't be parents, but it's saying, like, it's about knowing yourself, what works for you and what doesn't, and not forcing yourself to do something that doesn't work for you. And I think there is some research, and I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but there was some research a few years ago that did show that there was kind of a correlation, I won't say causation, but correlation between being child-free and being more aware of your introversion and what you need then as a result of that.
Yeah.
Margaret, that is so me. After Childfree Convention is over, I go into a dark corner for like a month because it's like, okay, I am an introvert as well too. So it's like, okay, I know it's hard to believe, but I get it. It's important.
I'm not an introvert.
But you know what? I would never know that about you. I mean, we talk all the time, but still, actually, I would have. Yeah, okay, that's funny. Anyway, we have another question. Please, I think it's from Chris. Yes. What would be good advice in regards to dealing with isolation and loneliness as a child-free person, especially when there are no groups available to join or no family or friends? And just to clarify, Chris, I cannot remember what country you're in, but he's not in North America. So this is also from a cultural perspective as well.
It's a great question.
Whoever wants to ask or answer.
Raise your hand.
Or just start talking. That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll jump in again if no one's going.
You want to leave the question up there? Yeah, leave it up there.
Rebecca, do you want to put the question back up just so they can read it? Because it's a lot to think about. This one we just sprung on people. So.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would say it's really important. I think this is one of the biggest things I would look at with clients. Like, if you feel like you're the only one, that's a horrible place to be, no matter what it is. So it adds to the stigma, it adds to, it's not okay or whatever, what might be happening. So I think it's a really, really important piece to find, I know it might sound cliche, but find your tribe, find your people, know that you're not the only one. And I suppose we're really lucky now that hopefully most people would have access, even if it's online. If it's not, in real life would be lovely, but at least knowing that there are people, like there's so many books and podcasts, and again, the convention, that there are people out there, and it might, it mightn't be directly accessible to you, but I think it's really, really important to find some form of community for yourself. So it might mean going a little bit further afield, but I think it's really important to do that in some way, to know that you're not alone, and to try and balance out some of that isolation and stigma. It's very, very important.
So Chris is in the Middle East. Just an update on his location.
I mean, I would say reach out, right? Reach out reach out of your city, literally. I live in New York. It's probably one, if not the most populated city in here in this country. And I have more child-free friends outside of New York than I do in New York. It happens, you know, and a lot of that was because I went online, I started looking for places, and I just started reading. And then, you know, some of us need to kind of pull out the card and be brave and start talking to other people. And sometimes a simple question will get you very far, and you start establishing, you know, that open communication with another person. And then, you know, you never know where that can take you. And from there, you can open that up, and it kind of creates a web where you start connecting to other people in other countries. And you know what? Even that sometimes turns into, well, I've been talking to this person for some time, I'm going to take a trip. And you meet someone, and you know, you could develop a nice friendship with them, and then you start extending out to that. You don't have to pigeonhole yourself to where you are. Yeah, it's nice to find you know, groups within the places where you live, but you know what, sometimes you find the best people outside of from where you are. So venture out, look. It also helps to get different opinions, different conversations, different experiences. So reach out outside from where you are. That would be the advice that I'd give.
And that's what I was thinking too, is that starting here with the Childfree Convention, you know, following some of our social media accounts within that. I'm in the Midwest, and it's very family oriented. So I had to reach out, just as a lot of the panelists were saying, outside of the Midwest. Social media became my friend when it came to that, but not even so much social media, is that I started looking within. So really taking time out for myself, you know, and really recognizing when I did that, I noticed that there were things that I like to do that really had nothing to do with being child free. It was just like, I noticed I love to take pottery. And so I joined a meetup group that had a pottery class, or so things that just didn't surround being child free, but just surrounded, you know, me and my interests in general was really helpful. And I met people throughout that. But social media and this convention, that's where I got my start when it comes to child free, because I would meet people that had children, but I'd never met people that were child free and that were really happy about it and talked about it and was open about it. That was a difference that I hadn't had before this convention. And so I really, really want to echo what people are saying, is to step out of comfort zone and to look at social media in this convention too.
I mean, honestly, like, you can start your own convention if you really want to. We meet lots of child-free people, so just start your own. It only takes 11 months out of the year, people. It's no problem whatsoever.
Well, and it's one of those topics as well that come up. It's like, well, why are you talking about this child-free stuff so much, whatever? Because it's not as easy for us to find child-free people. They're not all walking around with t-shirts on or whatever. Like, I can't go to the grocery store and be like, oh, that person is child-free. Like, there's no, like, if you've got a kid that's 3 to 5 or whatever, and they're in the aisle of the grocery store, and you've got a kid that age, it's probably pretty easy to say, oh, blah, blah, blah about kid stuff. We can't do that. We'll be escorted out of the grocery store. So that's why we need spaces like this. It's important. Yeah. But yes, starting online, I guess, is good. It's unfortunate that people are in situations where they don't have like maybe physical contact of humans that are in the child-free space with them. But go virtual. I guess that's would be my advice. And the spaces are out there. They're out there. And unless they get blocked by all the algorithms, we're going to be found.
I think we have time for one more audience question before we wrap.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Please.
I'll go with this. Yeah. So do you think having anxiety or being an introvert in particular affects one?
We did
that one already.
We did this one already.
Familiar. I was like, am I in the Twilight Zone?
Deja vu. This is only the panel number 3. I don't have time for deja vu yet. All right. Do we have okay. If not, we have several more questions, but we can skip to the last one, the final question, which is actually me. I'll do that. I think.
Go for it.
Okay. So final question. If someone is struggling with their choice to not have a kid, what are some first steps for them to that they can take to feel more secure in their decision? And that decision can be to have a child or to not have a child. It doesn't matter. Ramika, we'll start with you.
So one of the things that I was thinking about with this question is I'm a researcher by heart. So one of the things I really researched child-free communities for myself. And I also, I have to be honest with you, even though I never really wanted children, I also found a community that said, I regret having children. And that was honestly a little bit more peaceful than I thought it would be, because it was people being honest about their decisions to have children within that. And something else that I asked myself when it comes to that is, what is the reason that if I wanted to have children or not, what is the reason I'm grappling with that? Is that fear of missing out? Also, something else that I think too is the reason that some people want to have children are they wanting a particular role in somebody's life? So for example, if you want to be a mentor, or, so many people don't talk about volunteerism. I volunteer a lot. I volunteer when it comes to animals. I volunteer when it comes to Boys Girls Clubs. So you can volunteer. And also when it comes to your time to be around children, to be a role model when it comes to children. Also, if you have family members, or if your best friend has children. So there are different roles that you can take when it comes to if you're looking at what is the reason that you're wanting to have children. But I would really explore that question. What is the reason, and what is that about? Is there a fear of missing out, or is there a role that you want to have in someone's life to fulfill? And if that's the case, you don't necessarily have to have children to have that role. I've been very, very fortunate of being a godparent to one of my friends' children, or, having, like I said, I love animals. And so being able to be inundated, even though they're like little fur children anyway, was really helpful for me. So that's where I would start with.
Okay, Margaret, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fantastic advice, because I think we can, having or deciding to be a parent or have a child can represent a lot of other things. So it's really important to explore what that is. For me, I would always go back and start with values. Values, we live our lives according to our values. We're not always aware of what they are. We might only discover that when they clash, and that can happen here. So really, again, taking that time and space, trying to block out all the noise, and there's so much noise, and come back to yourself and what is important to you, what guides you, what helps you feel happy and content. When are you at your happiest? When are you at your least happy or most stressed? And what's going on there? Is it, if your values are adventure, and I can't think of any others now, but look at your values, look at your top 5 or top 10 values. Can you pick your top 3 and your top 1, and how do you live your life as much as possible in alignment with those values? Because that's when we'll be at our most content. So it takes time. That's not a one session exercise, but it's really, really important, because no matter whether we're aware of them or not, our values are influencing our decisions. So it's better to be as aware of them as you can, and then, as I said, try as much as possible to live in line with them. Yeah.
And also, to your point, if you enjoy talking about being child free, that might be a clue. Just throwing that out there. I mean,
Great giveaway.
Yeah. Some of us just love talking about this 24/7. Seriously. Silka, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what's already been said, but I will also say, I won't ever deter anybody from having conversations with their families and and friends. But I would say that you might not always get the conversation you want from family and friends, just for the obvious reasons. Most of the time I tell people, if you are in a place where you feel like you're struggling with somebody or something that you're trying to decide, go talk to somebody. And there are people who don't always right away feel comfortable going to a therapist. Some people are like, no, I'd rather talk to, like a local counselor or like a life coach or whatnot. I will never deter somebody and say, don't do that. Maybe that's the first step to get you where you need to go. But I always encourage people, there is nothing wrong with going to therapy. There is nothing wrong with having a conversation with a therapist, especially when we're in a place where we're trying to figure out what direction we're going in. And I think it's really great because you're going to someone who has an unbiased opinion. You want somebody who doesn't know everything or is not swaying from one way to another, where you can have open conversation with them about what are the things that you are, going through, what you're feeling, what you may be struggling with or not, that can listen to you objectively and then possibly, open that dialogue with you to maybe help you go in the direction to make a conscious decision about whether you do or don't want to have children. Because, you know, I try to remind people all the time, like, having children is a big deal. It's not like buying a dress or a pair of shoes. Like, it is a real important thing. And I think that a lot of times there isn't that sort of deep dive into thinking about what it entails to have children and bring them into the world. It's not like, oh, you just had them. No, they're here. They exist for a super long time. After you have them, they don't just like disappear. They're here for a long time. So I think people do need to take the time to think about that. And if that person is going through that, you know, they're swimming around thinking about whether they should or shouldn't, you know, talking to someone can always be super helpful. And having, like I said, that unbiased opinion, or even listening ears, active listening ears, to just hear out what are the things that you're feeling around that, and what made you come to those places in life where you are, you know, I hate to use the word struggling, but like, if you are struggling with the decision, then at least talk about how you got to that point, and how do we find a way to get us past that to the decision, which is, if you do want to have children, fine, but at least you are consciously making the decision because you've worked out whatever you needed to work out. And if you don't, then you don't. And you can't later say like, well, you know what, I didn't rush into any decision. I made a well thought out decision. Or maybe at the time I didn't want to have children and I waited 10 years and then I did have children 10 years later because I thought it was a better choice. It would help it would be more beneficial for you to do it that way than just, you know, not having a conversation and staying quiet, or making impulsive decisions based on fear or just pressure or anything like that. So, you know, that's what I'd recommend.
Thank you, Silka. Takia, go ahead.
So I was like, wait, I had to jot some things down. So I think for starters, not everyone, I'm going to say some people, or maybe even a lot of people, don't even realize we're going to parenting until they actually become parents. And for a lot of child-free people, a lot of us has kind of really thought, I think, kind of like a deep dive. And so I would say, like, if someone is struggling, I'll kind of echo what the other panelists have said. Therapy has been vital for me and it has helped me. But if that's not a step you're comfortable with, maybe even writing a list out, why you would want them like I did, or why you wouldn't want them, and maybe comparing that. And then also, I think understanding what your values are, even writing those down. So for instance, and this is not to say that parents can't value these things. I have to put that disclaimer. For instance, I value my career over starting a family. I enjoy what I get to do. I love waking up every single morning, just like maybe for some parents, they love being parents and that works for them. And so for me, I love having a successful career, going out, speaking and doing all these things. And that is one of the things that finds me fulfillment. And so if it's feeling like, maybe being a parent will bring them fulfillment, then maybe even exploring, okay, what need is not being met. And, if a particular need is not being met, then maybe even exploring why that need isn't even being met before making a conscious decision or even unconscious decision to have children. And I think that is kind of like where I would really start, is just kind of doing that deep dive, whether that's with a professional or simply journaling, because that has been vital and has really helped me a lot.
Right. And so with that, I think we'll enter into our closing remarks. If there is anyone that would like to provide information on how folks can reach you after the convention, projects you're working on, things that you might have in the hopper, let us know. And we'll start with Ramiko.
Hello. Okay. So if you would like to get in touch with me, my email is okimir@gmail.com. It's just Ramiko Backward. And I also have an IG account, Instagram, flower2977. And so, yes, you can reach me within that. I'm not the most active on social media, I have to, but I try my best. So definitely you can reach me within that.
All right. Thank you. And Margaret.
So my service is called Our Kids for Me. So that's website in terms for counseling, and also a link to my podcast, which has the same name, and it's the same name on Instagram and Facebook, and just my own name on Twitter. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Silke, how can they find you if you want to be found?
Yeah, I do want to be found. So I actually, I'm hoping to start next month. I will be actually starting a podcast next month from Childfree perspective. It is titled The Mentally Subscribed. There is an IG page going there. It's under Mentally Subscribed. So you can find me there. And I always tell people, like, the door is open. Anybody reach out. If conversation, resources, if you need to be pointed in the right direction, just holler. I will respond. I am around. And thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Takia.
So I'm pretty active on social media. Well, maybe Instagram for the most part. I do post on TikTok, but it's a lot. So I am it's in the chat, T_Kia Blackman on TikTok as well as Instagram. We have our podcast that's an extension of our nonprofit, which is called Black People Die by Suicide Too, and it's really to normalize that conversation about suicide within the Black community. Tomorrow we have our first event, which I'm super excited about, called Black and Suicidal. So we'll be really exploring the increase of suicide within the Black community, preventative measures, risk factors, and what we really could do, because currently Black people do have the highest rate of suicide. And so those are all the ways you can really kind of check in with me. Is either Instagram, TikTok, or just check out our podcast, which is available on YouTube and all podcast platforms. And if you're interested in checking out the event, tomorrow we are streaming it live on YouTube as well as our Facebook page, which is just Black People Die by Suicide Too.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you for your time, audience. Thank you for joining in with the questions and comments. We really appreciate that too. And so we are going to, go ahead.
I was going to say, we have the halftime show next. For the next hour, we have several segments plus some bathroom breaks, so don't leave just yet. We have incorporate that into the halftime show. And then we have the Lenora and Cody show, which you definitely don't want to miss in an hour and a half, or in another hour. Yes. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. So I am here with Childfree author Kristen Tetzi, who wrote The Age of the Child. Hi, Kristen. Thank you for joining us on this first day one of the Childfree Convention, 2023 Virtual Childfree Convention. Halftime show segment. We are going to talk about mean comments that Childfree people can potentially get online. I know this comes as a shock, but people don't like it when we speak out about not having kids for some reason. I can't imagine why. I know you have some really good comments. We want to talk about some of the fun troll comments, how we respond. But first of all, because I think that's what I noticed about you on Twitter before we really got to know each other, before we started podcasting, was your ability just to like say something back to a less than enthusiastic commenter online. And it didn't seem to bother you. And that, first of all, it's a great skill to have, but also How do you do that?
I'm not as calm about it behind the keyboard.
Oh, okay.
Like a lot of times it takes a lot of, can we swear here? Maybe I shouldn't, but there's a lot of, probably just anger. Like, I don't like it when people are mean. I don't like that. I don't take this stuff personally because I have no insecurities, no problem with not having kids or living this life I'm living. I'm not offended by that kind of thing, but I am offended on behalf of people who are less secure in their position and who are susceptible to being pressured into living an entire life they don't want to live. So if I see someone being an utter jackass to people who don't want to have kids, or really to anybody in general, like if I see someone being nasty, I cannot stop myself from like defending the person, even though I'm just some random voice on the internet. But I figure if people were coming after me, if I saw some random voice on the internet defending me, I'd really, really like that. So I don't know. I mean, first I get mad, I guess. And then I just, I'm tempted to be as base and as nasty as they are back to them. But that's not, who cares how they feel? It's more about communicating to the people who actually matter that this person's point of view is warped and irrelevant.
Right. Yeah. I always use that strategy of it's not, I will comment back, not for the benefit of the person that made the nasty comment, for the people who are reading it that are usually child-free people or child-free curious people, or possibly other trolls that want to comment. But, it's your audience that are really reading the comments, and that's who benefits the most from your reply. So what do you have that's been like a really fun comment to respond back to?
The most fun one, and it wasn't even a very mean comment someone made, but they asked, and this was something for a long time I've been kind of handling the Twitter feed for child-free girls, and somebody posted, "Why are all these child-free people so unbearably smug?" First, we need to understand that smug is not a good word, just like selfish is not a good word. It's not some word you can reclaim and pretend is nice. It's like you can't call yourself a butthole and say, no, that's cool, because buttholes are awesome. It's just not a good word.
Well, they're functional. I mean, they have their use.
That's true. It is necessary. It's essential. That was the question. And I didn't address the use of the word smug because I think that there might be a certain amount of smugness because the response was, because when you've been socialized your entire life to have children, it feels like a triumph to have escaped the conditioning and made your own choice for your own life. And I think a lot of people know how strong that conditioning is. We had someone on our Childfree Girls podcast once who was an anonymous guest, and she didn't necessarily want children. She was really ambivalent about the whole thing, but she was actually considering going through IVF to have a kid just so that people wouldn't look at her with pity.
Right.
That's just astonishing to me that anyone would forget the whole creating a life and how people feel about that for self-serving reasons, but to change your own life with that kind of a responsibility just so other people don't feel pity for you is like, so yeah, the conditioning is so strong that people will take on an entire life they don't want just because they think they're supposed to. So if you have managed to escape that, which I often feel like I have, I'll still think about it. I'm like, I'm going to be 50 next year, and I'm still very excited that I got out of having kids. I feel like I feel like I'm skipping school my whole life, So
That's
there
a
is
great
a
way of
certain,
looking at it.
yeah, there's a certain amount of, I am very happy. I am proud, even though, every instinct in my body said don't do it. So I was really just following that instinct. But yeah, man, smug, I'll take it. I don't think I'm smug. I think I am proud, but whatever.
It's so amazing how a lot of people would agree with that being a smug feeling because it's involving children. But we couldn't say to a parent, oh, you're so smug because you had 7 children. Right?
I don't know. The Duggar clan.
Well, right. They had 19. I
Yeah.
think they're beyond smug at that point. That's
Yeah.
that's a different word.
Just ostentatious with children. This is one that someone was a little bit more crass about it, but what they were really saying is, if you clean up the language, is child-free people only think they're happy.
So, Teresa, you are a first-time parent, which, as I said off camera, it's weird to say first-time parent. I don't want to imply that you're going to have more children.
Yes.
But do you want to?
If my husband was listening to this, he would clarify. Only time parent.
Okay. So, do you want to just let the audience know, just brief overview of what your journey was? Did you always want to be a parent because we're in an older demographic?
Yeah. I mean, I think I always just assumed I would be, and I don't think it was because of external societal norms, although that's quite possible that was a part of the programming that I received. But I've always just related well with children and played with children, and I just kind of assumed I would have my own. But when it kind of came time to actually making that a possibility, finding the right partner, which is how I wanted to do it, that's a whole other story. But I was older, and so I went through a pretty involved process to get to Aiden, my son now, which was, 7 different miscarriages, IVF, all the things to try to bring him into the world, which I kind of laugh about sometimes. I feel like because I did so much, the challenges of parenthood, I kind of see through the lens of gratitude, because it's just like, I wanted this and I worked so hard, and it is so hard. It is one of the hardest things I've ever done. But because of my journey, I try to find the gratitude in it always.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. So we got a comment through Childfree Convention social media, and I wanted to bring this up to you because you have a lot of experience as a non-parent and now with this journey into as a mother. So the comment is, I'm having issues right now with close friends playing the "you would never understand as you're not a parent" card, which is so difficult. I equally have some great parent ally friends, but it makes me consider if some friendships are drifting away due to child-free versus parent choices. And as I said to you before, this is very common, and as it turns out, on both sides.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was reflecting on this and thinking that I have felt, because I'm 49. I had my son at 48. So I lived so much of my life child free and have many friends. Now, I do have a few close friends who have children, and I've never felt excluded. And maybe because they knew I was trying to have a child, they felt like I was one of the tribe, even though that's a bad phrase to use, but I was one of their people. And maybe that's why I was included in it. I don't know. But I didn't feel that necessarily as a non-parent, as a child-free person. As a person who now has a child, I have kind of felt it on the flip side, where I feel like a lot of my child-free friends kind of assume that I can't participate or don't want to participate, which both of those things are true to some extent, right? I have much less time, and I don't have the energy. So sometimes I don't always want to go out to the 9 or 10 o'clock event in the evening. So to a certain extent, that's partially true. And I think that what the comment was, the question in the comment was that you read, really kind of, I think, outlines here is this need for communication so that people understand, right? Like, I would like my friends to know that I still want to be invited, as long as they're okay with me saying no, because I just can't do it with my bandwidth. And I've also, I have worked with some folks who are child free by choice who have kind of brought this up, where they have felt like they have been excluded from kids' birthday parties and whatnot. And I have coached them to say, can you have a conversation with them and say, just because I'm child free doesn't mean I don't like children. I want to be involved in your life and in your child's life when it's appropriate and when it works for me. So I think communication is key. One of the things that the commentator said, though, was that they felt as though there was some judgment, like you would never understand how hard this is. And I feel like it's very possible that a parent might take that attitude, and it's likely because they are feeling overwhelmed at that time, right? I feel like sometimes when I haven't been fed and slept, I'm not my best self. And I might have those thoughts that even if they're not spoken, sometimes that attitude can be expressed in a way. But I would imagine that it's not a sincere belief, and it's not a belief that would ever preclude one from wanting to be close to another person, even if they can't relate and understand to your lived experience. Does that make sense? Is that clear?
It really does, because I feel like we're meaning child-free and non-child-free people, parents specifically. I feel like we have all these judgments that we kind of come by in an innocent way because we don't know how to communicate, as you said. We don't know how to approach the subject, even if it's someone that we've known for years. You may be aware of this, you may not be, but when generally as a child-free by choice person, when one of your close friends announces a pregnancy, whether they've been trying or not, there's a bit of a death that happens. There's a bit of a grieving process that happens, right? So have you experienced that? Like, I don't know if you would call it grieving, but does that make sense to you from that perspective? Like, there's, again, it's assumptions that no one's going to have time for one another is what it comes down to, but it's still good to talk about.
Right. And I can appreciate that. I mean, I have felt guilty for the ways that I have not been able to show up for friends that I once was able to do. And all I can really kind of come to, I guess, terms with it for myself is just that I hope that we can get through this, right? Like, this isn't going to be my life forever. I will have more bandwidth, as the child grows. Maybe I'm naive in that sense, but as the child grows and has more independent play and their own things to do, I hope that I can be present in people's lives. Now, not everyone imagines that for themselves, right? Some people become very insular and focused on family only. I think because I've lived for so long having a lot of freedom and independence in my life that I want to maintain some of that, which includes connection to my friends. But I can appreciate how there could be a mourning period because the friendship in all likelihood won't look the same. It's very similar even between spouses when a child comes in, right? And I guess part of that also just wants to make me say that this is all the more reason why it should be a choice, because it does so severely disrupt a person's life. Unless perhaps you're one of the extreme wealthy that can pay for all of the support. But I imagine that still, like, this is a major life shift. And everything related to that person's life is going to change somehow. And so I think that if it is somebody you're close enough to, that the two of you, it's an opportunity to get really creative. And how can we still appreciate and be there for one another and enjoy the time that we have with one another? I know for myself that it's helpful if a friend can help me get the space to have that friend time with them again, because it's important to me. It's good for me. As a parent, especially a new parent, you can sometimes get very sucked into the baby world, and that's not necessarily the best thing for the parent or the child. And so if the child-free friend has the bandwidth and the interest to really try to have that meaningful conversation and understand, where can I help you, continue some of our friendship understanding that it's not going to be exactly the same, but what can we do and continue to do to enjoy each other again?
So, Dan, I would assume that you knew something about International Child Free Day before you won Man of the Year in 2014. Can you tell us about that experience?
I discovered it through Laura Carroll's social media. I'm certain of it, and just kept following in, seemed interesting. And I had put Planned on Parenthood, my first book, out in September of 2012. So I just it was something else to follow along and connect more with the community, not just to sell books, but just to get a message out, learn from other people, which is, I've never been about, trying to sell my content because of being in the community, but I knew that the book I put together was important as well. And, I could build on the information I've put in that and also share it with others.
And so, Dan, a lot of people might be in a similar situation to you beforehand and not know that we actually have a day for us, International Child Free Day, which is August 1st every year for infinity. It's going to exist. It started back in 1973, and in 2013, Laura Carroll picked up the mantle and gave it that name, International Child Free Day. And in this year, 2023, Laura has allowed Childfree Media, which is Lenora and myself right now, to pick up that mantle and carry it on to the next iteration. What do you think is something that you would like to see, or maybe you've heard that people might like to see happen for a day such as International Child Free Day?
I think what I'd like to see happen has happened and is happening. It's unfolding. And I can credit all of you for that, including Laura, the fact that this has become much more inclusive. And I think clearly the three of you have recognized over the years that this isn't about man or woman. And of course, by doing that, we've left out, potentially non-binary. And efforts have been made forward to recognize gender identity and gender expression from all angles. So I appreciate that. That is something I wanted to see happen and has happened. So, I'm very grateful that people were thinking the same way as I was. So, and I knew I wasn't going to be alone. So nothing else comes to mind. Just seeing it become more inclusive was important. And I think that's happened and is continuing to happen.
So you've seen how the changes to social media have occurred over the last decade, as most of us have. And, we were talking earlier before we recorded this about how child-free content isn't always acknowledged by the algorithm on any platform.
Yep.
And the challenge of getting International Child-Free Day really recognized just to the general population using social media. I know you're a huge fan of social media, so quite honestly, like what do you feel would be the most effective way going forward for child-free people to, discover, because there's a lot that don't know, and, that this day exists, and even just getting the word out to the general public that this is an actual day and an event.
I think web content, as difficult as it is to get through that algorithm that's continually being squashed by AI and Meta and Twitter and their capabilities of squashing all of this is squashing all of the content social media generated. Web content that ends up on a web page is going to continue to be, I think, a way for people to, there's something in a Google search, there's something else that gets picked up. And if more web content is generated, be it blog posts or just straight web pages, something that might cater advertising to the child-free community, it's going to be tough to keep up, but that's the only way it's going to happen. Now, I've been social media free since 2023. So I'm recognizing that beating social media at those algorithms is going to be a challenge, but there's enough people in the community that could hopefully try to keep up with it. But I realize that might be climbing a wall that, never has an ending at the top, or a tower with no end at the top, because the majority of people still consume content through social media. But my hope is over time, there's going to be a drift away from that as people see the toxicity and the poisonous culture that all social media platforms has developed into. And there isn't going to be, I've noticed in the time I've been away from it, there isn't going to be one definitive solution in my view. It's all going to result in ending up falling into that toxic wasteland of platforms, like where Twitter has now landed and where Meta, Facebook has been for a number of years. So it'll be a matter of content being generated by content providers, by what you're doing through Childfree Media. That's going to hopefully continue to bring awareness to issues that are important to the community.
So In your opinion, what role does International Child-Free Day, having that in existence, play to bringing awareness to the conversation on a level that we haven't seen yet, and that we're all, as content creators and organizations, trying to get to? What do you see this day being like? What are the possibilities you see for this day?
I see the possibilities, especially with the convention, is reminding people that there is a day to recognize and acknowledge issues that the community faces, and that it is now more than ever an inclusive space, and drawing awareness to not just content but the convention, and bringing people to a space where you can see the kinds of discussions being held, and you can find resources, website or whatever, that knowing that the community is significantly large. It's larger now than it's ever been because people have found out more about it, and conversations that weren't normally held have been held, and that whole judgment factor, in my view, I've seen it go down dramatically. So it's become more normal to have that conversation. So it's becoming more inclusive, and then the conversations itself are becoming more.
And normal. I think it's important also, again, to recognize that this year happens to be like kind of the 50th anniversary of the first rendition of what became known as International Child-Free Day back in 1973. That adds a lot of validity. And it also squashes some of these, articles that seem to come out. It's like this new trend of not having kids, or what is a dink, or where did this come from? Why is this trending on whatever social media platform it might be on? I mean, it's been around for more than 50 years, but the fact that it was finally organized 50 years ago, and then revived with Laura Carroll and what we have now, and then what we're going to do with it into the future. That's something that I think people really need to utilize, is that it's been around. Like, sometimes it's hard for people to even say to their family and friends that they are child free. To me, that might be the biggest issue with getting information out about the day, is that there are child free people that don't even share openly that they themselves are child free. Right. And that's one thing that we hope people become more comfortable with and more open with, and they can be their true selves and enjoy life as a child-free person. This year we've created some like digital Happy International Child-Free Day cards that'll be on our social media, on our website. It will be great to see like someone's, their brother or their sister, like post that on their social media site or their page, or just send it to them in a DM or an email. It's like, hey, Happy International Child-Free Day, just to get that recognition goes a long way.
Mm-hmm. It certainly will. That's how the discussions keep happening, is by putting that out there and encouraging people to say that, because then someone will see that, what is that, and they'll start the Google search.
Well, and that's the hopes, is that, if anything, on August 1st, if someone's making a post, that is hashtag Happy International Child-Free Day, just whatever, just make some kind of acknowledgement for the day, because the algorithm can only ignore it for so long. That information's out there. If someone just does a search on the hashtag International Child-Free Day, Happy International Child-Free Day, whatever, it's going to pull things up. So, things can only be buried for so long, and hopefully we can all kind of band together and make it rise to the top.
Okay, so Christine, we got a comment under the Childfree Convention Instagram post when we announced that there was going to be a child-free and childless alliance panel. And I'm going to read you this comment, and then please tell me what you think. So this user comment says, "It is interesting that you folks," referring to child-free people, "are trying to attach yourself to the childless folks. Shame. Go ahead and don't have children. Cleans up the gene pool for the rest of us. But don't drag people who want to have children but can't into your craziness. There are millions of folks that want and can't have children, and they are not of your ilk.
Ilk. Wow. I mean, that's harsh, right? And I know that doing what you do, doing what a lot of people do in our community as activists or being visible in any space of the community of not having children, have had comments like this come to them at any point. Worse, I imagine. I think that, you know, the energy and the boldness of these kind of comments is both very telling and also very scary.
Mm-hmm.
I think it really depicts the divide in the world, you know, that pronatalism creates between people who have children and people who don't have children. And now that is coming toward a divide within our community, you know, an external divisive comment. Mm-hmm. Like, what is the purpose of that? You know, what does that achieve? What does it impact? It impacts us growing thicker skin as we navigate this space. But I think it goes to the larger question of not only how do we see each other within our community, and then not being together as a collective community or collective voice, how does that allow these things to keep coming at us? You know, that sort of backlash around choices or not having choices. At the end of the day, we've all come to the point of not having children by a myriad of ways, you know, and we have these identities and labels that we have chosen because we are unidentified people in a pronatalist world. You know, the status quo is you're either a parent or you're not, you're either married or you're not. All of these things that have impacted and created patriarchal systems that impact us every day, whether we're in the workplace, within our families, in everyday social conversations. And so I think it really goes to the heart of it in the messiest and worst of ways of showing the kind of backlash that we have experienced both individually and collectively.
Yeah.
And, you know, just that extra, like, how dare you associate with so-and-so? I mean, first it's about like, well, we want to control your choices.
Right.
And then now we want to tell you who you should associate with within the larger community. I mean,
right.
You know, so it's a good barometer of where a lot of people are with not even understanding the impact of pronatalism, let alone the lives of people without children.
Do you feel that the childless community, meaning those who are trying to have children or realize that they cannot have children, do you get a sense that there is some sort of animosity towards those of us who have chosen not to have children because, like, we never wanted them?
You know, I mean, I think we all have our different experiences and our spaces in that where we feel different things. I'm not sure I would use the word animosity. My experience being in more of a mixed community or a collective community of with people of all experiences of not having children is more, I think there are misunderstandings and miscommunications because, and it's almost like a natural, not only because of the difference in experiences, but because again, that reach for an identity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who am I? And we've taken, you know, to the outside community, it looks like this polarization, child-free and childless people who wanted to have children, didn't, people who chose, or it was this direct, like this linear direct line to everything. Yeah. And we know that's not how life works around anything. You know, we all consider circumstances and what's right for us. So how do you really display that? And how do you label that without creating some kind of identity? And those identities have been created vis-a-vis a pronatalist world, you know? So whether you say childless or child-free, we're centering having children because there are no words, there are no descriptors. And so I think that divide is natural because the more we become visible, the more we have great activists like you and conventions like this, it's naturally going to go stronger in those two directions, right? Because we're vying for space in the world. I mean, we're taking it up. We're here. We have it. But we're trying to let you know that we're here. And also look at those inequities and other things that impact us. So I think it's a natural part of our growth as a community, if you will. You know, claiming those identities and not wanting our stories to be forgotten or our different ways of experiencing this to be unacknowledged. Now, having said that, there's a point where, you know, you can look at other communities of activism and who have had policies changed and rights acquired. You can look at the LGBTQ plus community, for example. If they were all separate pockets, would they have the public power and the movement that they have today?
Good point.
You know?
Yeah.
And so that's how I've approached things in New Legacy Institute. It is not a childless or child-free institute. It is an institute focusing on not only the culture and impact of pronatalism, it's also a social justice platform for those of us who do not have children, because we don't have certain rights or equities in the workplace, in public policy, in everyday interactions, the assumptions, the projections. And so it's a both and, you know, looking at that larger scope of how we're all impacted, people with children and not, you know, workers of any kind. And so I believe for us to move forward, it's always important to acknowledge everyone's story. I think the opportunity for our community, you know, not only to negate things that are projected onto us, but also to come together ourselves, to understand each other better, to address the internalized pronatalism that's in all of us, because that's how the world operates, that we may not be conscious of, is to look at, yes, where are the differences in our experiences and acknowledge them, and where's the sameness? And then beyond what's different and what's the same is what is even beyond that, what transcends that in a way where we're all impacted in some way. For example, workplace policies or benefits. You know, if I'm being paid X amount of money and you have the same job, but your income starts at 3 times higher than mine because you have children, where does that cap off and where does that go? Yet we're doing the same work. Our opportunity as a community is to develop our collective power, our public power. And I think that the, you know, sort of polarization, the natural polarization from within, where child-free on one end of the spectrum and childless, if you will, you know, and all the experiences in between and back and forth, they're a necessary part of this collective process. So, and stories need to be told from those perspectives, because everybody's experience will impact other people differently, not only for our community and beyond, but within those policy spaces, within those social spaces. So it all matters. It's not a dismissing of those identities. It's a sort of like pause to come together and look at the bigger picture and how to shift these things in a way together.
This year's Virtual Childfree Convention is presented by Childfree Media, a network leading the conversation for those interested in the child-free lifestyle through a weekly newsletter that promotes a variety of child-free content and events, a podcast platform for those who want to reach the child-free demographic, the team behind internationalchildfreeday.com, and of course, the Virtual Childfree Convention. Our champion level sponsors are
Buy Childfree, Buy Childfree, a Childfree run merchandise and e-commerce store featuring verified Childfree created brands and items. Visit buychildfree.com for more information and to find the next piece of your Childfree wardrobe.
Childfree Family, a child-free micro-social network connecting its members around the world. Visit childfreefamily.com to claim your free profile and get on the Childfree map. There is a map. You get to see where everybody is and make friends. Childfree Journals. Grab your free copy of the ebook featuring 50 journaling prompts to help you along your child-free journey. Visit lenorafay.com for this and more. Childfree Wealth, financial planning that supports your life without kids. Visit childfreewealth.com to schedule a free meeting and take the first step in creating a financial plan that supports your vision you have for you and your child-free or permanently childless life. Our partner level sponsors are
KA Road Trips, a guarantee for you to plan the perfect road trip or to fill your weekends interestingly. Visit karoadtrips.com to begin your adventure.
No Bibs, Burps, Bottles, with the mission to empower, highlight, and celebrate child-free Black women to embrace and live their best child-free life. Visit nobibsburpsbottles.com to find out more about their podcast and events.
StreamYard, a professional live streaming and recording studio in your browser. You are watching it right now. If you are interested in creating your own live stream events, visit StreamYard.com.
Unapologetically Child-Free, an online social club of like-minded women who want to find friends that are balanced and get the child-free lifestyle. Visit unapologeticallychildfree.com to learn more. Our supporter level sponsor is
365 Diversity, helping communities, organizations, and schools improve resources, services, and outcomes. Visit 365diversity.com to learn more.
Welcome to the Lenora and Cody show. You're muted. Hold on. There, let me you're still muted. Unmute director Lenora. Here we go. All right. Why is it?
Try that again. Hi. Okay.
So why is this called the Lenora and Cody show? Because when we were coming up with ideas for the convention, we literally just had a placeholder and we just called it the Lenora and Cody show. And enough time went by that it just became the Lenora and Cody show.
Yeah. So welcome to the Lenora and Cody show. First edition. We'll do round number 2 tomorrow.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Doing good. I think everything's going great. The speakers have been awesome. The audience has been amazing. So thank you everyone out there. This is just kind of our opportunity to get feedback from you guys if you want to provide it, and to maybe just touch on some points that we've spoken about and what's coming up ahead.
Yes. Sorry. This is our chance to play around and interact with the audience.
Yeah.
And I have to pull this up. I'd love to, this is an audience comment, by the way, for those listening on the podcast. I'd love to see Cody pop on a wig. Next year, he needs a couple outlandish wigs just for fun. You know what? Can I talk about your hair for a second?
Yeah.
Okay. He doesn't need a wig. Cody has an amazing head of hair. Yesterday? So it was me. So we have Rebecca who's directing this year, and you guys will hear her during the wrap up at the end of today. The three of us were backstage getting everything ready for today. And I don't know how this conversation came up, but I was like, we all need a photo with like my natural hair, which is not this. And then Rebecca took her hair down. Cody took his hair down, which is very long. And so I have this fantastic photo of the three of us with our natural hair. It's pretty epic, and I will post it after the convention, on Monday, or maybe in honor of International Childfree Day. I don't know.
I look like I wandered in from like a 1970s Southern rock band, with my beard and my hair.
But, actually, his hair looks like this. Actually, come to think of it,
I need to get a sponsorship. Isn't that who does the sponsorship at Head and Shoulders? They've got like Patrick Mahomes or whatever. I don't know.
Come on, you know what? We need to take this convention even bigger. So let's. Oh, I see. This is where this whole conversation came up from. I only saw this, but actually, of course, we have to blame Dr. J. He started it, and then you should actually probably do the official stuff. Mind you, this show is just for us to blow off some steam, because we've been working for a very long time on this, and we're gearing up for the second half. So send us your thoughts, halftime show thoughts, speaker shots thoughts. I know that there have been some comments from earlier. I'm going to scroll through. Cody's going to talk, and I'll find some comments for us to
let us know where you're from. Let us know if have there been any takeaways you've gotten so far from the panelists and the topics. I think I saw we have Finland, Paris, of course, the USA here. I mean, we got people from everywhere. It's awesome.
Shout out to Chris.
So,
Sweden.
Childfree Media. The only thing I can say about that is if you haven't already, to go and subscribe to the newsletter that comes out every week. It's got great information in it of just everything that kind of happens around the child-free sphere. We kind of gather information as it comes to us, and people sometimes provide us if they have a new podcast or something that they're dropping, and we'll let everyone know when that is. Just go to childfreemedia.com, and there's a link there, or maybe Rebecca can share a link somewhere in the chat. But it's just a great way to find out what is kind of happening in the community, and we want that to be bigger and better. So if you run a child-free community and you're having a meetup, or if you're just having, even if it's online, like, let us know. We want to promote it for you. It might get you a couple more people involved. You never know. Everything happening with International Childfree Day, which is coming up when?
August 1st, Tuesday. We have a busy weekend.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
It's 29th right now. This is live on the 29th, but August 1st is International Childfree Day.
InternationalChildFreeDay.com. Go there for info on International Childfree Day. I saw some folks in the comment section chatting before, and Childfree Wealth, Dr. J, they're actually going to be sponsoring a billboard in Times Square in New York for International Childfree Day, just to promote being child-free. So if you live in New York, or you're going to New York, or you need a reason to go to New York, that's a pretty good one. You could always go and take a selfie with it. Of course, everybody on August 1st, if you can, do a social media post and just like hashtag International Childfree Day. Hashtags help, I guess, the algorithms to some degree. Like algorithms do what they're going to do. something fun that we started up this year as well is something called TWIC, This Week in Child Free. It's kind of off the cuff and random when it happens. It's usually on a Wednesday, but This Week in Child Free is where I just basically find any headlines that are going through whatever websites and pull them together. And Lenore and I just kind of have an off the cuff reaction to whatever the article is.
It's very off the cuff. Like
yeah, basically I have a better idea because I see the headline like, okay, that seems interesting. I copy the link and I put it in a Word document. I'm like, we'll just pull it up like on the day of. And so Lenora has no idea what's going to come up. And so we've had some fun conversations there as far as that goes. That happens randomly, but it's just another reason to not just for us, Childfree Media, but for anybody that's creating child-free content. Give them that like, give them that subscribe. It helps them know that there is someone watching out there. It does help the algorithms be what they're going to be to maybe help promote it to people that follow similar content. You never know, it helps. So help out your fellow child-free folks that are putting out good stuff.
And you can hear a replay of that live stream on the Childfree Media podcast. We have a variety of content creators, plus the replays from this convention and 2021, which are already up. 2022 is up, and this year's convention panel replays will be posted in podcast form on the Childfree Media podcast as well.
Yeah. So Lenore, how can people find us if they wanted to find Childfree Media stuff?
Just search Childfree Media, and we are the one and only, and you will find us everywhere. Website, but really it's the newsletter. If you just go to childfreemedia.com, we are also on Twitter. We are on TikTok, but you won't see much there. But we're active on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Childfree Media. But again, website and the newsletter. If you want to beat the algorithm, check out the newsletter. Because, of course, that's where you get all your Childfree Convention updates, too. Right. And anything happening with International Childfree Day. There is some questions that weren't necessarily panel related that I wanted to scroll through up.
Yeah.
So I'm just going back to the beginning of the event, which only started a few hours. What time is it for you right now, by the way?
For me, it's just after 11 p.m. Eastern.
What?
I'm sorry, 1 p.m. It's 1:11.
I was going to say, because
it's all ones. It's 111.
This is my favorite number, which I realize
either Lenora froze or I froze. I'm not quite sure.
What?
There you go. You're back. Okay.
Okay. It's 11:11 right now here in Alberta, Canada. Okay. I'm getting a internet signal. This is now the time. Okay. Come on.
If it's going to mess up anywhere, mess up now. That's fine.
That's true. That's true. But I wanted to, by the way, if anyone was watching on LinkedIn, because we were broadcasting on LinkedIn, that stream has ended. I don't know why. So I've just reshared the YouTube stream. And I think most people are watching on YouTube, but we're streaming on Twitter. We are on Twitter. We're on Facebook. We are on YouTube, 2 YouTube channels, 2 Facebook pages. So just a heads up. Someone had asked a really great question, and we have so many that I can't find it right now, but how to keep in touch with each other after this event. I don't have a good answer for that.
I do.
You? Oh, yes, you do. All right. Perfect.
You can go to childfreefamily.com. It's the micro social network that I started before I did all of this. It was really my first kind of dipping my toes into the child-free lifestyle. I got tired of seeing the question on social media of people asking, hey, where's everybody from? Where's everybody from? And I just said, you know what? I'm just going to create a website where people can get a little profile and it puts you on a map. And that's basically it. So it's like the most basic social network you can have. It's got like a forum section. It's got where you can make friends with people, but you can see the map. That's the biggest thing. And it's good because it's not owned by like the conglomerates and the powers that be. Whereas we've seen child-free spaces just get straight up deleted off of big social networking sites before. They'll get blocked and deleted. This is ours. I'm behind the scenes running it. I don't have any algorithms. Don't have any bots. It just is what it is. It's there for everybody. If anything, I like to think of it as like a backstop for the community. Like if you just go there, make a profile, even if you don't visit it every day, every month, whatever, every year, you're at least there. So if something happens to spaces, we at least have that to fall back on. So free plug for Childfree Family to do that. It's but as far as like staying in touch on a regular basis, I mean, everyone's kind of everywhere. That's the cool thing about what we're doing. We're pulling folks from different areas of the child-free sphere just to this one event. That was really the hopes of why we did it to begin with. We've got all kinds of different content creators that are coming to join us on the panels in the audience. We've got people that are, maybe they're only on one or two social media groups or WhatsApp or Facebook or whatever it is. And now they're learning about more groups, or they're at least meeting people in the chat that way. So, yeah.
No, I'm just looking at here. So childfreefamily.com. Rebecca, if you want to type that in the chat, please. That's the link for Cody. Marie K, who's our speaker green room host right now, she organizes all the speakers.
Thanks, Marie K.
And thank you, Marie K. She just messaged me to remind me that Twitter is no more. It is now called X.
It is X.
Kind of like slipped my mind. So should we tell these fine people how we actually create Childfree Convention, like how we get this done? Do we even know how to answer that question? Because you know what? So watching the halftime show, I was doing my wig change and just keeping an eye on things. And I'm going, it doesn't even register that this is happening. I'm far less nervous because this is year 3. It's kind of like just this natural flow at this point. But there's actually like, how do we put this together?
I mean, where to begin with that? It's so like next year's convention begins like yesterday. Like it's already, as we come up with ideas, it's like, well, let's put that in like the parking lot into next year, and we'll see what we can come up with. And that kind of gets the creative ideas flowing, like with topics. That's kind of how we come up with the topics for each year. We try to always add new topics. We don't want to just repeat the same thing over and over again. We don't want to sit here and talk about like bingos. For those who don't know what bingoing is, it's basically the same generic questions that people are always asked or fear-mongered with, that their decision is going to be a terrible thing for them to do. So we don't want to talk about bingos. We want to say, we know what is it that people in the child-free community are talking about, or that we're not talking about and probably should. And that's kind of the beginning stages of like the next year's convention. And then
that's what we've done this year. We've added in some topics that we had thought about the year before, but we wanted to, kind of establish the convention, establish trust, because, this is public and it's not easy to talk about your experience no matter where you are on the journey. So it's nice to be able to, introduce mental health and childfree with disabilities, and, continuing on the Childfree LGBTQ plus conversation and everything else. Because sometimes we get asked, like, where's the Childfree travel panel, things like that. But, we're a lot of these we want to kind of go deeper with the conversation. And, every year we'll be able to expand on that as people are willing to talk about it. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah. And some people are like, well, why is it virtual? Like, when's it going to happen in person? And that of course would be like, that would be amazing, but that would take like an obscene amount of money to probably.
I was going to say, you give, okay, I'll tell you what, we'll make this happen for 1 year, $5.5 million American. We will make that happen.
Well, that's a lot of money. I don't know if we need that.
It is, but you know how much work it takes to get this done?
It is a lot.
And plus, you have to get speakers from different countries.
Well, that's true. Travel and everything.
I mean, look.
Yeah, to put on a convention, put on a physical convention is a big expense, which is what's great about us doing this virtually, is that it's free. You don't have to really sign up for anything. It's just out there. And if you stumble across us, you're listening to us right now. Congratulations. That was the main goal, is we wanted to make it open where anybody could go. Anybody could participate. And we take that approach too with the speakers. Like, there are speakers here. You're like, oh, I've heard of that person. And there's people like, I don't know who this person is. And you might look them up later. And there's some people that they don't have really a social media footprint at all, but there was a topic that when we put out a call for speakers, they responded to, and in their response to us, it had enough information where we said, okay, this person, they definitely know what they're talking about here. Let's bring them on as a speaker. Like, that's the thing. Number one, it's like, if it's a child-free topic and you're child-free, like, you're halfway there. So whatever the topic is, you just have to cover the other half of it. So that's kind of the journey of what goes into making the convention. So, once we get the speakers, which and thank you to all the speakers for putting up with me and my contact, my communication with you guys, and getting you rounded up, and the emails I send. I appreciate you guys all responding and getting involved with that. But so that's how we kind of come together. We've kind of landed on the weekend before International Child Free Day, August 1st being kind of when this happens, and it evolved from a 1-day event to a 2-day event. I think we like the 2-day event
2 days.
layout. Yeah, so you guys let us know. You're the audience. If we're boring the stew out of you, let us know. We'll
Doesn't mean we're going to change anything, because when I get an idea in my head, I'm like, you know what, we're doing it. That's how things get done around here. Heidi asked, what does bingo actually stand for? It's not an acronym for anything as far as. Okay, think of a bingo card. I should have brought one up. I don't think I have one. Childfree Girls made a good one, but it's the standard. If you Google, and this is a crass term, but I don't want to say it. What's another word? Another word. I can't even think of it right now. But anyway, if you Google Childfree bingo, but it's a bingo card, bingo, and it's all the common phrases. You've probably explained this, but it refers to all the common phrases that people say when you say you don't want to have kids. Oh, you'll regret it. Who's going to look after you when you get old? All those standard common things. When someone says that to you in response to you saying, I don't want to have kids, that's called a bingo. Now, I realize that's not a widely recognized term. So when you hear Childfree bingo, that's what that means. It's
like a mental card in Childfree people's heads, at least in North America. And when they hear you'll regret not having kids, or you were a kid once, or whatever that means. You just tick off each one of those when you hear it, and then it's bingo whenever you get like 5 in a row. Like it's not a real thing, but it's just a term that came about for bingo.
And thank you to everyone who's shouting out for the wig changes. I do like hearing that. It is fun. This one's a lot lighter than the one I wore this morning. We're working on Cody. Hey, nice shirt.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, you can go pick one of these up. Go to the childfreeconvention.com. There's a shop link there. You can go there and support the efforts. And again, like we kind of said in the beginning, this is like all volunteer driven. Like that's the expenses for us is basically keeping all the internet stuff going, which is why it would be great to do it in person, but that would be a lot of resources. And so if there's any rich child-free people or non-child-free people that are looking for benefactors of wanting to promote this further, we'll help you. We'll help make it happen. But
we can make it happen. Definitely. And there's dresses too. Mine's bedazzled. That's special edition that I do myself.
That's right.
But
so like some of the topics we have, we wanted to focus on like child-free mental health, like Childfree Regrets, which is coming up. It's people might wonder, as soon as they saw that topic, they were probably thinking, well, we don't regret anything. And it's not really fair to say. There are people that go through ebbs and flows of their decision and whether it's long-term regret or regret looking into the past. We'll have to find out and discuss that with the next panel. But, we wanted to have that discussion because it's something that we're going to have to deal with, whether we want to talk about it or not. The society is going to make us talk about Childfree Regrets. So we might as well take the lead and do it ourselves. Voluntary sterilization is another big one, especially here in the States now. And it's interesting to hear, like from the international panels, just what it's like.
Oh my goodness.
Like Germany, I had no idea it was like that pronatalist.
But also the vasectomy run from the Philippines.
Yeah, you can run the 5K in the Philippines and get a vasectomy done. That's you have to go back and listen to that one if you have no idea.
That was it. By the way, good point about replays though. So if you're just joining, or because I saw some comments earlier about people missing the earlier, once this stream has ended, there will be an instant replay on wherever you're streaming this from, on Facebook, Twitter has it, and of course YouTube channels. And then eventually, after a long vacation, we will be chopping up each individual panel, and they will be on Childfree Media YouTube channel and going up on the Childfree Media podcast. So all replays for anything you've missed. If you had to take a bathroom break and you missed something really great that you don't know about, you can watch the whole thing again immediately after this broadcast has ended. And you can also share it with everybody you know. So actually, amazingly, that's where most of our views come from, are from replays, because I get it. Not everyone can sit in front of a live stream for 9.5 hours. We can barely do it, but we do.
Let's see. Has anybody been here since the beginning so far?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I would hope y'all been here for a while. But if you just joined us, thanks for joining us.
Shout out to JD Helen, our copywriter, in the audience, because she was in the pre-show. But we forgot. I used her real name instead of the name I was supposed to use. So that's why I didn't say JD Helen. Like I didn't actually verbally say it. I just wrote it in a card. So just an extra shout out. But speaking of volunteers, of course, Rebecca, who's directing. Oh, I have 5 more hours of panels to do live. I can't
And tomorrow.
And tomorrow. Well, today will be it's always the first day that's like a little bit odd for me. But our director Rebecca, well, you will hear from her during the wrap-up show tonight, and or whatever time zone this is. And Gustavo, who was our graphic designer. Marike, of course, in the speaker green room. Katie Elf, who did all of our Facebook liaison social media group. And Mika from Ethical Comics, our cartoonist for comic artist, for social media and newsletter. So thank you guys for helping.
Yeah. So let's see.
That's the other thing. There's like we have to put together this visually. And social media, like and meetings and organizing things. That's why it's really hard to explain how we do this, because there are so many moving pieces, and 80% it's you and I putting it all together and doing stuff. But we do have a great team for ideas and to help us get this stuff out. So thank you, everybody, and of course our lovely audience.
Yeah, and it all starts with just wanting to do something. Like that's. Mm-hmm. I like to say, like, for people that maybe aren't as open about being child free, or they don't feel like they're able to be child free, like just verbalizing it in general, just like, whatever, to reaffirmation to yourself in the mirror that you're child free, like that. Mm-hmm. That's where it all begins. And then to be able to go on a platform like this and just be like, yeah, like we're out there, it's in the public, it is open, and we recognize a lot of people don't have that luxury to be able to do that out of a number of reasons. I mean, it might literally just be illegal in their country. Like they might not even be able to speak about it at all. So, thank you all for tuning in and spreading the word. It's been great on social media, seeing people posting that this is happening and people should go and watch it, mentioning what topics they're excited to see that we had and that are coming up. So thanks for spreading the word. That's really like the best way you all can help us, is just to help spread the word for it, because we do this for you guys. Like Lenora might not agree, but it's like if it was just me and Lenora and like some other one person in the audience, like we would still do the full show. Like I would be like,
we would, but I prefer a really look. It's no secret, I like an audience. So the bigger the better. Jen's gonna send me a text just after I said that, but yes, but we would still do. I mean, this is the thing. Like there is a lot of passion behind doing this, and the conversation is just, this is just the start. There's a lot of ground to cover with this conversation, and 2 people can't do it. 10 people can't do it. It's a massive collective effort, and it's not something that it's easy to do. It's not easy to put yourself out there. So we are getting messages that all of our next panel is together. So
all right, let's see.
Final wrap up.
Oh, just some shout outs from the crowd here. So love having this on all day. Thank you for taking your time to put this out there. Yeah, that no problem there.
You are welcome.
This is a great one.
Jen texted me. See, I like having friends in the audience.
Just signed up for the website. Once we're done, I'll work on adding my pictures. Okay, awesome. Yeah, thanks. That's childfreefamily.com. Cool. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see. We got a lot of folks that have been here from the beginning when we asked. Let's see.
By the way, if you are watching this on a device or watching streaming, and it doesn't have to be this particular panel, you could wait until more people are on screen. If you want to send us a screenshot how you've been watching the convention, email us at childfreeconvention.com, childfreeconvention@gmail.com. We love getting those because we post them. Just of you watching the show, or just take a photo of the TV or something. When Cody's making a funny face or whatever. Like just
all the time.
Yeah, just show. Oh man, yeah. I hate playback because how when you're talking and your face makes all these weird, not your face, but everybody's faces does do that. Anyway, but yeah, show us how you're watching the convention, because we like seeing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very cool. Oh, you want me to bring that back up?
Yes. Been here since the beginning. Excited for replays though. So I have to go soon. Thanks for running this event. I sent links to so many friends. Perfect. Thank you. Really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I think we have the next round of speakers getting ready to go. Does anyone want to say anything else to us before we go back into convention mode?
We can bring them backstage, by the way, Rebecca. You guys, oh, that's, you know where the real convention happens is backstage while this is going on. There's 4 of us communicating while we're moderating and while we're directing and all this stuff. It's not just us sitting still. We're also how is that for you? You pull it off way better than I do.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's because I never move. Like I'm always
Right.
looking like this.
And I always have to move in my chair. But there's a lot happening backstage that you guys don't see.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like, just constant. So we try and I try and keep a calm demeanor. Cody, yes, he's got that talent that I envy very much, but I can't keep the same expression. It's really hard for me to sit here and like do this while people are speaking because I otherwise I look really angry. So I try and look like I'm here and I'm focused, but it's hard to keep my face like, yes. Shout out to Mariki from Silka. She'll see that in a second. But all right, we're getting our speakers backstage. Okay. So let's thank you for watching the first edition of the Lenora and Cody show. We don't know if
tomorrow's going to be any better.
We'll work on it. We'll see you in a few minutes.
All right. See you guys.
Welcome to the Childfree Regrets panel. My name is Lenora Faye.
And I'm Cody Hetzel.
And we'll be your moderators.
So regret is a term lanced onto the child-free community from those on the outside as a fear tactic. And it's avoided a lot in the current dialogue within our own community. We see it as a trope or a stereotype. So let's tackle it head on and encourage open conversations about doubt and growth.
And let's meet our panelists, please.
Hello.
Hello. Well, that was in sync. All
Hi,
right,
everyone.
Hi.
We are ready to go. All right. So please take a few minutes and introduce yourselves to the audience. We'll start with Isabel.
Well, hello, everyone. I'm Isabel. I am the founder of the Uprising Spark, and I'm also part of Childfree Girls with Lenora and Kristen. So I was a podcaster with them, and I live in Colombia. I am Colombian, and I'm really happy to be in this panel.
Thank you. Isabel, Vanessa, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I am Vanessa Lauren, all the way out in the surface of the sun, Las Vegas. I am a co-host of the podcast Claiming Zero for child-free and fence-sitter communities, and I work in news. I'm a news producer, so please be gentle when you talk about the media in my presence. Thank you so much.
I was going to say that's a plug for the Childfree and the media panel. It's happening tomorrow.
Yes, tune back in tomorrow to hear what happens behind the scenes in the media.
Awesome. And we have Kai, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kai Gerbish. I live in Western Mass, and I am a writer, and I primarily write nonfiction, and a lot of it focuses on being child-free, but I also write about abortion access and how that impacts the child-free community. And then I write about different legal issues in the United States. My writing primarily right now is focusing on the laws around childhood sexual assault.
So let's start out. Can you share any personal stories about doubt versus regret regarding your child-free choice? So Isabel, we'll start with you.
Oh, thank you, Cody.
Sure.
There is a story. This happened to me back in May 2022, so a little over a year ago. It's not about regret. It's more about I had a moment of doubt, and the reason was I had I have an ex-boyfriend. We're together for a little bit over a year. And when we're together, like he knew I was fully child free. I actually got my tubes tied while I was with him in a relationship. He was very supportive, and he always said to me that he was really ambivalent about, having children. So it was if he wanted, I mean, if he would have children, it was okay, and if he didn't, then it was fine too. But I remember thinking that because of his lifestyle and what he liked in general, like I mean, for me, I think it was best for him if he wanted to keep that lifestyle, not to have children. So we broke up. This was before the pandemic. And then in 2022, May, I saw a post on his Instagram, I was just scrolling, and because he never posts actually. And I saw this post of him holding a baby and talking about this baby as his son. And I was like, no way. And so I went into his Instagram account and I saw that he had started dating someone else, of course, and then they had a child. And he was like over the moon about it. And I had a full on panic attack. I actually called Lenora. You were there talking to me that day.
I remember that,
I
yes.
was like, this is not, I mean, and the reason I had this sort of like panic attack, and it lasted like a day, that was all, was I thought at the time, if this guy, he was ambivalent, he wasn't fully child free, but he was leaning more towards the no because of his lifestyle and what he liked in life, what he wanted to do and achieve. And now he has a baby and he's like over the moon about it. What does he know that I don't know? What did he figure out about life that I haven't figured out? So that sunk in. It was scary, honestly. And then I called Honora, and then we had a chat, and I just sort of like sat with my feelings for a while. And then I realized, well, I mean, even if it was planned or not for him, if that is making him happy right now, that's perfect. But in the end, I honestly don't want a baby. And yeah, I'm fully child free. Like I went back to it, but I did have a whole day of having to reflect on my choice.
Yeah. Vanessa, how about you?
Yeah. So I don't think it's any like specific story, but I think as a fence sitter, like doubt is where I live. So I just want to speak to like the difference real quick. Like regret to me is I regret not talking about it sooner. That's like the one thing that I'm 34. So I'm in that, not too old, not too young, but I wish I would have just been more honest with my feelings very young, like when it first started happening, right? Just like with the people I felt most comfortable with, because then I would have learned all the things that I'm learning about myself now, thanks to the podcast, that I didn't really recognize when I was younger. So that's like the first thing I would say about like regret for me specifically is just, man, if I would have spoke up sooner, maybe I'd be further along in this like thought process. And then doubt, like I said, for being on the fence, like I think it's just reality. Like, I don't know, I just try to normalize the fact that, hey, if you're someone who wakes up one day, like I'll wake up one day and think, yeah, like having kids does sound like a thing that would be joyful. And I know that's not everyone's reality in the child-free space, and I respect that. But sometimes I wake up feeling that way. Sometimes I wake up and I'm like, absolutely not, no way. And just kind of like not living in that doubt, because that can be dangerous for your mental health, trust me. But definitely being honest there and connecting to other people. So those are kind of like my personal experiences with those feelings, is just reaching out and around me and just kind of saying, hey, like today I'm just feeling like really sad about not knowing how I feel in this decision, and talking to people on both sides, people who are decidedly child free, who can speak to that side of my feelings, and then speaking to people who are even maybe parents in my situation that can speak to that side. And so I just advocate for like community and conversation for sure. I think that's really important.
Yeah. Kai, how about you?
Yeah, the topic of regret and doubt is actually it's a very, very personal and compelling one for me. And I think for me to understand it, I like putting it in the framework of like of being child free being a sexual orientation almost. So, like, instead of
We may have lost Kai for a moment.
And the reason it's so personal to me, are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, you just
okay.
came. Yeah.
Can you repeat the last part you said? You did cut out. We lost you for a second.
Okay, sorry about that. I was saying just explaining that using the framework of thinking of yourselves as like bi-reproductive if you're a fence setter, or being fully a-reproductive if you really hold this child-free identity. And the reason I find it super useful, especially in the conversation about doubt and regret and how it's so personal to me, is I used to view myself as bi-reproductive. I thought I could have kids, I couldn't have kids, it wasn't that important to me. And then I got pregnant, and I got pregnant in like the first fall of COVID. And it was something that I had never felt such a visceral knowledge in my body of something I didn't want. Like, it was just, I had more than a panic attack over it. I felt like my life was ending. And I could so clearly see all of these things that I thought like, oh, maybe it would be okay, was much more of what society had been telling me than like what I felt I wanted for myself. And so I was fortunate. I got an abortion. It was easy-ish and supportive, and was able to like move forward into this like fully child-free, a reproductive identity and space. And I don't look back at any of that with regret. It's actually this huge gift of my life that I have clarity. And I think if we think about it in the same way that we would think about a sexual orientation, if you're bisexual, which I am also, growing up, I thought like, maybe this is just like, I'm not sure, maybe this is a phase, maybe this is this or that. And then when I ended up married to a man, I didn't think like, oh, maybe I like really regret all of the relationships that I had with women. Like, I really regret that, or I really doubt this identity. And instead, we look at like being bisexual as being very valid, and that someone who is bisexual can end up with a man or a woman. And I think it's the same thing with being a reproductive. It's a valid choice no matter what other choices you make in your life. Being bi-reproductive is a valid choice no matter what choices you make in your life. And we'll always have questions about the different paths. Like, I wonder what my life would have been like relationship-wise if I had married a woman. But because I strongly identify as being child-free now, I don't wonder what my life would be like having a child. Like, I know what it would be like, and I know it's not what I want. And so I think widening our framework to stuff that we're more culturally familiar with now, like the sexuality spectrum, helps us understand words like doubt and regret in a more straightforward and useful way.
Well, thank you everyone for your honesty and candor and vulnerability and sharing those stories. It's one of those things to think about. And one of the reasons we wanted to have this panel is because we don't live in a world of like absolution. It's like, once you choose something, like you have to do it, and that's it. It's one of those conversations that's really missing from the child-free community is the overall thought process that goes into it. You know, we see a lot of, as they call it, like flexes online, where you're drinking your mimosa, riding the back of a dolphin in Tahiti. I don't know what you're doing, but that's like all we see is like all the amazing stuff. We don't really see people have child-free. It is a mindset. Once you say, hey, I'm a child-free person, that's your lifestyle. It's kind of it is kind of a hard decision, like, and stop there. But to be, I guess cold isn't the right word, but to be just kind of thinking that someone can't have feelings in another way or question themselves, that's what helps maybe give that person a more solid founding on making that decision that they're going on, is having that doubt, moving through that doubt, that regret, and saying, no, this is right for me. Or if they do choose the other path and they want to have kids, I mean, that's fine too. I'm not an antinatalist. If people want to have kids, they can have kids. That's their decision. But if, it's a conversation that should happen more often. And hopefully this is just the beginning of those kinds of things happening.
So speaking of absolutes, society constantly tells us that the child-free community will regret, not even may, will regret our decision when we get older. So what are your thoughts on that? Isabel?
Well, I always say that I rather regret not having children than having one and regret having that kid. because at least if I do regret, the Childfree lifestyle at some point in my life, it'll only affect me. It will not affect anybody else other than me and my choice. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is I tell them, and I think we sort of had this question also come up in the earlier panel today. I've never met anyone who regretted being child-free, who's older, like old enough not to be able to, for example, have biological children, or are not even qualifiable for adoption. There's Iris Apple, who is like one of my, I love her. She's a big child-free icon for me. She's going to turn 103 years old next month, and she does not regret it. So, I mean, and I think there's also a very interesting thing that we hear. I mean, me and Lenora, we had this conversation with Kristen. She said, one time she said, she asked us actually, have you ever regretted something you didn't want to do? And usually we regret doing things we regret not doing something that we actually wanted to do, but not the other way around. So if it's normally not what happens that you're like, I don't want to do this, and I regret that. Usually I did this and I didn't want to do it, or I wanted to do it and I didn't do it. Being child-free, you don't want to have children. I don't think being regretful is not something that I'm worried about, to be honest, in my specific and personal case.
Thank you, Isabel. Vanessa, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I would agree with all of that. That was really, really well said. And I do think that in my personal experience, when people tell me that, 99% of the time they are parents. So I kind of take that with a grain of salt of, kind of like what Isabel was just saying, like, I don't know a lot of people, and even just in the virtual space, hear from a lot of people who are decidedly child-free, who say like, oh my gosh, you're going to regret that when you get older. And so that I find that very interesting. So when I hear it personally, when people say that to me, like, oh, well, you're going to regret that decision, my first question back is, are you a parent? Well, yeah. Okay. Well, then, like, I'm sorry, but your opinion's invalid here because you don't know. You don't know what it's like. I think people like to project their own fears onto other people. And that it's hard because at least in America, our society it's changing, thankfully, but there's a lot of pressure on younger people to get married and have kids. And you're so vulnerable at that age to just kind of listen, to the people around you. And you want to trust the people who've been in life longer than you. You want to trust that they know things and they're wise. And so I'll say for me, like, it is a hard thing sometimes to cipher between like, okay, I know they're coming from a good place, hopefully, but like, that's not my reality. I won't know. I won't know until I'm there, and if they are somebody who is without children, who says that, most of the time they end up being childless. They're people who wanted children and didn't have them. And then they're like, oh, I just really regret that I didn't, try to have kids sooner. And then I had infertility issues. And so I just think once you really start to peel back the layers of where that statement's coming from, you find out that deep down, those people like struggled either with having their own children or they have children. So I also think like one of the things behind that is it comes from a place of like, no one likes to be alone. And personally, I think that's more dangerous. Like, we all have to be okay being alone. That's really important because you're not guaranteed anything, whether that's marriage, kids, whatever. So that's kind of a sad reality that people just don't want to think about being alone.
Great points.
Although some of us do like our alone time. I know
Good for you, girl. Good for you.
I know it's deeper. I know it's deeper than that, but it is a great point. Kai, go ahead.
Yeah, I think regret's something that I want to like lean into, like why it's even bad to experience when people bring up this question. Like, I think one of the most important and amazing things about humans is our imagination. It's like what makes us so unique. And there's a really specific type of imagination called prospecting. It's referred to as prospecting in psychology, and it's ability to imagine very, very vividly all sorts of different choices we make. We can play out different futures, places we might live, partners we might have. I can imagine having an affair and have this whole vivid thing play out in my mind in such a short amount of time. And so and it's beautiful. It's such a strong, powerful thing as humans. It's what allows us to make very strong choices with very little inputs. It's what allows us to kind of toggle, like, what would it feel like to quit my job and move to New York City? What would it feel like to quit my job and move to Thailand? And so if we're not using that tool, we're really missing out on being human. And the problem with that tool is that it opens up regret for us. Like, it opens up the possibility of, I can really vividly imagine what it would be like to wedding dress shop with a daughter. I can really vividly imagine what it would be like to see a child cross the graduation stage or hold a baby in my arms for the first time. I can imagine those things. And because I can imagine how bad they would be, like, I can imagine being like, oh, this is terrible, I'm stressed out about money. And because I can imagine how good they would be, it opens me up for regret, especially like when we're older and we're thinking about all of the different things that could have happened in our lives. But just because we have the capacity to imagine, just because we have the capacity to regret, doesn't mean we should stop making the choices that are the choices that speak to us. And so I think it's fine if at the end of the day, you are in your 40s and you're child free and you say, like, man, I see my friend with his child playing baseball and I kind of wish I had that. You need to be able to regret things so you can make choices. That's totally different than using it to weaponize against a group of people and say, you will regret this, and because of that, you should make a different decision. We shouldn't be afraid of regret. We should be excited for it because it shows that we're using our best tools as humans. And I hope that, like, we can lean into talking about regret in that way, and that it is good and we should experience and we should imagine things, and that it doesn't make our life choices invalid. And it doesn't mean we're going to be unhappy with the choices that we made. It just means that we can imagine other ones that we could have made.
Great points. And Vanessa, when you said it, it hit me. I was like, you're right. The only people that really say you're going to regret it are parents. Like, a child-free person is never going to say you're going to regret being child-free to another child-free person. Like, at least that I've ever seen anywhere, but it could happen. I don't know. So we have an incoming question. Let's go to it. All right. Question: when thinking about regret, everyone experiences it. Kids or not. So why do people almost self-induce anxiety on themselves when we don't desire it, but are letting people scare us into it? We'll leave the question up there so you guys can get a chance to let that sink in. And anyone that wants to jump on that, go for it.
Yeah, I think Kai kind of hit that. It's our human nature, right? Like, we just kind of naturally put this anxiety upon ourselves. And I think you'll find look right and left, and the more I look at everybody else's experiences, the more I have that anxiety. But when I just start narrowing in on just me and my life and people and decisions I've made, I feel like that anxiety goes down a little bit, because I know myself. I live in my own brain, I know what I can and can't handle. And so it definitely, I think it's just the pressures that we expose ourselves to, which is kind of unfortunately unavoidable in this time we live in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would also jump in on that.
Sure.
Yeah. And say, we're such social creatures and we only get to live our lives one time. Like, it's A to B, we don't get a redo. And so we almost have to look at the people around us to be able to be like, well, this looks good and that looks good. And that's how we survive as humans, is this modeling, because we don't get to redo it. And so when we live in such a natalist society where the repeated exposure we get about how people live and how people are happy is so strongly a message from children, of course it causes us anxiety. It's such a natural human reaction. It would be very strange if you weren't experiencing anxiety. It would mean that you're like kind of disconnected from this like wider social grouping, which is why I think it's repeatedly, when you talk to child-free individuals, so impactful when we get to be with each other, and so impactful when we get to hear, like, generationally, like when you get to meet child-free people who are 5 years older than you, 10 years older than you, 15 years older than you, because suddenly it takes that outsized influence that our social networks that are full of people with children and our media that is full of people with children has on us, and it helps reduce that anxiety. I think a lot of that loop of like, why am I feeling bad because of this? Why am I pressuring myself when I know that this is the decision that I want? It's just something that we can kind of embrace as like natural to humans. And we can fight it a little bit by strengthening our exposure to other child-free people.
Yeah, great points. Isabel, I don't know if you have your hands raised or not, but if you want to join in, let us know.
Yeah, actually, I just want to, I totally resonate with what both Vanessa and Kai mentioned just now. And there's somebody who commented, I'm looking at the comment at this moment. Shannon says, we live in such a shame-based society that breeds anxiety. And I totally agree with that. We are shamed into, maybe some people are shamed into doing so many things that they really don't want to do. And taking the time to think and to be able to rationalize what you want to do with your own life. Like Kai said, you only have one, it's A to B, you don't get a redo. And then letting go of everything, all those voices and all that shame that's around us. It's not an easy feat, but if you manage to do that, you're definitely gonna make the best decisions for you, for your own life, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah. So what would you say maybe to someone who might feel regretful of not giving their parents grandchildren? That's a scenario that's thrown on us as well. It's like, well, your parents deserve grandchildren. It's like, well, Isabel, let's start with you on that one.
Well, my parents, specifically my mother, she really wanted to be a grandmother. And when I told her that I was child free, it was such a big thing, right? I mean, she didn't understand. She thought I was going to be a mother because I expressed that I wanted to be a mother when I was younger. And then I decided to get my tubes tied, and that was even worse because for her, I think it was more like, oh, this is real. Like she really doesn't want to be a parent. And I would say, in my personal experience, I had to draw boundaries around that. And I love my mother, but I had to draw a really strong boundary around the fact that this is my choice and that she wants to be a grandmother, but that is not my responsibility. I'm not responsible to give her the joy of being a grandparent if I don't want to be a parent. And it took us a few months to get there, but now she totally respects my choice. And I think just, hold your own ground. Hold your own ground. If not having children is what you want, your parents, as much as you love them, honestly, they're not going to be the ones who are going to raise the child. They're not going to be the ones who are going to pay for school, college. They're not going to be the ones waking up at 3 a.m. when the child is sick. It's all on you. So, honestly, just be true to yourself.
Yeah. Vanessa, how about you?
Yeah, this question, I'm glad we're talking about it because, for me personally, I come from a big family. So I have 9 siblings. So my parents, although they're like, yeah, we'd love for you to have kids, they're also kind of like, we're good with 12 grandkids from other siblings. So, but my partner is an only child. And so he feels that pressure. And my encouragement and my advice would be, as much as we want to say, hey, tough, it's our choice, get over it kind of thing. That's one way to approach it. But we really sat down with his mom, and who was the one who was pressuring us. And we asked her, we're like, why do you feel this desire to be a grandma? And in that conversation, she revealed how much regret she had in her first round of parenting. And not everybody's in that healthy space to have those conversations, but I think if you can get to a place where you can sit down and have those adult-to-adult conversations and just, in our case, say like, hey, like, we love you very much, but the fact that you feel like you screwed up doesn't give, like, you don't get a redo with your grandkids. Like, that's not why you have children. Like, I think that's one of the things I know we hear all the time through the podcast, people saying like, I don't want to have children because I don't want to repeat history. I don't want to pass down generational trauma. I don't want to, my parents didn't parent me well, so I don't want to. And when we start having those conversations with our actual parents, one, you never know what breakthroughs can come from that. You never know if they're going to sit there and go, you know what, like, I've never taken the hard time to think about why I want to be a grandparent. It might not go well, so please don't come at me if it doesn't go well, but it might actually open up more in their head and their mind, and they might realize like, shoot, like, I'm just kind of putting all my value in parenting, which is now grandparenting. And I don't know, I'm just one of those people that looks at the world and society as like, the more that we conversate, the more that we be open and honest, then that is where we have breakthrough. And that is where people can at least know your truth and know that I'm not just being a jerk who doesn't want to give you grandkids. Like, I've thought about this decision. Here's where I'm at. And like, how do we move forward? Because as much as we want to say like, I don't care what you think, mom and dad, like, it might still plague you when you go to sleep at night, and you don't deserve that. That's not fair for you.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Kai, give us your wisdom.
Great. Well, I mean, Vanessa said what I was going to say, so I'll build on it a little bit. Just in this, I think that it's really important to get underneath the hood of the car and like why people want grandchildren. And obviously, everyone's relationships with their parents are different, and so people might not want to do that, especially if you mean this from a like generational trauma breaking space that exists within the child-free community. But I would say, to like build on what Vanessa is saying, that this is really like, this is cultural deprogramming work that we're doing for a lot of people. Like natalism is so strong. And so I think you get into these conversations with your parents, you're going to find a lot of the time that they need to do the work that is the work that so many people in the child-free community are doing, right? Like, if I'm not having kids, what gives my life meaning? I know I don't want kids is point A, but after that is the huge question we all have to answer, which is, what do I want? Do I want to travel? Do I want to build a career? Am I going to be into my community? Like, what gives my life meaning starts after the decision of not having to have children. And when you think about how your parents have probably grown up thinking, first I have kids and I do all this hard work, and then the big reward is children. Big reward is I just to be the cool grandparent, and that's what's going to give me meaning in my later years. That's what's going to keep me young. That's what's going to give me the excuse to travel. That's what's going to give me the excuse to have cool holiday traditions. All of the things that they're missing out on, taking that away from them is a real thing, but it's not your responsibility. It's a problem of society, and you have to help them if you have the relationship with them. Do some of that deprogramming work. Like, if you're not going to be a grandparent, what are you going to be? Like, help them see that this is a door that you're opening for them to experience the world in a different way, instead of just the way that they were told by society to experience it. And I've heard, it's not my personal experience, but I've heard from a lot of child-free people that I'm in community with that it was actually a big relief to their parents when they suddenly realized that they weren't going to have to babysit, that they weren't going to have to do their 60s at Disney World, that they could actually start to explore, like, oh, if I'm not taking care of children, what do I want to do? And so coming at this in a like, let's get under the hood way, and like, let's look at what society is telling us, and if we remove this, what can actually open up for us, I think is a really exciting conversation if you can get your parents there. But I would reiterate like what people have said, which is just, it's not your responsibility. It's a cool thing if you can make it happen, but it is not your responsibility to make it happen.
That's a great point, that some people may not consider that their parents don't want to be grandparents. Like, who'd have thunk it?
Right. Another panel for next year.
It happens.
Although,
but I also
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add something. I mean, some people, I mean, are relieved they're not going to be grandparents, and that's cool. But at the same time, there are other people who tell their children, child-free children, straight up to their faces, that's great because I wish I never had you. And that brings a whole lot of like a different, just issue. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's great for parents not want to be grandparents. That's fine, but not what many people have been mentioning in the chat. Like, oh, I want to fix the fact that I didn't do a great job with you, and maybe I shouldn't have been a parent. I think that is just a whole different issue, and it's very hurtful if that is something that someone has to go through.
Yeah, for sure. So closing remarks, if there is a project or something you're working on, or if you just want to let folks know how to reach you after the convention for follow-up questions, this is an opportunity to do that. Isabel, we'll start with you.
Yes, so you can reach me on Instagram at The Uprising Spark. I also have a website, theuprising.spark.com. I'm mostly active on those. On Instagram. You can also find me at The Uprising Spark and Threads. Now that Twitter is, undergoing a huge, massive change. And yeah, make sure to listen to, our now extinct podcast from Childfree Girls as well, if you haven't heard it yet. I mean, it's extinct.
It's archived, Isabel. Thanks a lot.
It's okay, archived podcast that maybe at some point we're gonna we're gonna start doing it again. I don't know. Lenora's been
Let me
very
know.
busy with the
Let me know when you
convention.
decide. Yeah,
No,
let me know
but
when
this
you
is
decide
the
to do it.
thing. It's Cody's fault because he's been working you a lot with the convention. So we
Well,
have no.
don't blame Cody on that. You know me. When yeah.
Yeah, I know you. You're like a dog with a bone. I love you.
All right, Vanessa, how about you?
Yeah, I would say so. As I mentioned at the top, so I'm also a podcast host, Claiming Zero, which I host with my friend Dallas. Dallas is decidedly child-free by choice. I am on the fence, so this is for anybody within this realm where you struggle, you have doubt, you have anxiety. Like, you are welcome. Please come be a part of our community because I need to feel more normal. I'd also want to preface with, we understand that the child-free world is we believe that it's a spectrum. And if you're one of those people who are like, hey, like I am within this world, I know I don't want children, or I think I don't want children, but I don't hate parents and I don't hate kids. Like, that's what we're all about. We're all about kind of bridging that gap. And so that's the community we have built. We're very proud of that. And so you're more than welcome to come over and find us at Claiming Zero on Instagram and Facebook. And then we have an email as well that I think you guys dropped in the chat already. So, and I think someone in the comments asked something about fence sitting, and I'd say come back tomorrow because we're talking about fence sitting tomorrow.
Good plug. Thank you,
Nice
Vanessa.
plug.
Yeah, you got it.
All right, Kai.
Yeah, so you can find my writing on my website, KylieWrites.com, and I just put out a piece that's specifically about abortion and sterilization and being child-free. I am also found on Instagram at Donut Trash Panda, which is just the best handle. And then I additionally run a child-free book club through the Wink Network. So you can find us on Instagram at Bookstagram, or you can find us through Mighty Networks.
How is Donut Trash Panel not already taken is what I want to know.
I am so lucky, so lucky.
Yes.
Well, everyone, thank you for joining us. Well, we got the next speakers lined up, but we appreciate your time, audience. You guys, like the chat's amazing as well. Like that's the whole reason we want to do this live and get folks involved. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, and we'll see you guys later. After this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Childfree Guys panel. I'm Cody Hetzel.
And I am Lenora Faye.
And we'll be your moderators today.
This panel highlights the experiences of child-free men and their unique perspectives on embracing this lifestyle. It can be difficult to find vocal guys in child-free spaces. So here's your chance to hear from some of them.
My dudes, bring them up. All right.
They can be my dudes too. I do.
That's true. That I'm sorry that I claimed all the dudes.
You did. Come on, share, please.
All right. Well, let's go around and introduce yourself. Say a little bit. Dr. Jay, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I'm Jay. I am the founder of Childfree Wealth, the co-host of the Childfree Wealth podcast, and also wrote the book Portrait of Childfree Wealth. And I'm a dude. I guess that's why I'm here.
All right, Dane.
How you guys doing? I'm Dane, author of the book Forget Having Kids. I am having fun, and I'm a voice actor. I am a traveler. I am working remotely in Medellin, Colombia, and I like to have fun, and I like to enjoy the life.
All right, Dane, if you've got a headset, you might pop it in. We're getting some feedback on your end.
Yeah, I'm having some issues with it. But I'll
okay,
work on
cool.
it.
All right. And Jeet.
Hi guys, I'm Jeet Sharma. I'm of the founder of Darklight Energetics. I'm from Mumbai, India, and I basically am a spiritual counselor and also do counseling in psychology, and that is where I actually spread awareness for child-free as well, for child-free lifestyle, that is, and just spreading the awareness for everybody for child-free, and of course an anti-natalist also.
Welcome to the panel, everybody.
So what has encouraged you to speak up about being child-free, and how would you encourage other men to do so as well? Jay, go ahead.
You know, I really got on this path because my wife and I are child-free, and when I was looking at the financial literature, that's where I came out of, there was never a mention of being child-free. It like just doesn't exist. And I started this in like mission to go, how weird are we? Now, me and my wife are both PhDs. We are weird, but like, are there other people out there like us? Who are we? And I have no clue. Like, I'm in the deep South. I'm in Mississippi. There are no other child-free people that I could think of around here. So if I don't have a community and people that could speak up and talk to, you know, I consider Cody and Lenora friends. I consider a lot of people friends. If I don't have that, other people don't. So we all have to be okay being like, hi, I'm child-free, and it's okay.
Totally. For both aspects of it. Dane, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think I've been most interested in this community because I started recognizing how many people are child-free, not necessarily in my age group, but people younger than I am. I'm a Gen Xer, and I see people in the millennial age group and Gen Zs, and they're out living their best lives. You know, they're running around and they're in this place, they're in that place. So my passion is always been traveling, but I always felt like the oddball within my generation. I always felt like, hey, this person's got kids to babysit and all of this stuff. And I started listening to those stories of people in my age group, and then listening to people who are just slightly younger than I am. And the people who are slightly younger are significantly happier. And it was just like, it just started to make sense, right? Like, you know, there are a lot of things that I'm very proud of, you know, in being a Gen Xer, but there are things that we can, the thoughtfulness, the intentionality in being in millennials and the way that they decide on living their lives. It just makes a lot of sense, and it's something that we can learn from. So I just decided to start being more vocal about it.
Yeah. Real quick about the audio, your mic, if you're running a laptop or something, that mic might be picking up as well. So you're getting two microphone feeds. If you want to look in the background and see if that might be what's happening, but yeah, I'm guessing.
All right. Thank you for that. Jeet, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say that, you know, being in, I'm from India. So right now, as you know, India is the most populated country, right? And ever since I was a kid, I used to always wonder, like, there are so many people around. even if you're commuting or you're doing a job or going to school or wherever you go in India, there's so many people. And I used to think that there must be something, some way where this should stop, because we are not living a good life for the future generations. And like he also said right now that, for Gen Z, I see in India right now the awareness of for child-free lifestyle is growing rapidly in various cities like Mumbai, Bangalore, and all the Cosmo cities. And one of the reason being is that the younger generation is already aware and they can see how difficult it is to live in such a populous country. So that was one of the reasons. And of course, I also saw a lot of other side of relationship, be it narcissism in any relationship. And I used to think that why we should bring a life on this planet where everybody is suffering, be it physical, psychological, or any type of suffering. It's somewhere or the other everybody is suffering. So why should we bring such a life? So that was one of the things that motivated me. And how I tell the same thing to the other is simply by asking them, why do you want to bring life at first place? That why is the important question. I always tell this, people always ask us, right, that why are you not having babies? So I put it in another way. I said, why are you having babies at first place? So make them think, and that's how that is how I take it further from there.
Yeah, in like so many child-free spaces, women just vastly outnumber the men as far as the active social groups that are out there, the podcasters that are out there. Like it's what I've seen is approximately like an 80-20 split. Like for every out of 100 people, 80% of them are women in child-free space, maybe 20%. It's usually around 15, but maybe 20. Why do you think that is? Like, do men just not feel welcomed in these child-free spaces or speaking openly about the decision? Dr. J, you're going to get that first.
Let's be real. There is a huge difference between the reaction a guy gets than a woman. I get people that question, kind of, are you going to have kids or not? Nah, it's not the same pressure. I mean, I have had staff members stop me in the hall and say, hey, I've been thinking about you and your wife, and you're really smart and you need to have kids. But it's a rarity. My wife, on the other hand, gets it more often. So I think that's part of it, is needing the support. But I also think part of it is the pressure is not the same. It's just not. And I'd love to see more, I don't know, Childfree Guys community or something. And the statistics say there's actually just as many, if not more, Childfree Guys than women, but they're just, I guess, not on the internet. I don't know.
Computers are hard. All right, Dave, we'll give it a shot. Let's see how it sounds.
So I think it has a lot to do with the role that women play traditionally in raising children. And I think it's the role that men see themselves in playing, less hands-on kind of thing. And so, I talk to men about this subject, and the guys who often don't have kids are not necessarily child-free, they're childless. They are people who are like, yeah, maybe I'll have kids, or maybe I won't have kids, or we'll see. And it just seems like it wouldn't be a big deal for them to actually have children. But oftentimes it's because they don't see themselves as the primary person who does the day-to-day things with the kids. So, hey, these kids they're my legacy. I'm going to go work and they're going to carry on my last name. Women are often the ones who are saddled with the day-to-day, taking the kids to school, getting up on time, dealing with the temper tantrums, et cetera, et cetera. And I think men don't necessarily, and I'm generalizing greatly, but don't always see that pressure that's on women. And so society also puts that pressure in that place for women and says, hey, your job is to get the kids up and da, 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 da. And so they put that pressure on women, and we're kind of just in the background, we're maintaining a job or something. And that pressure just isn't there.
Yeah. Good points. All right. And your audio sounds way better, by the way. So, all right, Jeet, we'll go to you.
Yeah, I would totally agree with Dr. J as well as with Dane over here. When it comes to responsibility, I mean, in terms of taking care of the children and the kids. So I think men are little, in general, I'm saying that men are not accepted, or what do you call it, not seen that, okay, they are the ones who are going to take care of the baby. This by default, a woman's duty. That is what an assumption is, especially in a orthodox or a orthodox culture, you can say, or some countries, where they, woman, it's all about women. Like women will take care of the baby till the time that baby turns 18 or more than that, also in some countries, right? So I think that is where the responsibility is divided, so men are a little relaxed in that sense. And also I believe the awareness, and the sensitivity, because I feel, again, I'm not generalizing here, but most of men I've seen, even in our counseling cases, they are not quite sensitive enough towards the female part. I mean, the female partner, whereby they just don't feel about what pressure or what pain the person, I mean, his wife is going through. So I think that is one of the reasons why there is this lack of sensitivity, I believe.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
So what is your go-to response when someone asks you if you have children? If it's just no, make something up. Jay, go ahead.
Literally my company's name is Childfree Wealth. So if people ask me, do you have kids? It's kind of like literally it's on the sign over there. Kind of says it all. I think the interesting one is always that follow-up question. Well, why? Why do you have kids or not have kids? And I usually put them off, and then they'll push me a little too much. And I'm like, yeah. So my wife has a 50-50 chance of dying. And then they stop asking questions. Kind of how it happens. I don't know.
Interesting. Dane.
Yeah, so my the subtitle to my book is 1,000 Random Reasons Why I Decided Not to Have Kids. Right? So I can pick from. I have a lot to pick from. But I was actually flying here the other day, and I actually started talking about my book with two guys that were on the plane, and they both had children. And what I basically said to them was, it's not a smart decision. Like, if you look at it if you put it on paper and you put the pros and cons on paper, this is not something that like a CEO from a corporation would say, yeah, this is what we're going to do for our company, right? Like it doesn't pan out. It may feel good for some people, but like, it's not a great financial decision. It's not a great decision when it comes to lifestyle. It doesn't work out for a lot of people when it comes to their stress levels, which in terms works poorly for your health. I mean, it doesn't actually make sense. Again, it may feel good for some people, but is it smart? I would say no.
Fair enough. I want to get back to using that way to plug your products and services when you use Childfree in anything you create. It's very handy. Jeet, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I normally, when somebody asks me about do you have kids or do you have children, I normally joke around a little bit, because most of my clients are from spiritual or philosophical backgrounds. So I normally tell them, yes, I do have a child. That is my inner child. But
Good one.
Yeah, but other than that, I totally go with this why factor all the time. I always tell them that, look, even if you're planning to have a baby, you must just think, what will be the repercussions for that, be it financial or your social life or your personal life, right? And so I think that is something, the why, like I said earlier also, the why is the main factor here. So that's it. I mean, that's the main, what do you call, the bullet from the gun in that case.
Yeah. So when someone asks you about the child, you say you have an inner child, and be like, and he would like pizza right now. So bye.
I may have to steal that one, G. I'm just telling you.
I love it.
I'm not telling you I'm going to steal that one.
So
Sure, please.
we're going to let people know what happens behind the scenes here, if anything. But is there a difference in reactions when a woman asks you if you have children versus if a man asks you if you have children? Dr. J.
Well, I think there's a difference in not the question, but the reaction too. So I have a lot of, when women ask, kind of there's a variety of responses after that. But when men, I say, hey, I don't have kids, they go, wow, you got lucky. And amazing how many people, parents, others, that just like give you that. And that's a guy thing. I've yet to, there aren't many women who have said, you got lucky, you didn't have kids, so I think it's that next step that's different.
Yeah. Dane, how about you?
I have a lot of mixed reactions. I have people who, just like Jay, they'll say, hey, you got lucky. I actually have more women who say, you're smart, you got lucky, than guys. I have a lot of, well, not a lot, but I do get more pushback from men about the subject. Oh, you don't want to carry on your legacy. And then I go on to explain that children are not your legacy. But I just kind of show people that my life is good. There's no reason to add to or take away anything from my life. And anything that I do add or take away is going to be very thoughtful and very intentional. So, yeah, I generally don't live my life by discussion, democracy, or dictatorship. So I do what I do.
All right. Jeet, how about you?
Well, again, yeah, I also get mixed reactions here, but I believe that there is a difference here. The only difference is one who are natalist, who have the preconceived notion, you can say rather, about life in general. That we must have a baby, we must get married at particular age, blah blah blah. So when such people come across and they ask me, especially if they are guys, then they'll be like very casual about it, and they'll be like, and if I tell them that I'm gonna go for a child-free lifestyle, they'll be like, oh, so is everything working well with you? You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, of course. And then there are, but the funny part is, it's not funny, sorry, but it's just I feel a little sad because the women in this case who are kind of in the midst of, they are not natalist nor they are anti-natalist, or you can say they are not pro-life and not child-free lifestyle as well. So they're in the middle of that phase, and then they'll be like, what is your wife gonna do without a kid? You go to job, you work, and she also works, but then the purpose of the woman is to give birth to the baby. And I'm like, no, that's not true, right? But then they don't, and I feel sad because they don't get the courage to take a stand for themselves in this case. And I feel that is one of the reasons which, not just for women, even for guys, there are many guys I've seen, in India and many other countries, they do understand this, but somehow because of cultural pressure or whatever, they don't take stand. And I think that is the difference. And on the other hand, if you meet an anti-natalist or child-free person, they'll be like, dude, let's go and have some beers. It's great that you're not going to don't have babies. So that's how it is. That's the difference.
All right, we do have some audience questions, but we're just going to hang off that for a second here. How do you navigate personal relationships as a child-free guy? Basically, how do you date? That's, again, this is like a math. There are so many people that want to know this. I realize it's not applicable to everybody, but answer anyway. Make something up, Dr. J.
I wouldn't have a clue. I hear there's apps now. I've been married for 14 years. It's a different world. Like, I feel like the old person in the room, so I wouldn't even have a clue what to do if it was dating. Like,
okay, so imagine a scenario. I don't know. I kind of want to see what would happen. I'm so curious. Okay, well,
I'd be lost. I'm telling you, Lenore. I'd be like reaching out to you and be like, so how do we do this dating scene nowadays?
I don't date either, and I'm single, so I haven't a clue. All right, this is setting up.
I'm out of luck, obviously.
This is setting up this question really well. Dane, please save us.
I just want to say, first of all, I envy you, Dr. J, okay? Because, knowing what you're going to wake up to every morning, which is not, kids jumping on your bed or someone saying, hey, let's have kids to jump on your bed. That's enviable, okay? So I want to say that. Dating being child-free, and I'm going to try not to get too personal because I do have a girlfriend, and I have to answer to her after I get off of this whole session, right? So, but dating being child-free means that you have to take a lot of things into consideration, and you have to consider where you are in terms of your age, in terms of your wants, in terms of even the city that you're in and that you're dating. And for me as a man, dating women, trying to figure out, do I want to date? Am I open to dating women who already have children? Do I absolutely not want women who have children? Am I gonna sit on the fence or whatever? It's actually very tough, because after you decide whether you're open to dating someone with children or who's child free, you also have to mix and match all of these other things. Are you attracted to this person? Is this person attracted to you? Are you guys also in a good place in terms of your spirit and in terms of everything else that matches, right? And when you start putting all of these puzzle pieces together, it starts going from this really high optimism to, yeah, I'm gonna date, to, yeah, this isn't looking really good mathematically for me. It starts looking like, gosh, okay, I wanted someone who was 5'4", but I'm not gonna get that, child free. I mean, it's a whole bunch of things, right? And you're just putting
Dane, watch out! You're getting too close to getting your girlfriend in trouble. Okay, so like you just said you turned down your scales. Don't do that.
But listen, what I was going to end it by saying, I got lucky.
There you go. Good save.
All right.
I gotta watch out for you, dude, man. Like, you were going down a path. I had to save you.
But it gets difficult when you try to put all of those things together and still get what you really want and need in a partner. Mm-hmm. It really does. So
this panel almost needs to be 2 hours, but okay. Jeet, Jeet, go ahead.
Well, I am also been married for like 10 years now, and my wife is watching this live, so I'm not sure about the dating part. But yeah, anyways, jokes apart, I normally tell my wife on a personal relationship binding, if you may will. I always show her, like there is a joke in Friends series, if you have seen that. So there is a scene where Rachel is delivering a baby, and everybody is watching that, and that's what I show it to my wife as well. And I'm like, you see that? I saved you from that, all right? So you don't have to go through that pain, and that's the proof that I love you, all right? I mean, and see, jokes apart, that's what I actually tell her and to everybody, that if you really love your wife or your spouse or your partner, you don't want to see them to go through that agony and the pain of that delivery and all that, jazz. So that's what I say normally. Yeah.
If I could add, I had a vasectomy because, so when I met my girlfriend 5 years ago, I didn't want her to have to deal with birth control, right? I thought that it was more thoughtful and impactful for me to go ahead and get a vasectomy because of the effects of birth control on women. And I think a lot of us men, we don't think about that, right? So it's the same thing. It goes deeper, of course, the effects on a woman's body when she delivers children. And, we have to be thoughtful of the other person in the relationship as men. Yes. And, oftentimes we're not.
Yeah. So since we have everyone here is in a relationship and in some standing, how can a woman know if a man is committed to being in a child-free relationship and won't just change his mind later and want kids? That's like the $1 million question for everybody out there trying to date.
Wait,
Dr.
you're gonna
J.
say it's different for men or women? Because like every once in a while, like every couple of years, even though we know there's reasons we can't have kids, my wife will turn to me, "Have you changed your mind?" And I'll go to her and like, "You changed your mind?" Like she'll pick up like a baby at a like a baby shower or whatever. One of her
But
friends.
it's a random baby. It's like, look at this baby. You.
Well, no, she says to me the other day, she goes, "I like the way babies smell." And I'm like, hold on. Are we like going down a path here? Like, there's no way to 100% know. I mean, yeah, there's surgeries that fix that. But I think it's true on both sides. You know, I look at it as compatible baggage. Either you have compatible baggage or you don't. And having kids or not is part of that baggage. And if you decide to change, that's probably going to have an impact on your relationship.
Yeah. Dane, how about you?
I how would they know? Well, I mean, my lady is very certain. She was my driver to the to get my vasectomy, so she's certain. And I don't know how anybody else would know. You know, it's kind of like love. I think love is an action verb, an action word, right? So it's based on a person's actions. You know people not based on the things that they say, but based on the things that they do. And I think that's how you would tell.
All right, Jeet, how about you?
Well, in my case, initially when I got married, my wife wanted to have kids, and then gradually she herself, I was lucky enough in that sense that she herself realized about the child-free lifestyle and what are the advantages. And of course, when she saw the kids jumping around, so that was a transformation that was occurred in her. And I think I'll agree with both of Dr. Jain as well that you need to have a mutual understanding in the relationship, and I think that is the only way how you can consider that it's a committed relationship. And of course, the actions, like you said, action speaks more louder than words. So yes, I would say that in that sense. That will be my take.
If I can add in one thing, somebody I interviewed for my book that actually was dating. I don't know anything about dating, but like they gave me the story. They said the answer is ask the person you are dating how many kids they want, not do they want kids. Because do they want kids, they might follow your lead. If they say 0 or they say 2, you got a number is different. They can't guess what your number is. And I was like, that's a smart way to at least ask the question to get a little bit closer.
Yeah, well, and like Dan, to talk about your point about the vasectomy, that's not necessarily like 100% fail safe in regards to not having kids, because you can always adopt. Like you can always adopt a kid.
I've heard that.
For me, I'm a guy. I can jump in here and talk. For me, it's getting over that mental hurdle of not really caring anymore about a bloodline, your lineage, who's going to remember you once you're dead. Once you can kind of get over that mindset and realize that, hey, I'm going to do what I can do here the best I can, and when I'm gone, dust in the wind. Like, that's to me, that's like the mindset of a child-free guy is just passing off the whole lineage shtick, because that's what society wants to throw in your face to try to guilt you into to staying on the path.
It's interesting, Cody, because when I tell people that I've had a vasectomy and they say, hey, you can adopt, I say to them, why would a person who went through the extra step of having a vasectomy want to go through the extra steps of adopting? The whole point was for me not to have children in my life, right? There's just this mental block of people because they really, really, really believe that you have to be a dad somehow. Well, maybe you're a mentor to somebody, or maybe I'm not. I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah.
All right, so we have an incoming audience question from Chris. If we want to bring that up, please. All right, question. Are child-free men less serious / casual about child freedom compared to child-free women or LGBTQIA+ people? And anyone of you can answer this question.
So there's two parts to this question. There's one is me. I'm pretty serious about being child-free. It's my research area, it's my business, it's my life, it's everything. Other men, I don't know. You know, Cody's going to say, yeah, it's important to him, but for other people, maybe it's just part of life, not a big deal, not a title.
Could you compare you to your wife? Is that safe to ask? Like,
Oh,
who's more
absolutely.
serious?
Yeah, I mean, so remember, we're in the deep South. She works for the state of Mississippi in one way or another. I don't want to explain exactly. She's not public about it because it could actually cost her a job. When we went to sell our house recently, I had to take all my child-free stuff down because I was worried it was either going to get, vandalized or not sell the house. I'm pretty out there. My wife, it's just, if people ask.
Did the realtor go buy a bunch of photos that had families already in them? And
oh, really good thought. I never even thought of that.
Well, okay, so you come in my office, it's gonna have this stuff up, like it's gonna be, and like it's a reality check. We're here in Mississippi. I had somebody almost got beat up because they drank a Bud Light instead of another beer, because of the politics around it. I'm like, we're in a weird world.
Yeah.
No, that's like a whole child-free staging business is how to sell child-free houses. You have to go in and place fake family photos everywhere. Some people
don't even make a match, just like random people everywhere. It's like
just take the ones that are Walmart and the $1.50 off and just
true.
That would be wonderful, to have houses, the child-free houses and societies like that, because there are realtors and there are owners who always ask, that, okay, do you have babies? And if you say no, they make face and they're like, is your family full? Like, there is some incompleteness in that. And they'll be like, so I think that would be wonderful if we have a society which is child-free society. And I would like to also answer to this question about about the responsibility and who's child-free guys, right? So I think I believe child-free guys are not casual. I mean, like Dr. J also said that those who are serious, they are serious enough, and then they they go to any level in terms of spreading the awareness for it. But at the same time, there are people, there are guys who have the notion that once I bring another life on this planet, I'll be more responsible, and they want that tag, they want that identity, and that is why they become more casual. And of course, there is literally no responsibility actually on the male side, because once the baby is born, it's more onto the mother, right? Because she's the one who takes care, generally, I'm saying. So it's a very easy thing for male. I mean, I'm talking in general again. I'm not talking about child-free guys, but in general. So that's when they become more casual about it. But otherwise, the people who are child-free, especially who are antinatalists, they are very serious about all these things.
I mean, that is, again, another interesting topic, child-free versus, not versus antinatalists, but comparing the two different communities. Dane, your thoughts on that question?
Well, I'm very serious about it. I like the way things are, and anything that I change is going to be an improvement. It's not going to be what I would feel is a downgrade. But I think I do encounter a lot of men who are more casual, who are, as I said earlier, they're childless and not necessarily child-free. They're open. They're okay, something might happen. We'll see, But over at the Dane Reed home, no, I'm super serious about making sure that any decisions that I make is right for the life that I live now and the life that I'm going to live until there's no more living.
So you actually brought up or you said something that just triggered a thought, and this is like another debate, but we talk about there's a difference between childless and child-free, and then we were talking about antinatalism. So the question about serious, or how serious are men potentially on child freedom, we associate child free as like we've made that decision to not have kids. So that is serious. If you are embracing the child free life, you have made your decision versus if you are not as committed, well then you do technically fall into the childless camp.
Yeah.
I'm putting that out there. And Cody, please feel free to chime in on that. But that's where my mind goes toward, not speaking as a child-free guy, but that's what my initial thought is, because there is a difference between those who don't have kids at the moment and maybe it could be okay having them, and those are like, no, I'm not having children. I don't want children.
Yeah. So I brought up the distinction because I often encounter men who are more childless,
right? Yeah.
And who are child free, and they're less serious. And I think oftentimes the two are confused. Within this community, we understand the difference, but when we go out and we talk to other people, they don't often get the difference. I see, even in articles, you'll see childless under someone's when they're talking about someone, when in fact that person is intentionally child free. And then you'll see someone who is intentionally child free and they'll say, childless, or I mean, excuse me, someone who's child less and they'll say child free. And I think it's important that when we have these conversations and we educate the general public, let them know that there is a difference.
Yeah. I feel like in this case, in my circle, especially in the cases that I deal with, I believe more of the child-free guys who are consciously going for the child-free lifestyle. Okay, not that they are childless, but they are consciously taking that action for going for the child-free lifestyle. And most of them, they in their teens or in their younger age, they have seen a lot of what you call suffering, or you can say narcissism rather, in the society. And that is one of the things that leads them towards this. That is one of the thing. I'm not saying that is the thing, but that is one of the reasons I've seen that especially men, the child-free men, go for that particular lifestyle, because they don't want their own kids to go through the same thing again in this. So that is what I've sensed so far for child-free guys.
Yeah. So the conversation evolves in the child-free communities, and it feels like a newer topic or a newer stance that's kind of come out now. Is that some people are saying, well, a guy isn't really considered child-free unless he gets a vasectomy. Like that's like the line that some people are drawing in the sand. What do you think about that, Dr. J?
So, all right, I didn't get a vasectomy. I guess I'm not child-free. I mean, there's no kids are going to happen between me and my wife. I'm just telling you, don't need the surgery. But does that mean my child-free credit is not as good? Maybe I need to go get a vasectomy just to have child-free credit. Is that where you're going, Cody?
No, it's just a topic that seems to be percolating within the communities where, some people are almost like it's like there's a form of proof or commitment to the child-free lifestyle. Like get a tattoo, like. You gotta
Absolutely. I'm going to tell you, I'm married. I'm committed to the lifestyle. It ain't going to happen. But I guess I need to go get a procedure done just because, I don't know. Do I get a sticker that comes with it? Like I've been vasectomed?
No, they don't give you a sticker.
But should they give you a sticker?
We're checking IDs at the door now for Childfree Convention.
You didn't even get a cookie.
I didn't get a cookie, no.
What?
Nothing.
Oh, goodness.
Dan, what do you think about that?
So, again, I can only speak to the way that I run my life, but my life is not, open for discussion or democracy, right? No one else gets a vote. I generally just don't worry about what people think. I'm the flavor for people who like this flavor. And for people who don't, it's cool. So, you mentioned tattoos before, a lot of people that I know have tattoos. I don't have tattoos. I was out with some guys. I've been hanging out with these guys here in Colombia for the past 3 days. And, we've been going to bars and stuff, and they're ordering drinks and they're like, Dane, you don't drink? I was like, I don't drink. It doesn't matter how many times you ask me, do you want to drink or whatever. I don't remember the last time I had a drink. I never had an alcohol problem. I'm just not interested. I do what I do, and I do it really well. And I encourage anybody else to understand themselves, explore yourself, and make decisions based on who you are, and then drown out the noise.
Yeah. G, how about you?
I second with Dane and of course with Dr. J as well here. I am also married and I am an antinatalist, but I have not done this thing, and I don't feel it's necessary. And again, it's a personal choice in that sense, because this is not like something that we have to prove somebody. Like, okay, hey, you just do this, or you got a tattoo, like you said, and it's just like some sort of a proof that, okay, I am into this or I am following child-free lifestyle. I don't think that's necessary. It's a very personal thing in that sense, and I believe if somebody is comfortable doing that, they must do that, and if they want to do that, they must go ahead and do it. But if not, then it's fine. I believe it's more of what you believe and what lifestyle you want for your wife and for yourself. That is what is important here in this case. That's what I believe.
I will say I got to back up both G and Dane, but I'll tell you, if I were in the dating world again, I'd go get a vasectomy before I started the dating world. Just because I don't want to take any risks. Like, you've heard too many stories about people getting trapped and other things. And I know what life I want to live. I would make a completely different choice if I was dating nowadays. And that's just, but it's a different world. Like I had somebody the other day ask me, well, would you change your mind if if your life was different 15 years? I have no clue. 15 years, like that was so long ago. But if, hey, something happened, if you're like Dane, you're out dating, well, you got to take control of yourself.
Dane's not dating anybody. He's committed.
Do we have to put another disclaimer for this panel just to be like, we're not responsible for any relationships that have, to have some conversation.
He's just kidding, baby. He's just kidding.
You see a shoe fly by your head.
Okay. You got to admit, this is going to be the most fun session. I mean, you got the most laughs per minute here.
I don't know. We had a cat just totally tear through somebody's earlier this morning. So I have to see the shoe flying at Dane's head first before I see that tops the cat thing.
All of a sudden he's ducking. You're like, whoa.
We gotta set this up for next year's Childfree Guys panel, because I have this vision now. This is great. So believe it or not, a lot of women who are vocal on on social media about being child-free or not wanting to have kids get a lot of pushback, a lot of troll comments, and a lot of them come from men. And I can speak to that, like the nasty ones. Women have things to say, but men just they go after women for choosing just ridiculous comments. Why do you think that is, Jay?
I'm going to tell you, they don't only go after men, go after women. Men are the ones I get the worst comments on when I do stuff on social media too.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I started counting just for fun the number of people that are praying for my soul. Just because I'm in the South, because that's one of the things we're doing.
You're on the fast path. Like you're going. Like
wow.
You got some people praying. You're good.
I do a lot of press and different things, and the most entertaining. And I've had to actually convince Lenora to get involved in some of these comment sections because I just don't have the thick enough skin for it. Turns out I actually probably should use Christy and whatever it is, but the Yahoo comment section is the worst ever, and it is probably 80% men hating on child-free. There was an article in Men's Health, and the comments from men were the worst. So I don't know that it's like men hating on women. I mean, that's a separate discussion, another panel. But for whatever reason, men are the vocal ones going, "You suck for choosing a child-free life."
Wow.
Yeah.
Dane?
Yeah, I would totally agree with Dr. J. I see it all the time. I have defended people in the child-free space in the comments section. I've decided to pretty much stop. I think it's most important amongst all of us, whether you're child-free or not, is to protect your own peace. And so, you're going to see those things, and your best comment is no comment at all. Look, when you're in politics, when you're a famous celebrity, when you're anything, or when you're a YouTuber, you're gonna get comments in the comment section, people saying how great you are and how terrible you are. And I think at the end of the day, those comments on both sides should cancel out the great and the bad. And then what you're left with is what you think about yourself. And you know, I put the stuff out there for the people who want to read, you know, about my experience being child free, who want a good laugh out of, you know, out of my book and my audio book, you know. And then all the hate comments, those things are gonna come, and they're gonna come regardless of whether you're child free or, you know, whether you're short, you're tall, you know. I mean, they're just gonna come, and you have to accept that when you're in any public space.
Jeet, go ahead.
Yeah. I would say that, you know, when I would say speak on the experience of the, you know, cases when I deal for counseling, and social media is definitely one of the aspects where they get you know, targeted, the women who are supporting child-free lifestyle. But also at the same time, I've seen that men who are with this child-free, like let's say for example there is a couple, and the woman just started to go into child-free lifestyle, and the husband is not supporting it. So that case, there is a lot of emotional abuse and even verbal abuse at times, you know, whereby the husband still want to have more babies. And in that scenario, what happens is, like you correctly said, on even on Instagram or any other platforms, they target they target not only their wives but any other person who supports this lifestyle. So it's a mindset. It's definitely a mindset issue, and the solution is simple. Like even Jin said, that, you know, you should not bother. You should just be who you are and take stand for what you believe in. That's it. I think that is the only solution for this.
I do want to point out one advantage. So the more debate there is, and again, you don't necessarily have to get into the debate, but the more debate there is on a topic online, the more it triggers the algorithm to show it to other people. So if you have a product, hey, let them debate about it, you know, because it's going to bring it to more people, right? It's going to bring more to our books, right? So yeah, those guys think that they're hating on us. They're helping us. So thanks a lot, guys.
So on that note, I was just going to say, I love our chat audience, but if there are any trolls that are watching that are silent, you know, speak up. We got you. We could use you.
You can run on stage.
Come on. Bring it.
Bring it on.
To back up.
No, I was just saying that, you know, I totally agree with Dane over here. But at the same time, I would suggest, and I would like to add here, that sometimes the social media impacts the psychology and mental health a lot, like we all know this. So when this type of comments happen, it again differs and depends on person to person. So I would not, you know, advise somebody to get engaged too much into all this kind of discussion, you know, just to steam up this topic. But I would say, you know, girls, especially you know, girls or anybody, if somebody is bullying you, simply just block them. That's it, you know. But other than that, just don't let anybody get onto your nerves and just follow what your heart says. That's it.
Yeah, I want to back up Dane, and I'm actually more with G. I'm like, I can't respond to the comments because my own mental health. But where I'm going to back up Dane is I've come to the conclusion that it's like a video game. You know you're going in the right direction in a video game when you're running into enemies. If you're not running into enemies, you're going the wrong direction. So if you're doing this child-free stuff and you're running into enemies, you're probably going in the right direction. And I swear we have a little social experiment going on for Child-Free Day. We're doing a billboard in Times Square. It's going to say like, hey, today's International Child-Free Day. Did you know that being child-free means you have time, money, and freedom to do what you enjoy? And I'm just waiting to see the people get all types of upset about it. And we'll have to see how the comments go.
Yeah.
Well,
then you're lacking God's grace if you are not having a baby, right? That's what the normal comments comes up on social media, and there is always God's grace which is lacking. So it's just very funny for me, you know, for me to ask me practically. But I totally second with Vijay over there, and of course with Dane also. Yeah.
All right. So closing remarks. Everyone, thanks for joining us, audience. Great chat, great questions. We appreciate it. So if you want to be contacted after this convention, let folks know how they can do that. If there's any projects you're working on, feel free to plug it right here. Dr. J.
So childfreewealth.com, childfreewealth on Instagram, childfreewealth podcast, all that. And if you have any hater comments, send them to Dane because he loves responding to those, and it's going to help his algorithm.
And Billboard Times Square.
And the billboard in Times Square.
Go ahead, Dave. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can definitely contact me on Instagram. I have the page Forget Having Kids, I'm Having Fun, which is also the title of my book. And you can find my book and the audiobook and the ebook on Amazon or wherever you get your books at. Or you can go straight to childfreebook.com. And it's 3 words. It's easy to remember, and it's a riot once you start reading.
All right. Thank you, Dane.
That's right.
Jeet, how about you?
So guys, you can follow me on Instagram and on YouTube channel, that is Darklight Energetics. And you can also contact me for counseling. We do support and guide people who are in a dilemma, whether to go for child-free lifestyle or not. And also we, spread the awareness in India in various sections, in various cities. So please feel free to contact me on my Instagram page as well as on Facebook page. That is Darklight Energetics, and YouTube channel is always there. And yes, please feel free to post in your comments. That's true.
Bringing all the comments to Jeet. He'll take them.
Yeah, definitely. You bet.
Well, again, everybody, thanks for your time. We're going to take a slight break before the next panel, but until then, we'll see you in a moment. Bye.
Thank you.
Tech fun.
Hi, welcome
There
to the
you go.
Childfree Finances panel. I am Lenora Faye.
And I'm Cody Hetzel.
And we'll be your moderators.
Being child-free can empower us to seize financial opportunities unique to our lifestyle. Let's discuss the varied realities of people living child-free and maybe debunk the myth that child-free people have no money worries.
So with that, let's meet our panelists, please. We have a full panel for this one. It's a great panel. Great panel. All right, everyone. So please tell us about yourself or introduce yourselves. What's the whole setup here? We'll start with Dr. J. He'll take the lead.
Okay, I just want to know the squares, are they Hollywood squares or the Brady Bunch with the 9 squares? Sorry, I got distracted. Hi, I'm Dr. J. I'm the founder of Childfree Wealth, the co-host of the Childfree Wealth podcast, author of the Portraits of Childfree Wealth. If you haven't figured out, yeah, I care about childfree and wealth.
Thank you, Dr. J. All right, this one's gonna be a little faster. Ashley, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ashley Strom. I'm based in Durham, North Carolina, but I'm currently traveling across Europe with my husband for the next 2 months. I'm working remotely here. I'm especially interested in matters of generational wealth and just finished paying off 6-figure student loan debt with the help of my partner. And I'm just curious about the wealth journeys of other people who identify as child-free.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
All right, Andy, you're next.
Hey, I'm Andy. I live out in Hawaii right now, and I guess I'm kind of here to speak about things from I didn't know anything about financial independence, stumbled upon it in 2019, and now kind of where I'm at now as I'm pursuing that. So going from being broke to doing okay now, that's what I'm here to speak about.
Fabulous. Teresa.
Hey, I'm Teresa. I'm based out of Portland, Oregon. For the paycheck, I'm a security engineer for a large tech company, but for fun, I make and sell silly cat art, and I write trashy romance novels under an Alaskan themed pseudonym. And one of my goals is to be able to do the fun stuff full-time and reach financial independence sooner. So I don't have to do the 9 to 5.
Trashy novels, always good. Bree, go ahead.
Super convenient. I'm going after Teresa. I am Bree Seeley. I'm a business success designer. I currently reside out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And my whole thing is helping individuals create financial freedom through unlimited streams of wealth, business strategy, entrepreneurial strategy, making sure that they have what they need to access as much or as little wealth as they want to through doing the things that they love.
Excellent. Thank you. Eli, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Eli Weissman from Washington, D.C. I'm a certified private wealth advisor, and I help accomplished professionals without kids so that they can reduce their taxes, retire early, and pursue their passions. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. And Andrea, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Andrea Wood. I'm out of Southeast Michigan, and I work in public school finance, and I'm also on my journey to financial independence and debt-free living.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So what are some of the unique financial advantages and opportunities that child-free individuals or couples tend to have compared to those with children? And then maybe a follow-up question is, have you personally experienced those advantages? Dr. J, we'll kick it off.
The way I say it is living a life of child-free wealth means you have time, money, and freedom to do what you enjoy. Doesn't mean you're rich. I'm still waiting for Cody's child-free check that I'm supposed to be getting in the mail that magically makes me rich, but has yet to show up. And I think the challenge is so much freedom actually can mess you up. My wife and I, we embrace what we call the Garden of the Rose. One's growing and one's providing support. We got to move 1,200 miles for an opportunity for her career to grow. And we can do that. And we probably couldn't do that if we had kids.
All right. Ashley.
I mean, where do I start? I'm in a dual income, no kid situation. It is the only way that I and my husband Of 8 years now, we're able to pay off $128,000 of student loan debt. I was 16 when I got into college. My dad had to sign for a Parent Plus loan. My federal loans had an 8.5% interest rate, and I was making $600 a month payments, never missed one, not one, and my balance was going up. So it took me about a decade to finally figure out how to consolidate and partner with a private company and get my interest rate down to 5%, at which time my husband sacrificed his entire salary, and we only lived off of one so that we could get debt free. And obviously that shouldn't be the case, and people shouldn't have to forfeit a desire to have a family in order to get out of student loan debt, but that's just the situation that a lot of Americans are in. So I'm here to talk about it until I turn blue. I think it's like utterly absurd, but yes, we were able to do all of this because we don't have kids, and we are very grateful.
All right, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of advantages. You have your expenses and you have your income, and as a dual income, couple, we're able to increase our income, and by not having children, we're able to reduce our expenses and things. Also, a huge advantage for us has been able to relocate. So I've gone from North Dakota to Vancouver to Hawaii, back to California, back to Hawaii, and I've worked in Alaska. So that has been huge in advancing our careers and increasing the amount we make on each paycheck.
All right, Teresa.
I think one of the big things is that we have a lot more freedom to allocate our money and our time for things that will be more fun or for personal growth or career growth, instead of like having to funnel things into the obligations of having to care for kids, like, childcare, tuition, stuff like that. We've been able to move, like we were living in Alaska before, and we're able to leave without my husband having a job because I got a work from home job, and we could basically decide to go wherever we wanted, and we wouldn't have to worry about a school district or something like that. And I'm able to travel just for fun. I'll take my laptop and I'll be like, I need to get some more elite status miles on Alaska Airlines. I'm going to go to like Chicago for like a day or two and just work from there. And it's very liberating to have that flexibility.
For sure, for sure. All right, Bree, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, so I've been an entrepreneur since 2007. And I think one of the things that being child-free has let me do is I've been able to kind of sacrifice everything to build a business. I've been able to take every penny that comes in and reinvest it back in the business. And, my whole finance has been around building and growing this business. And finally, I'm at a point where it's like aggressively growing. Things are going very well. I just started a second business. I'm launching a big event come September, like all these things, but I've been able to do them because I have the flexibility in my finances to be able to pay myself very little and re-pour everything that comes in back to my business in order to be able to grow it so that I can have a bigger business in the long term. And without kids, there's absolutely no way that I would have been able to take the risks I've taken in my business.
Yeah. All right, Eli.
Oh, Eli, sorry, you're muted. Just a second. I got to unmute you here.
I would agree with both Bree and Teresa. I think being child-free does allow somebody to take professional risks that if you had children, you or your spouse or partner probably would be a lot less comfortable taking. So definitely agree with that. And with Teresa, travel, whether for work or for pleasure, not having children does provide a lot of additional travel opportunities, both domestic and abroad. So, I think those are the two big ones that come to mind for me.
Yeah. And Andrea, round us out here.
Yeah. So I like to always say that our budget is a reflection of our priorities. And for us, for my partner and I, kids is just not a priority. And so our budget reflects that. Instead of worrying about daycare and saving for college and things like that, we're able to do the things that we want to do now, and also pay off our mortgage way faster than most of the people around us. So we're enjoying the flexibility that not having to pay for children allows.
Yeah, that's a great point with just planning ahead for like for education. If you wanted to provide an education to a child, someone's child, any child, then it's definitely more of like a gift than the obligation. And that's like definitely a freedom that we get to experience as child-free people in our planning. Because I'm sure all of you love budgets. And so if you can just look at a budget and you can just hack something off right there, that's a huge plus for us and how we can plan ahead for our own futures.
So on the flip side, have any of you encountered any financial challenges or obstacles specific to being child-free? And if so, how have you addressed or overcome said challenges? Jay, go ahead.
I think the hardest challenge is kind of figuring out what you want to be when you grow up. It's kind of like there's too much flexibility. Is that analysis paralysis routine? And I hit the child-free midlife crisis about 40. You hit your personal, professional, financial goals, and you're like, now what do I do with my life? I started a maple syrup farm, sold on eBay, Amazon, did a whole bunch of things. Didn't really make a whole bunch of money because I was trying to find myself. And that's because I ran out of life script because I'm following a different life script.
Maple syrup. I'm feeling attacked as a Canadian here. Maple syrup farm. Okay.
No, literally, I had a maple syrup farm. I had a tractor.
Oh, did you?
I was actually, I had 23 acres, and yeah, I had a whole thing.
Nice. All right. We'll talk after. Ashley, go ahead.
Yeah, I just saw a suggestion in the chat that we can maybe bail out of questions that don't feel applicable. And I totally see an upside. Yeah. So I'll pass it to someone else to share.
Fair enough. All right.
Yeah, I'll pass on this one. I don't really have much as far as the negative goes. Maybe reduction in some tax credits that you could get, but that's about it.
Thank you. All right, Teresa.
I was just going to say something about that with what Andy just said. Like, we are, at least in the U.S., punished for not procreating, and if you're not married, you're at an even lesser advantage to get, like the tax credits and the benefits. And it's kind of an unfair position that we're placed in, where we are perhaps being, I don't want to use the word more responsible, but we're not contributing to a greater carbon footprint, if you want to look at it from like an environmental standpoint. And yet we have to pay more taxes. We are thought less of in terms of our contributions to society because we don't have children. And so I think we're always going to be at a slight disadvantage for that. But on the flip side, for our own advantage, is that we do have potentially more money and freedom to do what we want. So I guess that's a good trade-off.
Yes.
I personally have been scratching my head about this question, being like, wait, are there obstacles to I don't to like Ashley? I'm like, I have no idea. And Teresa, we should probably chat, because I have some thoughts for you around increasing your write-offs with like your business and stuff that you're doing to like decrease your taxes. If anyone else is, I mean, I'm sure Eli can speak to this more professionally than I can, but like owning a business it's like having a kid, right? Like, there's great tax write-offs that come along with having a business. So I don't know, personally, I don't see any obstacles, but
All right, Eli. Okay, Eli, the answer's you gotta have the answer. No pressure.
You're speaking my language with write-offs. I actually think one thing that is a big negative is that everybody on this panel, as well as those that are child-free, risk management is actually a bigger deal for those that don't have kids than do have kids. I think that's a common misconception. If you have children, it's autopilot that you get life insurance. If you're child-free, you probably don't need life insurance, but you absolutely, unequivocally need long-term disability insurance. Far too many people are underinsured. And my concern is a lot of folks that I meet, particularly those that don't have children or are child-free, chronically underinsured to protect their income. If they get hurt, they cannot rely on their teenager going down to the pharmacy for them, or their 8-year-old, helping out by getting the ice pack or something. So from a risk management perspective, I think that is an area that is even more important for those that don't have a family family support structure of a teenager or somebody else that can help out. But
Eli, the answer is coming. It's robots. Robots will help us in the future. That's all we're told.
That's what we're told.
Andrea, do you have anything to add to that? Not the robot thing.
Yeah, well, either one is interesting. Let's talk about both. But no, what came to mind for me was taxes as well. So I'm glad that Teresa commented a little bit about that, and just the misconception around this idea that as child-free individuals, we're somehow not contributing to society. Really grinds me as a public servant and as someone who knows that she pays a lot in taxes and is really okay with that. You know, I work for the public schools, so I'm like, yeah, we need money. We have to pay our taxes. So I'm glad that we brought up some of those misconceptions, because I think those are really important to highlight here.
All right, we've got some really smart people here on stage. So what are some strategies or approaches that you recommend for child-free individuals or couples to make the most of their financial resources to achieve long-term financial security? Dr. J, go, go, go.
Okay, Cody, you know personally that you should not ask me this question because I can go for about 4 hours on this topic at least. But I think my big thing for people is most of the advice you find online assumes you have kids. It just does. So if you're following any standard financial advice, you gotta have to shift it. For those folks that like the Dave Ramsey world, he's got the 7 baby steps. And by the way, all assume you're gonna have kids, you're gonna buy a house, all these assumptions that are choices for other people or for child-free folks. Shameless plug, I actually just launched a course called the 8 No Baby Steps for child-free people, and it changes. Getting out of debt's all the same, but then things like dying with zero, long-term care, planning for your parents, insurance, all of that is a different way of working. So if the challenge is not to follow the standard script, but to follow your own. And I'll be honest, if I give one script to one child-free person, it's gonna be different to another because we have so many choices in our life. So you have to have your own personal finance plan.
Good points. Good points. Ashley, how about you?
Yeah, I think I'm going to be humble enough to admit that we have some professionals who actually do this for a living. So I'm not going to pretend to know all the tips and tricks. I'll just say kind of what worked for me is kind of getting square and kind of being soul aligned with some of the financial obligations that I felt like I had to my own parents, who are immigrants to this country from South America, and my dad. I remember being 16 and being very elated that I got into college, and then him saying something to the effect of, well, maybe we can use some of the money that I saved up in my 401k to pay for school. And I didn't know anything about finances, but I was like, that's going to be a no, because you can't always work, but I'm definitely prepared to pay the debt that I'm going to incur. Even though I got a half academic scholarship, I was still saddled with $60K in debt. And so we kind of taught each other. And I knew to a certain extent that I was going to inherit this debt when I got older. But what I didn't know was that this kind of looming burden and oppressive force in my life was going to keep and affect the relationships that I had with the people that I loved, right? So for me as a child-free individual, I was like, okay, I'm not going to have kids, but what are the obligations and responsibilities that I do have, and how can I financially align with those? So the first thing was taking my dad's name off of my federal loans and putting them in my own. The second thing was not trusting our government to bail me out of any student loan debt. I said that from the very beginning. I was like, nope, not waiting for that. I'm going to do this myself. And then every single month, we went from $600 a month to $1,200 a month to $2,700 a month, which is double our mortgage, to pay that debt down because I could not sleep with it. So I'll just say this to say, I feel like the alignment of our finances, I think it was Andrea who said this, or somebody else on the panel, says a lot about who we are. And I think just getting square with the things that help you to feel more whole as an individual will definitely be a good guiding or star and compass for you, no matter who you are.
All right. Yeah. Thanks, Ashley. All right, Andy, you're up.
Yeah, I think Jay made a good point in saying that it's going to be different for every single person. So I'm married, and one of the things that's helped us is just being open about communication and setting goals for what we want our life to be, so we can focus our financial decisions on that. We've kind of dreamed up this future that we want to have, One thing that we did that I think was very helpful is we made a happy list. We wrote down 10 things that made us very happy, and we make sure that our finances reflect that we focus our spending on those things. And another thing that we've done for us personally is set up various funds. So we love to travel. That's high on our happy list. We set aside money specifically for traveling. So I think making sure, especially if you're married and you have a significant other, that your goals and your dreams and your future aligns.
All right, Teresa, how about you?
So I'm not a super smarty pants tax advisor like some of the, financial folks that are in this chat. And I'm not particularly advertising for a certain organization or anything, but I'm just learning the process. But one of the things that we did, my husband and I, when our incomes were starting to go up and we started dealing with more complicated tax situations, like dealing with stocks and RSUs through my work, is that we engaged the services of a financial advisor. We definitely needed an adultier adult to help us get through things because it was very overwhelming to try to learn these things. And honestly, as a person with neurodivergencies who cannot sometimes just sit and absorb things, I couldn't spend the time to try to learn myself. So going to that adultier adult helped us answer questions and was guiding us through budgeting and planning and working toward a goal. And they've also been very helpful in helping us demystify other things as we go through life, as getting types of insurances, helping us understand how to open up a charity, which is one of my goals, to do a fund for underprivileged folks to pay for their vet bills for their pets. But the other thing I had to learn about this is that we also have to do the hard work too. We can't just pay this fee every month to our advisor and enter in our costs, our monthly costs into our spreadsheet online. But we actually have to work toward it and not expect them to do all the work. So we have to be mindful of our budget. We don't buy big items that we can't pay off the next month on our credit card. And so it's making smart decisions and not obsessing over our goal, having some fun, but still allowing us to try to be a little bit more disciplined. And so we can reach a reasonable financial goal.
Yeah, adulting is hard. So, all right, Bree, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. J touched on earlier this idea of kind of hitting this child-free midlife crisis. And so what I will say is that really, truly, if you want to start building in some long-term financial security, start some revenue streams for yourself now. Even Teresa mentioned, right? She's an author. She has books. She will be able to collect income from those books until the day that she dies. If you really, truly want to start creating long-term financial stability, if you don't want to be going through that, what is my impact? What am I here to do in the world? Start now and start sooner than later. The more revenue streams that you can build in to your life right now, regardless of whether or not you have a job. My mom asked me a few years ago something about retirement. And I said, I don't think I'm ever retiring. One, I love what I do. And two, so many of my things, I just built in intellectual property for myself. So I'll be getting intellectual property checks on some of my stuff, again, until the day I die. So, for me, again, the idea of creating wealth, yes, save, yes, do all the strategies and things, but also build in additional opportunities for you to be receiving more wealth in so that you can have more flexibility to do all the things that everyone else is talking about.
Yeah, good points. All right, Eli, how about you?
Well, a lot of good stuff has already been said. I like Jay, we could talk probably for hours or days about this here. I love what Andy said about the happy list. If that's okay, Andy, I'm gonna borrow that. I'll attribute it to you, but I love that. I love that concept. I think the two things that haven't been said that I think are really important. Teresa touched on it, or maybe walked up to it. Charitable remainder trusts, I think, is something that people are underutilized for, particularly people that don't have children. But I think one thing that is underutilized generally, but particularly for those that are child-free, are revocable living trusts. That is something that everyone should have, regardless of their wealth. I'm biased because just of sort of my situation here, but you really need to have somebody that is not a child, because that can step in the event of an emergency, that can make some financial decisions, either healthcare or otherwise. So I think, again, like Jay said, we could talk for hours on this, but my two for this question would be revocable living trusts and charitable remainder trusts.
Yeah. Andrea, what do you think?
Yeah, I also love the happy list, and I jotted it down in my notebook. But I think if you are partnered, having a dual income is helpful, but it's also key to be on the same page and check in regularly. So my husband and I regularly discuss our finances, our goals, and kind of take a look at where we are, where we're headed, and try to stay on the same page. I think that's super important.
So are there any misconceptions or stereotypes about child-free individuals or couples and their finances that you would like to address? And please feel free to insert a personal story if you've gone through this yourself. Jay, I know you don't have anything, but go ahead.
I'm just gonna make it simple. Child-free does not make you rich.
Got it.
People struggle. Doesn't matter if they've got kids or not.
Ashley?
Love that, Jay. Amazing. So simple yet so misunderstood. Yeah, I think I'd like to layer on just the idea that just because I'm not preparing to bestow my children with whatever wealth that I have remaining, when I die, doesn't mean that I don't have plans for those funds. I'm a big proponent of maybe we don't pass down our legacy, maybe we pass it around, or maybe we pass it back, right? So I'm financially preparing for my parents when they age, making sure that they have all the things that they need to age gracefully. And I feel like that's okay. And I have really ambitious financial goals around that, but it's not a part of the societal vernacular, but I wish it was. I wish we talked more about preparing for our parents and people who are closest to us as well.
Thank you, Ashley. Andy?
Yeah, just piggybacking on Jay's thing, I think a lot of times people will say, well, you can do that because you don't have kids. And to some extent, maybe that's true, but it doesn't automatically make it easy for you. My job doesn't pay me more because I don't have kids, and my investments don't increase more because I don't have kids. So there's a lot of things that you have to do yourself to make sure that you get to the point that you want to be.
Thank you. Teresa, go ahead.
I think there's this kind of assumption that our obligations are not as valid and important as a parent's obligations because we don't have kids. I mean, we all have bills to pay. We all have probably some loans or mortgages we may have parents have to take care of. We have pets that we need to take care of. And we also suffer and endure hardship as well. People with children don't own the rights to experiencing financial strife and instability. And I think going with that, there's also this assumption that we are greedy and we're selfish. Personally, I want to invest in society. I like that my taxes will go to funding public programs and schools. I think teachers need to be paid more. I don't want a dumb society. If we have happy, healthy, educated kids, that's better for everyone in the long run. And so to assume that we don't care or that we're not passionate about investing in ourselves or our society is something that I wish people would understand more and not villainize us because we don't have kids.
Thank you. Bree, go ahead.
Yeah, similar kind of piggybacking off of what Andy said. I think there's this idea that we just get to have a free-for-all because we don't have kids, we don't have responsibilities. So we can just do whatever we want. And, just like any other human on this planet, we have budgets. We have, my boyfriend and I have financial conversations. We have to sit down and figure out our income stream. We're humans. We just have different things on our line item list than people with kids because we don't have kid line item list thing. It just is so silly to me that this idea that we just then get to do whatever we want because we don't have children. It's I don't know. It's a interesting mindset that I haven't fully grasped or figured out how to communicate or address.
We're still trying to figure that out for a future panel. Don't worry. Eli, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to follow what Ashley said, and with respect that there is a misconception, in my opinion, that estate planning is easier for those that are child free, and that taking care of parents is it's harder, actually, in my opinion, because again, I'm biased because I don't have children, but if you have children, the default is the kids get everything. Well, if you don't have children and there are crazy uncles, nieces and nephews that maybe have very differing political views, my wife and I have struggled with this on a personal level of where does the money go? Where do we want the money to go after we're gone? So I agree with Ashley. There's misconception on that. There's one other assumption that I just want to bring up briefly, that people that are child free, the working assumption is, oh, well, you get to take care of mom and dad because you don't have to all the costs with kids. Well, that's not the case. Why is that a default? The default shouldn't be you chose not to have kids or couldn't have kids or whatever it is. Therefore, you get the financial responsibility of taking care of mom and dad. I think that's a faulty assumption, but that's the assumption that's out there.
Thank you. Andrea, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I agree with this idea that, it's crazy to think that we're all rich. We just are spending our money differently. But I also, a misconception that really bothers me, and that's come up recently by some celebrities, is this notion that as child-free individuals, we don't have a stake in the future. And that's just not true for my partner and I. We talk a lot about our legacy giving and what organizations and charitable giving we do now while we're living, but then also planning for our estate and what will happen after we're gone. And we absolutely care about the future, in the future of children that are in our lives, even though they're not our own offspring. So I think that's a huge misconception.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, my wife and I, we recycle. Some people say recycling doesn't do as much good as they think, but we recycle, and it's like we don't have kids. We still care about the planet. We still care about the future. Like, we're still going to do our part. Like, we're not, like I said before, I'm not just going out and buying motor oil and dumping it in my grass. Like, we're going to take care of the planet.
100%.
I was going to say, by the way, before this is streaming on Twitter, so he who shall not be named.
It's X now.
Oh, so you knew who I meant. Okay.
So I'm glad that you referenced that person. I saw Teresa clapping in the background. That yes, child-free people do have a stake in the future. Thank you very much. All right, Cody. Sorry, you can go ahead with the next question.
How does being child-free impact retirement planning and long-term financial stability? Are there any particular considerations or strategies that child-free people or couples should keep in mind? Dr. J, to you.
So I like to start at the end. And a lot of the child-free clients I work with say they're going to die with zero. So it's not a priority to pass on money to the next generation. If you're not going to pass on money to the next generation, you can make different choices. To the point where a lot of child-free folks, retirement's not really a goal. Instead of FIRE, they're more looking at it as FILE, financial independence, to live early. How do I set that dial right for work and cut back at the right time and make different choices? And you can do that because you're child free. I don't do my business because I have to make the money. I do it because I enjoy it. And that's an opportunity that we get as child free folks.
All right, Ashley.
Yeah, I think one of the things that my husband and I talk about a lot is this tragic healthcare system we have here in the States. It's part of the reason why we're traveling right now in Europe, and we'll probably be extensively traveling in the years to come. We are really considering a home outside of the US, specifically because we want to explore other models where we know we can kind of like pay into via the tax system, a healthcare system in another country that will take care of us when we're old, that doesn't bankrupt us, I guess. It seems fickle and simple, but I'm a cancer survivor myself, and it's something that I think about a lot. I think just as child-free individuals, we have to prepare for the worst case scenario, and we're trying to find a model where we can both live and get our healthcare needs met. So something that's top of mind for us.
Yeah, Andy.
Yeah, for the most part, I'm going to let Dr. J and Eli talk about everything as far as it relates to this. But the one thing I'll say is I've always found it kind of a selfish idea to say that, in retirement, I'll have my kids take care of me. I think that's a huge burden to put on somebody and just assume that they're going to be taking care of you. So there's lots of strategies that can be implemented, but essentially making sure that we can take care of ourselves in retirement and not being relying and putting that burden on somebody else.
Yeah. Teresa.
Andy, 1000%. That was one of the points I wanted to bring up, was that having children as a source of insurance or health care for your later years is unbelievably selfish. It denies that child their own agency and independence. And it's an extraordinary selfish act for someone to say, well, I'm having kids, and one of the things that they're going to have to do for me is take care of me in my old age. And Eli kind of made a comment earlier about that, like, if you get injured, or you have the teenager run errands, no guarantee that teenager is going to do it for you. I mean, we were all teenagers once, and like the last thing I want to do is be running around doing errands like a little errand girl. But one of the things I worry about for my husband and I is that anything can happen, right? So I believe medical bankruptcy or medical debt is like one of the biggest, if not the biggest, bankruptcy issues for at least Americans, right? And it just takes one illness or accident to really just take you off your financial course. And so one of my anxieties when I'm lying in bed at night is like, what if something happens? Do we have enough insurance coverage? Like, are we going to save up for enough? Like, if one of us gets sick in our old age and we can't take care of the other one, how are we going to plan this all out? And I really admire what Ashley is doing in considering her parents in the financial planning for her future. I have one parent left, and I worry about what's going to happen with her. We live in different states. My sister has kids. She's probably not going to be able to be available as much. And my mom's turning 74, and she's still working because she hasn't really made great financial choices. And so I'm anxious with this potential burden that may be put on us. And of course, I love my mother and I want to do as much as I can, but that is something that is also always in the back of my mind as we're working toward our financial goals, is like, there's always going to be something to plan for that could be unexpected. And how do we consider that? And that's something I'm still learning. I don't know if I'm going to have all the answers for our lifestyle right now, but really important things to consider.
Yeah, thank you. All right, Bree, how about you?
I feel very lucky in that my grandparents did not do any of this planning at all. And so that burden was put onto my mom. And because it was put onto my mom and stepdad have been like, we are not doing this to you. And so my mom and stepdad have put their finances, their retirement planning, their long-term financial stability is so solid and so great. And so for me, I have been raised with this idea that retirement planning and long-term financial stability is not a conversation about whether or not you have children. It's a conversation about being human. And so I approach retirement planning and long-term financial stability in the same way that anyone with kids would, because we all need to be smart about the idea that, your kids may pass before you, and then you don't have that assurance that you had. And so I think it's just really important for everyone to be planning without the external kind of things that we just assume will be there for us. And we each and all just need to take responsibility for our own stuff and put into place whatever we need to feel safe for our retirements and long-term financial futures.
Yeah, good points. All right, Eli, step up.
All right, thanks. This is sort of one of my favorite topics here on retirement planning, because it can go in so many different directions. In my experience, folks that are child-free think about retiring earlier than those with kids. And in part is a lot of people that have kids, well, they know they've still got college debt or are paying for college until that they're going to be working until their mid 60s or late late 60s. Folks that don't have kids are maybe thinking that the goalpost is a little bit closer. So retirement planning can actually be a little bit more tricky. I think another thing, I've got a client that was just telling me that because she is child free, she, as part of her retirement plan, she really wants to build in being able to support her parents that aren't as financially well off as she is. She's going to be supporting them financially, and she wants to bake that into her retirement plan. So again, getting back to an earlier question, like it can go in a bunch of different directions, but I think retirement planning is one of those areas where it is unique to the individual, but there are all sorts of different strategies and opportunities, but also some challenges as well. So there's just a bunch of different ways that it can go.
Yeah. Andrea, what do you think?
Yeah, a lot of great things have been said here. One thing that I just would add is I feel like I'm really intentional about nurturing intergenerational relationships. And I'm really close with a child-free woman who's significantly older than me. And I play a big role in her life in terms of just like helping out and stopping by and checking on her. And, when she is in and out of the hospital. And so that relationship has made me reflect on not just the financial aspect, but the advocacy piece and picturing myself when I'm older and what that might look like. And so I think having the resources financially certainly gives you a much stronger element of control. But there is this idea too of like, well, who really cares about me? Who is really going to look out for me? Maybe if heaven forbid, I get Alzheimer's or something, and I really can't advocate for myself, whether I have the financial resources for care or not. So that's just something small I wanted to add.
Yeah.
And sorry, if I can just piggyback on some of what we've said about like just Andrea, thank you so much. Like co-living and like commune structures of like dense communities and like all sorts of things is something that my husband and I are really passionate about. But I was just going to say, like, speaking from like a first gen perspective, especially being a child of immigrants, like I do think it's a uniquely American kind of like disjointed intergenerational structure that we deal with in our country, which is unfortunate. I think you can look at multiple other countries in international kind of contexts where it's just assumed that your parents will help you, whether you procreate or not. They'll live in your home, you get to kind of age and benefit from their wisdom and all the things that parents get to bring to you. But unfortunately, I feel like we just live in these like car-centric, like weird, sprawling kind of communities here where we don't necessarily think about the retirement age as another really wonderful, beneficial season that kids get to benefit from and then also pay it forward to their parents. So yeah, like I think it'd be like super awkward if my parents were like, you absolutely need to like make sure I'm totally taken care of when I'm old. But I just kind of think like culturally anyway, and the way that my family is structured, like it just kind of feels like a gift that's already been given to me, obviously being a first gen college grad and lots of things that it wouldn't be possible without them, to kind of like pay it forward in the latter season. So it feels awkward to talk to my American friends about this, but then also when I get around family members and stuff, they're like, oh yeah, that tracks.
No, I think it's really beautiful. I think it's really beautiful.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah.
So for the sake of time, we're going to jump a couple questions. And by the way, you guys have been giving such a masterclass to the audience. They have no questions. They're just sitting there taking notes. I'm getting personal messages I'm seeing in the chat. So this has been fantastic. So this question, how do you handle conversations around finances with family members or friends who have different financial priorities due to them having children? Dr. J. I have not been calling you Dr. J at all today. Sorry.
You can call it whatever you want, Lenora.
All right.
So I've gotten to the point where I've understood that you cannot teach somebody finance who has seen you naked or you've seen naked. So if there's a family member, they have parents, your wife, others, you can't teach them finance and they're not going to go the same way. I think the child-free, not child-free, this is where we get that financial bingo of you don't have kids so you can take care of mom assumption. And I don't know. My mother's been disabled since the time I was 16 and just been part of my life. And I think it is something we have to plan for. Whether it's right or not, it's coming our way. They talk about the sandwich generation. People take care of their kids and their parents at the same time. We're the open-faced sandwich, just taking care of our parents. And it's just required. we can have a whole separate debate on whether or not that's right or not. But your parents' financial situation could have more of an impact on your life than your own. And I don't have the answer on it besides setting good boundaries and making a plan for it. But it's something you have to figure out.
Yeah, I'll defer to the experts. I'll pass it on. Eager to hear.
Andy, I'm just going to assume you're an expert. I know. Just do you want to answer?
No, I'm not an expert, but I guess when it comes to communicating about finances, I kind of treat it the same as religion and politics and these kind of things, in that it's a no-win situation. If somebody doesn't want to hear what you have to say, they're not going to listen to it. So if I bring up finances, like our idea of early retirement or whatever, if somebody wants to learn about it, they'll ask more about it, and we can start to have that conversation. But many times I think the way the conversation goes is, and this is what I've had in my personal experience, is that you'll get people to try to poke holes in your idea of what you want to do, because if they can't poke holes in what you want to do, they have to accept that, it's possible for them as well. So I don't even try to communicate to other individuals unless they ask and they want to learn more. Then I'm more than happy to share.
That's a good point.
It is.
Teresa, go ahead.
We really don't have these kinds of conversations, largely because it's no one else's business. I mean, I'll share a little bit of information with my mom, but we generally don't discuss finances and such with families and friends. We create and enforce these boundaries for ourselves and how we conduct ourselves in these relationships. If I see a friend in need, and if they are asking for help, like reaching out to their friend universe, like I will privately, Venmo them, like, hey, here, let me cover this for you. I don't loan money out and expect it back. So I have to be comfortable with, if someone needs a temporary loan or something, I'll say, here you go. And if they pay me back, that's great. But I don't make a habit of that. And I don't make a habit of volunteering information, because no one really needs to know what our situation is. So, and we generally haven't gotten a lot of issues. I guess I'm lucky that we have fairly healthy relationships with our family and friends. And my father-in-law, he's asked for money a couple times back in the day before he retired, and my husband would give it to him, but very reluctantly. But after a couple times, he put his foot down and said, no more of this. And that's fine. I mean, no one is entitled to information about us, and I don't really want to share that.
Fair enough. Bree, go ahead.
I'm going to take this a little bit of a different direction, and this kind of relates back to some assumptions and stuff that we talked about earlier, of non-child free people. And so, one of the things I hear periodically is oh, well, you can come to us because it's easier for you to travel because you don't have kids, or, you can do this thing and basically acquiesce to our needs because, we have kids and you don't. And I'm just a super stubborn person, and I don't really like to be told what to do. And so more often than not, if something like that happens, I'm like, great, we just won't come. Great, we just won't see you. And so I don't necessarily discuss financial stuff with people, but if they make assumptions about my financial situation, and put me in a position where I am the one putting forth the effort because I don't have kids, I will very quickly shut it down and be like, cool, yeah, we're good. We'll just stay home. Thanks so much.
Also taking notes on that one. Okay. Eli, go ahead.
I actually don't have too much to add to this one. I guess I will say that I think there is a working assumption that in some cases, right or wrong, if you don't have kids that in a family that, okay, well, you're the one that has to buy the plane ticket to come see us for the holiday. I think that's, again, that's going to be a personal choice. Like some of the other panelists have said, I haven't really had these types of conversations with friends that have children about how the financial situation is different. Those friends of ours that are child free, we talk more about trips and vacation spots. So that's been a a plus because we like to travel a lot more. But I'm not sure that that this particular question I have that much more to add to than's already been said by some of the other excellent panelists.
Andrea, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say similarly. I do have these conversations with primarily my brother, who's also child-free and a business owner. And so we talk about finances, but I think more just because he really likes talking about finances. So I haven't personally experienced any uncomfortable conversations here. One time a friend mentioned something about, you have more money because you don't have kids. And I'm like, well, actually I don't, because we're putting a lot more away. And so that was kind of one way I was able to just reframe it. Like we don't have that money because we're saving it for the future.
All right. So some closing remarks. If you have anything that you're currently working on, a project or a way for our viewers to get in touch with you at a later point in time, feel free to plug that now. Dr. J, let them know.
Sure. If you're wondering how your finances are different because you're child-free, just launched the 8 No Baby Steps for Child-Free People. You can get a free course at childfreewealth.com/steps. And you can always listen on the Childfree Wealth podcast.
All right. Ashley.
Yeah, if you just need or want to read content from somebody who can commiserate with you and empathize with you if you're going through a student debt journey right now, I feel you. Your liberation is bound up in mine, my portfolio, and all of my writing, as well as ways to reach me is at ashleystrom.com.
All right. Andy.
Yeah. So my wife is a travel agent. I love to travel, and we love to kind of mix the travel and finance side of things together. We run a Facebook group called Dink Travel. So it's a good way to travel and get together and meet people with similar outlooks on life. And so if you want to join that, feel free and learn where we're headed.
All right. Thanks, Teresa.
If you want to buy some really dumb cat art and support a local fellow child artist, please check out my Etsy. It's dropped in the comments there. I'm also on the Insta for my personal Instagram, and then also for my infrequently updated child-free podcast called Cats Over Kids. And I just love to connect with more like-minded child-free folks.
All right. Thank you. Bree.
I briefly mentioned earlier, I have a huge event coming up in September for, it's a wealth and business activation. So if anyone's interested in developing up more revenue streams, business strategies, things like that to increase the incoming money into your life, feel free to visit successbecomesme.com. It is a hybrid conference, both in person in Tulsa and also virtually. So would love to have you all join us. I'm clearly passionate about getting more money into more hands of everyone and also child-free people. So
I like the way you think. All right, Eli.
Hi, great panel. I really enjoyed this. For those that are child-free that are interested in getting a financial wellness review, just to see are you on the right track, that's one of the services I offer. I also have a white paper on my website, the 5 mistakes child-free folks can't afford to make. So if you want to go to if that is of interest, it's available for download there.
Okay, thank you. Andrea.
Yeah, so I'm currently in the process of writing my first book, and it is about being child-free and the decisions around that. It does involve some finance. There is a section on finances and environment as well, since that came up here. But you can also follow me on Instagram at childfree_and_happy, and I post just a lot of stuff about our lifestyle.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Audience, thank you for being here. Some great information. Definitely spread this around to everyone in the child-free community if they are looking for information on child-free finances.
And even if they aren't looking for it, they need to know it anyway. So just share it regardless.
That's true. Somebody here can help you
Exactly.
along the way.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody. Bye. Hello, welcome to the Child Free with Disabilities panel. I'm Cody Hetzel.
And I am Lenora Faye.
And we'll be your moderators.
This next panel highlights those with visible and invisible disabilities within the child-free community. We'll listen to stories of strength, resilience, and how our choice intersects with diverse disabilities.
All right, so let's meet the panelists. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
All right. So we'll take a few moments and please introduce yourselves. Tell the audience a little bit more about you. We will start with Takia.
Hello, everyone. I am Takia Blackman. I am the co-founder and the executive director of a nonprofit organization called Black People Die by Suicide 2, where our mission is to normalize the conversation about suicide prevention within the Black community. I'm child-free by choice, and I live with a mental health diagnosis, which is bipolar disorder. That is my disability. And I'm really big on advocating for mental health. And yeah, that's a little bit about me.
Okay, thank you. Amanda.
Hello, my name's Amanda Vanderbroek. I'm a writer from Nebraska. I focus on American history between 1890 and 1920. I'm specifically really interested in disability history and gender history and funeral history, which makes me very fun at parties. And I was born with a birth defect called lipomyelomyelogecele. It's a type of spina bifida. And as a result of the many surgeries that I've had and different things that I've had, I, as an adult, developed an immune disorder as well that affects my blood vessels. It's called vasculitis. I'm 35, and like I said, I live in Nebraska, which is in the middle of nowhere, but I like it, so.
I will say I have no problem with funeral history, but you know that. But just to put a vote out there for funeral history.
All right, Katriana.
Hi, everyone. I'm Katrina. I'm 30.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. Happens every day. Out here educating on that spelling. I am 36. I live in British Columbia, Canada. I am a qualitative research consultant. I run my own company. And a little bit about me, my disability. I have, you name it, in the reproductive area: endometriosis, adenomyosis, fibroids, polyps, PCOS. You can add in a couple autoimmune diseases to that as well, POTS and neurodivergent. So that's me in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. All right, Crystal.
Hi, everyone. I'm Crystal. I live in Washington State. I'm 38. I live with my girlfriend and our 2 cats. I was diagnosed with MS, multiple sclerosis, about 8 years ago.
All right, Lyric.
Hi, my name is Lyric. I am 23. I live in Southeast Michigan, and I have a multitude of disabilities. My primary one being mixed connective tissue disease. It's a rare autoimmune disorder that takes the qualities of lupus, scleroderma, and a bunch of other things. I'm also bipolar 1, and I am autistic and have ADHD and endometriosis. So like I said, I have quite a bit going on. And yeah, that's about it for me.
Okay, Sarah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sarah Liu. I am 30, and I am a white, femme-presenting individual with long brown curly hair. I'm wearing a dark blue shirt and silver jewelry. And my background is a picture of the Disability Pride flag, but I am based out of Washington State as well. And my disability, I am a part of the visually impaired and blind community. I have a rare degenerative eye disease known as retinitis pigmentosa.
Thank you for sharing all that.
So our question, has your disability shaped your decision about being child-free? We'll start with Takia.
Absolutely. It most certainly have. Honestly, I didn't even think that it would be considered a disability until being in therapy for years and realizing how it impacts me. So I have moments of not being able to take care of my hygiene, feeding myself, just getting out of bed. really does get to be really challenging. I have struggled with suicidal ideation since I was a child. And now I'm in a much better headspace, but there are bouts in terms of periods where I'm struggling with it, and I have been hospitalized multiple times. And so I started realizing that if I were to become a parent, what my life might look like. And a lot of times people will say like, oh, you know, you have a great support system. And I do, and I'm very grateful. However, ultimately, you know, having children, I'm not having them, but if I were to have children, it would all fall on me and, you know, my partner. And so for me, I just was like, I don't know if it's worth it for me, because I get to the point where I am really like paralyzed and really debilitated. And I was just like, I don't think a child or children would be the best decision for me, just because I do have moments of a hard time taking care of myself. And I see what goes into parenting because I'm the oldest of 7 children. And I really was very involved in helping my mom with raising my siblings. And I quickly learned like, yeah, this is a lot of work and I don't think it's for me. So that's how I kind of came to my decision.
Thank you. Amanda.
Yeah, definitely. So I was born with a birth defect, and I had a million surgeries, give or take a couple, by the time I was like 12. So, you know, walking around with, I had kidney failure when I was 9. So walking around with like my kidneys in bags. So also because of my nerve damage, I can't digest food and get all the nutrients that I need. So carrying a baby physically, while not impossible, certainly people who were born with spina bifida have had children. But for me, it was just a risk that I didn't want to take. But then on top of that, to reflect on the previous answer was that also there's a lot that I just cannot predict with my own health. Being able to have a day job and take care of myself is really difficult to get through. And there's a lot about my disability that does impact my life. One of the examples I give, you know, people will be like, well, you have a disability, of course it impacts your life, but I couldn't make it to my grandmother's funeral because I was in the hospital. I couldn't make it. So these things really do impact your life, and to, you know, bring a child into that for me was just not something that I would find to be acceptable. But I can't really say if I know that that influenced my choice, because I never actually had the desire to have children anyway. But add all that on top of, and it really just cemented my decision.
Thank you. Katrina.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, echoing what Taki and Amanda said, you know, there's mental and physical limits and the cognizance of those things. And I think for myself, definitely agree. Like my disabilities have absolutely shaped that decision. I think there's also just a lack of medical data when you get really specific about certain conditions, about success and outcome and quality of life. And, you know, for myself, and I think when it comes to, you know, disabilities, especially in the reproductive area, I think there's a lot less known for you know, for female, for that data. We're understudied. There's a lack of data in medical research. And I think that lack of information definitely played a part into the decision-making that I went through.
And Crystal, go ahead.
I actually made the decision to be child-free before I was diagnosed with MS, but I will say the minute the neurologist said you have MS, my first thought was, thank God I don't have children, or that I don't want them. And as years have gone on, with my biggest issue is how tired I am most days. I'm grateful I'm not disappointing my kids and not being able to do more things with them, etc. So.
Thank you. Lyric.
Yeah, it's definitely a huge reason as to why I am child-free. Like, I came to the decision before I was diagnosed as well, but I was sick. I was already sick. I was already tired. I was already in pain. I was like, there is no way, if there's any chance that I'm going to be like this for the rest of my life, I'm not going to have children. I'm not going to be able to take care of them. I do not want to pass any of this down. My mother also has autoimmune disease as well. So I don't know if I got it from her. Who knows? But I'm not going to point fingers. My point is, I could never, ever do that. And you hear stories about people who have been raised by a chronically ill parent, whether mentally or physically, and 9 times out of 10, they don't have a very good story. And I don't want to be one of those parents at all. So yeah, that's definitely one of the big reasons for me.
Thank you. And Sarah?
For me, no. I have been openly child-free since I think the first time I said it out loud, I was 19, and here I am at 30. Still living the child-free life proudly. But for me, no, my disability did not affect my choice to remain child-free. I was diagnosed with my disability 3 years ago, so I was still pretty new to the disability community, but for me, they're completely separate. I will say, though, that finding myself a part of the disability community has challenged me in ways to continue learning about reproductive justice and how it intersects with disability rights.
All right, thank you. So based on your disability, do you think that there is a stigma about your ability to have children? And maybe a follow-up for that as well. Do people who know your story seem more accepting that you don't want children? Takia.
Yes. What was the first part of the question?
Oh,
I was like, I missed the first part.
Do you think there is a stigma on your ability to even have children with your disability?
I would say, I can't say for me personally. I think in general, when you talk about mental health diagnosis, people, they're crazy, they're psycho, all of those things, or they're loony. No one has ever really said those things about me, but I do hear people talking about them in terms of to other people. When it comes to me personally, I would say no. Like, I'm actually very great with children. As I mentioned, I'm the oldest of 7. I worked at a daycare in high school. I have sometimes my little cousins come over on the weekend. So I'm great with children, and I know I would be a great mom, but just because I could be a great mom don't mean I have to have children. So, and I know people tell me that all the time, like, you would make a great mom, but I'm very grateful that people in my life don't pressure me. They support my decision. And if there's, someone that may be new in my life, they may be curious, like, why, and I'm okay with answering that. But for the most part, people in my life, they've been very supportive of my mental health, as well as of my decision to remain child-free. So I don't have any like super horror stories. But yeah.
All right, Amanda.
Yeah, so it's actually very interesting because I do have a visible disability. And so I have very rarely been asked if I'm going to have kids or if I have them. I have an able-bodied friend who is also child-free who gets asked it a lot, and it's very kind of incessant and wears her down. But I can say that like very, very few people have ever asked me. And I think it's also interesting, though, because a lot of people often assume because of my visible disability that I don't have a day job or a profession or a career, which I do, that I'm not married, which I do, that I don't drive, which I do. So I'm not saying that these things are indicative of success. I mean, there's going to be a time where I may not be able to have a full-time job, but the fact that so many things that are sort of taken for granted for a lot of able-bodied people, like getting married, having kids, and a job, is just never even registered when people meet me, or even some people that know me, which is very interesting. I also have an acquaintance who's a para-Olympian athlete. She could crush me and most people that I know. But she had her children, physically carried them and birthed them and had them, and people never believe her. They think that they're her adopted children. So wow. There is a stigma around that visible disability one way or the other. If you have them, no, you didn't. They had to be adopted, because there's no way that somebody with a visible disability could even have children. So for me anyway, in my personal experience, it just, oh, okay, yeah, of course you don't have children.
Yeah. Katrina.
Yeah, I think
there's a lot of truth in what's been said already, and I think just to add to that with invisible disability, especially around the sort of reproductive parts, it becomes a matter of, oh, maybe you didn't try hard enough, or maybe you didn't, what if you did this, and what if, and everything becomes an opinion on how I haven't done enough. And I think once you've lived with chronic pain, chronic fatigue, multiple surgeries, and occasionally missed work or pushing through intense flare-ups and things like that, there's a lot of stigma. There's a lot of things that people don't understand because of how prominent and almost accessible IVF has become, that there's this thing of, well, you could do more, but it's like, yeah, I'm aware. No, thank you. But I think with that, there's not a lot of acceptance for people who maybe went down that route and needed to pursue that for their own goals. And I think similar to Kia, like the parentification early in life, like that has a big bearing on it. So I don't know, for me, if I was a fence sitter, or chicken or egg with infertility, but I certainly didn't pursue it that hard, that far. And worked on acceptance and building a beautiful life anyway.
Yeah. Thank you. Crystal.
Yeah. Before I was diagnosed, the response I would normally get was, oh, when you meet the right person. So,
oh gosh,
I know, which we've all heard a million times. After, people assume that I'm not child-free because of my disability. So I usually take that opportunity, if I have the energy that day, to explain that, no, actually, I made this decision well before I was diagnosed. And so that's where I'm at with this.
Okay. Yeah. All right, Lyric.
I'm kind of piggybacking off of what Takia said. It's like, for me personally, not really, but in general, absolutely. Especially for people who spend most of their time in the hospital. I mean, granted, it's definitely been asked of me less when I'm going to have children, because I'm an ambulatory wheelchair user, which means I'm not in a wheelchair all the time. I can still stand up, but if it's a bad pain day, I'm going to be in it for the most part. If it's a good pain day, I might not be. But for the most part, people in my personal circle were pretty accepting, except for my mother when I decided to get a total hysterectomy due to my endometriosis. I know, like, endometriosis isn't treated by hysterectomies, but for me personally, it was just the right choice for me, and I just wanted to eliminate every possibility of me getting pregnant. I refused to have that as a possibility at all, and I was tired of menstruating, so it just made sense to me. But yeah. Yeah, that's my answer to that.
Okay, Sarah.
For me, kind of similar to Crystal, I used to get asked more about kids prior to getting diagnosed and being told that I'm going blind. After I received the diagnosis, now I've been asked more by healthcare professionals about, like, oh, is that why you're not going to have kids? And like, no, that's not. But people who know me and my inner circle, my family, they know that I've been openly child-free for so long now that they don't really question it when it comes to the disability aspect of things. But I've only gotten it a couple of times where people learn about my disability and they ask that question, oh, is that why you're, staying child-free or not having kids? And I just have to remind them that for me as a blind individual in this world, that like being blind, I just recently learned, is a really big fear for people, that they are afraid of the idea of going blind, which is kind of funny to me now. I understood it whenever I first got my diagnosis. It was a little scary, but the more I learned, the more it's really not that scary. But I have to remind people that my disability doesn't necessarily make my day-to-day life more difficult, but living in a world that was purposely designed to be inaccessible, that's what makes my life difficult.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
So I'm toggling between two questions because we're running out of time. But Sarah, since you brought up healthcare providers, I did want to touch on that. So conversations about your child, what do conversations about your child-free life or choice look like when it comes to your healthcare and well-being, like dealing with healthcare providers, has, based on, you know, even what Sarah had shared, have any of you had that experience where something like they're not pressuring you anymore, or maybe they just assume you still want children? Has that been a factor in anything? Takia, go ahead.
Yeah, I think well, we may have some new people. I may echo what I had mentioned on the earlier panel. For the most part, like my primary care physician, they will ask and then it just kind of stays there. My therapist already knows because we've talked about it thousands of times. But like when I go to the OBGYN, that's always the one I'm just like, because I also have a friend, a really good friend who's also child free by choice. And she always says, they say like, we're not going to do it because, you know, that we all know. And so I remember asking just for birth control. And she's like, you think you're going to have children? I'm like, no, I've been saying since high school, I'm in my 30s now. The answer's not going to change. And you know, oh, there are tons of patients who, you know, they always say that and they end up pregnant or they change their mind. I'm like, I'm an individual. Don't compare me to other patients just because that's what you typically see. And I just told her, you know, I am a suicide attempt survivor. I have bouts of still struggling with suicidal ideation. And instead of trying to pressure me or tell me that I'm going to change my mind, you know, you should be asking about my mental health. Because that's usually not a factor. I'm like, if I was to get pregnant, I may have to come off of my meds. I may experience a depressive episode. I have bipolar disorder too. So I tend to be more on the depressive side, but I may struggle with suicidal ideation while pregnant or even postpartum. I'm like, we're not even having that conversation about how my medication might have to change or what my mental state might be while pregnant or either postpartum. But you're sitting here trying to tell me that I'm going to change my mind. And she's just like, oh my gosh. And, you know, was just kind of shocked. It kind of put her in her tracks for a moment. And she's like, wow, none of my patients ever brought up mental health as one of the reasons. And I'm like, yeah. And there are so many women who experience postpartum depression. And as someone who already has a history, you know, that might even be amplified. And then she's like, oh, okay, well, you know, we can just explore some, you know, other birth control options. And then I was just like, yeah, but I'm pretty sure I'm probably going to go full throttle in getting everything removed because I'm like, this is not going to change. And I think I can't remember which panelist just said this about, they're like, oh, you're going to, you know, when you meet the right person, you're going to fall in love. Been in a happy relationship for 2 years and I am in love and I still do not want children. So I'm like, you guys were wrong.
Thanks, Takia. Amanda.
Yeah, so I had a permanent procedure done when I was 27 years old for birth control. But I had been trying to get that done since I was 18. I mean, once I turned 18, I was like, okay, like look at my medical history, look at everything I have. I don't want to get pregnant. But I was encouraged to do other things first. Like a permanent procedure was like last resort. So I went on hormonal birth control, which made some of my conditions way worse. I went through things that were just like horrendous. I changed the birth control prescription several times, ended up being on it for much longer than what was healthy or should have been healthy. And I couldn't get it until I was 27. And I think when I got it when I was 27, I had been married for 5 years. And so it was almost like those evidences was how I could finally get the permanent procedure done, saying I'm married, me or my husband don't want kids, I'm getting older now, I'm 27. So that seems more in alignment with some experiences of able-bodied women when they have tried to, at an earlier age, get a permanent birth control procedure done. But I'm not sure. So that was like a very strange thing for me, that even when I'm like, look at all of these things that I struggle with, it was still really encouraged that I not have a permanent procedure. So that's been my personal experience with it.
Thank you. Sorry, Katrina. Oh my goodness. Okay.
You're good. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, with the healthcare and well-being part, there was definitely an aspect of trying to access treatment for surgeries, for non-hormonal treatments for my conditions. And unfortunately, one of the realities is that in order to sort of play the game in the healthcare system in Canada, there is an element where you have to maybe say that you want children in order to be taken seriously, for your healthcare to be taken seriously, for you to be treated, for you to actually have any kind of curative process, so that, that way you're still a potential mother. Whereas I just wanted to be a full human woman and live my best life, regardless of some kind of outcome for another human that I didn't actually want. And so that's a really unfortunate reality that we're facing. And I think to Kia's point about the mental health, thank you for reminding me, is that I am on treatment for PMDD, which is premenstrual dysphoric disorder, which is like PMS on steroids. And that very real, threat, concern, reality of postpartum and what it could look like off meds with different hormonal surges in a pregnancy. It just became, something that I wasn't prepared to be the guinea pig on.
All right, Crystal, go ahead.
Yeah, so my very first conversation with my neurologist on what medication to take, he mentioned this is the most efficacious. However, this could cause birth defects. And like I said, in that moment, I was like, thank God I decided not to have children. That's what I'd like to do. So I am on that medication. And then years after, every year, they ask, is there, could you be pregnant? And this last year, actually, I asked my neurologist I said, can you please make a note not to ask me that again, because I'm tired of asking it every year, and, let's move forward. So.
I love that, Crystal, by the way.
Yeah.
I might have to add
Right.
that to my...
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
All right, Lyric, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm with Takia again. My therapist is the main person I talk about it with. If she didn't like it, I definitely would have switched therapists immediately if she tried to make me feel any kind of way about my decision, The doctor who performed it also did an endometriosis excision, an excision being where they remove all the the endometriosis lesions off of wherever it is, and it shouldn't be. But my rheumatologist, when I told her I willingly got a hysterectomy and also got rid of my ovaries so I didn't freeze my eggs or anything, she gave me the weirdest look. And I'm like, why does it matter? Like, the only reason I'm even bringing this up is because you asked if I had any surgeries. So you kind of had to know. But other than that, I really try to avoid bringing it up, because even before this happened, I knew that I was going to get weird looks for it. And quite frankly, if I'm not there to talk about my gynecological issues, why even bring it up? Why does it matter? It shouldn't matter to you. So besides the necessities, I just try to not bring it up at all. I just don't feel like seeing or hearing anything at all anymore.
That's fair. Unfortunate, but fair.
Yes.
Sarah, go ahead.
Similar to kind of what's already been said, but I had a tubal ligation and ablation back in 2021. It took 8 years for me to finally find a doctor to perform that surgery for me. I was living in Texas at the time. I'm sure everyone probably has a good idea of how Texas maybe was around that time with trying to get that surgery. But I will say that the only thing that was different in my medical chart from the first time that I tried at the age of 20 to when I was 28 is that I now had this eye disease on my medical chart. And the doctor that did my surgery, I'll never recommend him to anyone unless someone is absolutely desperate, which again, I understand the need for that. But I wouldn't recommend him because there is still a part of me that wonders if he originally told me no. And so there's still a part of me that wonders that, once he realized that was on my chart, was that the deciding factor for him to proceed with my surgery? And for me, learning what I have now, again, with the, reproductive justice and disability advocacy and justice and the intersections between the two, I still wonder if that doctor was not maybe unconsciously practicing maybe some kind of like eugenic sort of aspect when it came to my surgery. Am I thankful for my surgery? Absolutely. But I wish that, and I hope that my disability was not the deciding factor for him as a medical professional to move forward with my surgery.
That's a jaw dropper on that one.
Yeah, actually,
yeah.
Cody asked the question. I know we're slightly over time, but that I know you really want to ask the question. It is a good question to ask. So we'll do one quick round of final questions and then before we wrap up.
So what is your experience within your disability community around your child-free choice, being child-free in your disability community? Sorry, Takia.
Honestly, I think I'm on the, I would say I'm grateful, but I think compared to other stories in the child-free community, but also within my disability, I have a lot of support. I have 2 mentors who are child-free. They don't have a mental health diagnosis, but they do support me. I do have a really, actually my co-founder of my organization, we are both child-free and we both live with the mental health diagnosis, and that has been really helpful. But overall, I think people tend to understand when I tell them my choice, and it's very interesting because people who are not child-free and they have a mental health diagnosis, their response is, I never even thought about my mental health and how that would impact my life, in terms of children. So I would say, as it relates to being a part of the child-free, living with the mental health diagnosis, people have been supportive. And it's so great because so many people are part of this community who struggle with mental health diagnosis. They like, yeah, I get it. They're like, yeah, I feel the same way. So I feel like overall for me, I do feel supported, whether it's within the community, but also outside of the community.
Okay. Yeah. Amanda, how about you?
Yeah, generally supported. Like I said, I have disabled friends who have children. And so I think for us, it's more of just looking at that stereotype or the stigma that surrounds evaluating disabled lives, whether or not we're happy or not. It almost just, it's like any decision we make. Well, I mean, good job, you tried, but you'll never actually be happy. So like there's always some sort of stigma. So it's more so just around, just the conversation of making decisions that are best for you, because disability is so varied and diverse and interesting. And so just more empowerment to individual decisions, evaluating our own individual lives.
Yeah. Katrina.
Yeah, I can't say that I really feel like I have a community in this at the moment, TBD, but to build on Sarah's kind of mic drop moment there is, when people don't question why they are having children, and we're out here being very conscious of it and having that conversation, is had I gone down the IVF route, I'm not going that way, but had I, what was my option then? To only pick the male embryos so that I'm not passing on my endometriosis and entire reproductive mess? Or, how can I face a daughter day in, day out, if she were to have the same conditions, knowing that I did that? That became one of the things that I struggled with.
Yeah. And Crystal.
I think over time, I've had more and more support from outside the community quicker, but the more people I meet that also have MS have been extremely supportive immediately. So
good. Awesome. Lyric.
Yeah, I've had support for the most part, but most people don't even really talk about it, even though I post about it quite frequently. They focus more on my other posts because I have not a big community, but a community that I've built with my Instagram. When I post about it, it's not really discussed. So to be honest, I don't know for sure, but from the direct conversations I have had, yes, they're pretty supportive for the most part.
Okay, good. Sarah.
Yeah, I think the conversations when it comes to like reproductive justice and stuff within the disability community, at some point it feels like the Venn diagram becomes like a circle. I feel like we're all fighting for our right to choose. People, within the disability community, we're fighting for our right to choose. We're fighting for marriage equality still. We're fighting for so much there. And then we've got our child-free community where we're fighting for reproductive justice still. And it is something that I definitely have felt like I've had community and support throughout within both of those kind of different communities as a whole. And then now bringing this conversation here, seeing us all finally together. I'm so happy we're having this talk. But I just think that we're judged if we do, we're judged if we don't. And the best thing that we can be is confident in our decision and continue talking about it to welcome others within the community.
All right. So in some closing remarks, is there anything you would like to plug, promote, let folks know how they can get in touch with you after the convention? Takia, we'll start with you.
Sure. You can follow me. I'm getting used to TikTok. So I'm on TikTok. I am T_Kia, KEA Blackman. I'm very active on Instagram. So you can follow me there. And if you would like to learn more about my new nonprofit, Black People Die by Suicide Too, we also do have Instagram, and we also have a podcast. If you're interested and you're available tomorrow, we will be having a panel discussion called Black and Suicidal: The Rise of Suicide Within the Black Community. And it will be streamed on YouTube as well as our Facebook page. So if you're interested in that, you can feel free to check it out.
Okay, thank you. Amanda.
My website is www.needleandbow.com, and you can find me on Instagram at needleandbowhistorical.
All right. Katrina.
I've got nothing to plug. I'll pass
All
on.
right. No worries. Crystal.
I want to make friends. So you can find me on Instagram, crystal.gianni, and I love traveling. So if anybody ever wants to travel, I'm pretty low key because I'm tired a lot. So yes, awesome. Okay.
All right, Lyric, how about you?
I'm right there with Crystal. My Instagram is that bipolar spoonie, SPOONIE. And my TikTok is Lyric Rains, RAINNS. So yeah, I'd love to chat with some of y'all there for sure.
Awesome. And Sarah.
Yep, you can follow me on Instagram. My handle is coffeepotqueer. If you want to follow me on TikTok, you're more than welcome to. My page is currently private, but that's just because I'm updating a few things, but it's at blindqueer. But yeah, either place.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, audience.
Thank you.
And we'll be back for the next panel soon. Goodbye.
Welcome to the Childfree LGBTQ plus panel. I'm Lenora Faye.
And I'm Cody Hetzel.
And we'll be your moderators.
In a previous year's convention, one of the biggest takeaways for me personally was finding out how pronatalism has worked its way into the LGBTQ plus community. It was shared at the time that some people were more comfortable expressing their sexual identity in child-free spaces versus sharing that they're child-free in their LGBTQ plus community. I found that very fascinating. So with that, bring up the panelists.
Speakers, please. You may recognize a few faces. All right. Okay. That's everyone. All right. I'm awake, I swear. All right. So please introduce yourself. I know some of you might be repeating yourself just from half an hour ago, but we'll start with you, Crystal. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Crystal. I live in Washington State with my girlfriend and our 2 cats. From the last panel, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis about 8 years ago, and I identify as queer.
Thank you, Crystal. Cafez, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Cafez. I'm from the UK. I'm a freelance digital artist. I've kind of given up labeling myself regarding sexuality, so I will talk about that further on. So.
All right, Sarah, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Sarah Liu, pronouns they, she. I'm 30. I'm a white femme-presenting individual with long brown curly hair. I'm wearing a dark blue shirt and silver jewelry, and my background is the disability pride. I was on the previous panel, but I have a rare degenerative eye disease known as retinitis pigmentosa, and I identify as a queer lesbian.
Thank you, Sarah. Lyric, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lyric. I use they, them pronouns. I live with my transmasculine boyfriend, so he's also part of the community. I am 23 and I have received a total hysterectomy as part of my gender transition as I am non-binary and queer.
Thank you, Lyric. And on Antonio, we're just a second here. We'll unmute. We can't see you, but possibly hear you. Do you want to introduce yourself, please?
Technical difficulties, everybody, but
hello,
hello, everyone. My name is Antonio Myers. I am a brown-skinned person. My pronouns are he/him, and I am a pansexual person. And I am a person on the autism spectrum, and I fight for neurodiversity. Thank you for having me.
Oh, Cody, you're muted.
I was just saying thank you, everyone, for being here. I was being such a nice person. So thank you, everyone, for being here and sharing. Can you share any personal experiences or challenges being child-free in the LGBTQ plus community, kind of as I was mentioning earlier?
Yeah, I actually find it less stressful. Some of you already know my story, but I was married to a man, and the assumption was children. And I found coming out and being with a woman, I get less questions, which is I love. I love that I'm getting older and less people ask. So.
All right, Cafez.
I'm in like a community called the Furry Fandom, which is like what I am. It's basically, this is like my child that I made. A lot of furries are child free, so I'm quite comfortable talking about it around them because a lot of them are also in the LGBTQ community. So it's like a safe space for you to talk about it around them. And a lot of my friends are trans, and they're biologically female as well. So they also don't want kids, even though they accept that, you know, they've still got the bits and they're hoping to get that done, which I think is really cool. So but I'm comfortable talking about it around them. So I think a lot of them just accept it. So it's like a community within a community. It's nice.
Yeah. All right, Sarah.
Yeah, I think I got more questions when I was younger, when I was first being more open about the fact that I'm child free. But now that I'm in my 30s, I'm getting asked less and less, which is great. I appreciate that. But I do still think that there is a stigma, or, you know, sometimes if I don't have my white cane on me, people don't automatically know that I am disabled. So a lot of the times I will still get asked about adoption or, you know, IVF, that kind of thing. And that is, I think, still a kind of common assumption within the community.
Yeah. And Lyric.
Yeah, so for the most part, I haven't really been asked myself because most of the people that I have dated are, you know, we're women. So now that I'm with a transmasculine partner, I have been asked a little bit, but not as much, luckily enough. Fun fact, he's actually part of the reason I realized I wanted to be child free because I was a fence sitter for most of my life. So when I heard his reasoning on why he wanted to be child free, I was like, that makes a lot of sense. That actually sounds like a really good life. I'm going to do that. That sounds awesome. So, you know, every single person I was in a relationship with before him actually did want kids. So it was honestly a nice little change to be like, oh, wow, I don't have to have this pressure. Like, when are we going to start trying? When is this going to happen? And all that stuff. It's honestly, I like this experience a lot better. It makes me feel like I dodged a bullet for real. So yeah, I like this a lot better.
All right. And Antonio.
I would say for myself, because I grew up in a religious conservative background, it took me until this year to fully embrace being child free. There was some stigma attached to it. I was pressured to some extent to have children, but I decided that it wasn't in the best interest for me. And also, it's much easier for me to embrace my pansexual identity as a child-free person because it goes along with my free-spirited nature as well.
Okay. Thank you everyone for sharing.
So in what ways can the LGBTQ plus community provide support and understanding, or even just hold space for the child-free conversation for those who identify as LGBTQ plus and child-free? And Crystal, we'll start with you.
I think having spaces like this, I think having these conversations, being open, I have found that naturally coming out is going to be a natural progression into other conversations. So I actually have found it easier to talk about, like we just said. So more spaces like this.
All right. And Cafes.
Yeah, I think like the more you talk about it, the better, really, because I think being child free is like the new gay. It's like people shame you for it. I mean, again, I haven't really had people say that to me, but I can see it being like the new, stigmatism. People don't accept you for who you are. And it's the same with furries. We're just a community. It's not a sexuality. A lot of people say, oh, I came out as a furry to my parents. It's like coming out as a Trekkie. It's just not right. But like I have a lot of male friends, and I've always had a lot of male friends, and I'm on the empty side. I mean, I'm she, they, but I've always preferred dressing like dudes' clothing. So it's like I felt a bit more like, tomboy, I guess. Well, I don't really like that saying, but but yeah, I think a lot more. The more people talk about it, the better. So it's like we're just like some weird animal people that just don't want kids.
And Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually completely agree with Crystal. I think more spaces like this would be fantastic. I think having more, outings with the LGBTQ plus community where maybe it's adults only kind of thing. I feel like there is more of that opportunity within the community, but just understanding that adoption, IVF, that kind of thing is just not something that everybody is interested in. I also agree with the statement of, it's kind of like coming out again. I know whenever I first started being more open about being child free and then came out as being gay as well, the feeling was kind of similar. You were worried about the judgment you're going to get. You were worried about the questions that were going to be followed up as. So I think there's a lot of crossover there, and I think just having more spaces like this, having more ways to open those conversations, and allowing people kind of a safer space to talk, share experiences, and ask questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Lyric, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna piggyback off of you guys. It definitely helps to have spaces like this. I really do appreciate there being a Childfree LGBTQ panel. That really, really does help, having more. I find a lot of my community through Facebook groups. So having stuff like that and basically just treating us like any other person in the community, like with respect and like we're human beings, because we are human beings just like you. We just happen to make a different choice than you. We just want our chosen family to look a little bit different. And that's completely okay. Just accept us and embrace us like you would any other member of the community.
Thank you. Antonio, go ahead.
Well, I would definitely say that self-education, like platforms like this one, helps to understand that our humanity is not dependent upon human reproduction, that we can still be servant leaders and care for our community, even if we don't have children on our own. That doesn't take away our compassionate ways of thinking and living. So when we focus more on common ground, it's like, oh, okay, there's more than one way to be beautifully a human being.
All right. So how does the concept of chosen family play a role in the lives of LGBTQ plus individuals who are child-free? And a little bit of follow-up, can you share any personal experiences or insights about the importance of developing your own family? Crystal, go ahead.
Family has been a really interesting word for me my whole life. I've analyzed it, and I have found, fortunately or unfortunately, my best friends I consider my siblings. So I've always felt really comfortable coming out to my, I have 5 very close friends that I talk to. So coming out as child-free, coming out as, lesbian, queer lesbian, found it really easy. I also understand how lucky I am in that. After meeting my girlfriend and hearing her story, wasn't as positive as mine. So,
okay, thanks for sharing, Cafes.
I'm 30 now. I'm 31 next month. Mentally a 16-year-old, it's fine. I started to see, as I've gotten older, that biological family means nothing. A lot of personal experiences with blood relatives. I don't really talk to a lot of them now, apart from my sister, who is a lot more like a mum to me, and my dad and my granddad. Those are the only people I talk to. My boyfriend, his family is a lot more like family to me, and his sister has 2 kids. And it's nice being like the big cat, the one of them, and calling myself an auntie natalist. but no, my boyfriend's like helped me like become who I am, like not being like a fairy, but like I think I've kind of relaxed more being with him. Like the whole I thought I was asexual, I thought I was bisexual, and you know what? I've just kind of given up labeling myself because it's too stressful. But end of the day, it's just be you. That's what everyone keeps saying. Just be you, and he just lets me be who I am. And I've been on the whole like non-binary side with the stuff I wear and the things I like, and he's just really accepting of that. And his family's just nice, and I'm just so grateful to have them, and I'm grateful to have like my friends in the furry fandom, because they're a lot like family. And I think without the furry fandom, I don't think I'd be able to live properly now, because it's part of my life and my job. So
yeah, thank you for sharing. Sarah.
I love that it was said biological family does not mean anything. I do not talk to the majority of my biological relatives. My chosen family is my everything. I am so thankful for them. we all live like all over the country now. We love to travel. They're the ones that know that I don't not like kids, but they also know that if someone is in the room with their baby, my hands are going to be full, and they're fine with that. They're just like, that is Sarah. That is just who they are. But chosen family is like, I don't know how to exactly put it, but it's just a safe space. It is where I feel the most relaxed to be my true authentic self at all times. I don't have to worry about judgment, worry about them having questions that are maybe inappropriate to ask like my typical biological family. But chosen family to me, I just think that getting to build your own family, however you want that to look like, is such a gift. And I'm just really thankful for my personal chosen family.
All right. Thank you for sharing. Lyric.
The concept of a chosen family is absolutely beautiful. You don't even have to be LGBTQ to have your own chosen family. I don't have much experience, but I like crave to grow my chosen family for sure. I have my boyfriend and our cat, and that's it for now, and that's completely okay. It's something that should definitely be embraced and unheard of, because like Sarah said, biological family does not have to be your only family, and it can be whatever you want. Family can mean anything to you.
Yep. All good points. All good points. And Antonio.
For me, I love talking about this because I come from a biological family of severe dysfunction, traumas up the wazoo. So for me to have my chosen family simply means unconditional belonging, unconditional hospitality, unconditional inclusion, and I have that. I have live and let live type of people that become like my family. I don't have to censor myself or tiptoe. And I too would like to grow my chosen family because I'm very much distant from my biological relatives. And lastly, I learned the difference between relatives and family. Relatives is basically what biology says, but family is, it's like they live up to what biology says. Okay, it's supposed to show that empathy, that endless empathy. So again, this is one of my favorite subjects to talk about.
All right, thanks everyone.
Oh, just making sure I'm not muted. Okay. Have you been inspired to create any unique opportunities for self-fulfillment and happiness using your experience as a child-free LGBTQ plus person? For example, art, writing.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I started learning French about 1.5 years ago, and I realized it took me a while to realize that I could really do whatever I wanted, and that's part of the reason I started learning French. So yeah, I love writing. I love learning French, like I said, and especially when I first came out, I felt like, I know I told you guys this already, but I love Xena, and I'm starting to relate, like, how much I relate to Xena still, Xena Warrior Princess, if everyone's familiar. So art, movies, writing, yeah, and learning new languages.
Awesome. Cafes.
I said before, I'm a full-time artist, so I'm always expressing myself through my art, and I commission people as well when I'm too lazy or someone's style has something that I like. But and I have my fursuit, what this is called. I didn't make that; my friend made it for me. A lot of people have them; they're like tailor-made for your character. It's kind of like cosplay, I guess. So I've been like vicariously living through Cafes, as I made her in 2018, I think. I've always liked like anthropomorphic animals and stuff. Like since I was a kid, I liked The Lion King, I liked Tom and Jerry, so I think it kind of grew from there. And I've always like been drawing weird animal people because I'm not really comfortable drawing humans. But I've got other personas as well. One of them is a non-binary raccoon, and they're also a lot like me. They look more like me. They've got like long black hair, and they're like biologically female, but they're non-binary. So I made them last year, and I really like them. But Cafes is like my main child.
That's awesome. Sarah, go ahead.
Absolutely. I always like to say that my hobby is collecting hobbies. That may be the ADHD in me as well, but it's true. I love trying new things. I love learning new things. Something that has always stayed true and something I've always loved to do throughout my entire life is writing. And so, yes, currently I am writing my first book that I'm super excited about. I'm hoping maybe this time next year I'll have more to share in that regards, but I'm really excited about it. So.
Okay, we're holding you accountable to that.
I'm here for it.
All right, awesome. Lyric, go ahead.
I've never really thought about this. In terms of art, I used to write all the time in high school, but in all honesty, I'm so sorry. I love the idea of making like a child-free LGBTQ novel. So that might be on my radar one of these days.
Oh, what? Oh, like what happened to the screen? All right. Antonio, I believe you're next.
Well, for me, being child for LGBTQI plus, it opened up the doors for me to be an author of my Amazon book. I have an Amazon account talking about my life with autism. It's opened up the door for me to podcast on Apple Podcasts, and also it's opened the door for me to spread awareness of autism even on TikTok and Instagram. And I'm just excited that I do that for full time on a daily basis.
Excellent. All right. Cody's dealing with a speaker thing, so I will answer I'll answer for you the next question. This is the thing about doing a live stream. It's like it's an actual marathon. I forget about this. You do it once a year and you forget. All right. So the next question is, have you noticed any shifts or changes in societal attitudes towards LGBTQ plus individuals who are child free? And Crystal, we'll start with you.
Okay. I haven't, but I don't know that I've been actually. I've been more paying attention to our rights as women, less the LGBTQ community. So I'm sorry, I can't answer that one as well.
Nope, that's fine. By the way, that you do bring up a good point. If there is a question that you don't feel you have an answer, just say pass. It's totally fine. Lyric, go ahead.
So I've noticed that the natalist community is quicker to be kind of relieved that people like us, the LGBTQ, aren't having kids. You already know how, with conservative individuals, I hate to bring up politics, you know how they think LGBTQ should not adopt because they'll turn their kids gay or trans. It's kind of the same concept. I still find it difficult to be as open about my decision to be child free compared to being as loud and proud as I am when it comes to being LGBTQ, because nowadays, I don't know why, but people are quicker to judge child-free individuals more than they are quick to judge LGBTQ, because I guess being LGBTQ is it's being seen more nowadays than it is being child-free. So I hope it's not like this for the rest of my life. I really do hope that being child-free is like we're more likely to talk about it. So I'm glad to have events like this so it's more seen more frequently, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And just to add in, I mean, it's the LGBTQ plus community is often quoted as an example why it's important to speak out, because child free is still vastly underrepresented and misrepresented. Yes. And it's been said, just to look at what the LGBTQ plus community has done over decades to get acknowledgement, representation, yes, support. That's kind of the child free community's guidance, even though it's our choice to be child free, but we're looking at the stigma still attached. And the fact that I feel like people I'll use LinkedIn for an example. Mm-hmm. People on LinkedIn feel more comfortable speaking out about their identity than they do talking about being child free. We have a child free professionals group on LinkedIn. It can be hidden from the profile, so your employer can't see it. People are still afraid. So I mean, it's bizarre that child free is still viewed as we can't really talk about this.
Right.
So I just had to throw that in there because it's, you know, the LGBTQ plus community is often quoted as an example of where the child free community needs to get to, which requires everybody in the audience to speak up. I mean, the only way people know is to say something, which is not easy.
Right.
All right, Antonio, go ahead if you want to answer that question.
Yes, I see that there's more of a rejuvenation, actually. Can y'all still hear me?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I'm seeing that there's more of a rejuvenation in regards to our community, because many people are tired of feeling shackled by archaic and outdated ways of perceiving life. So when you have the courage to be yourself, saying, you know, hey, I can love the same gender or more than one gender, or even be non-binary, it makes people feel like a relief, like, whoo, I'm not alone, I'm not crazy. You know, they're made to feel like, I found a sense of this overwhelming inner peace. And then as for the child free part, more people are saying, you know, I'm better off fulfilling my life's purpose without children, because for some people, children may be an obstacle to living out their dreams. So I'm seeing more of a momentumous movement regarding us.
Thank you. Right. Okay, now my screen has changed again. All right, Cafez, have you answered that question? Who has not answered that question?
I messed it up coming back in.
Okay, Cafez and Sarah still need. All right, Cafez, go ahead.
This is getting confusing. I think like society like overly sexualizes like cis females, and I hate that. And last month, I think it was, I was getting a bit of like gender dysphoria because I was like, I want to have top surgery, and you know, I don't want to have boobs anymore because it's just, I feel like, you know, I'm being overly sexualized and I don't want to be. And then it's like, you know, what, $9,000 for an operation? And I thought, and my trans friends are like, you know, get a binder, it's like a lot cheaper. So I got a binder, and I'm glad I did, because I think it's a bit of a crazy extreme move to have top surgery. And then you can't exactly, I mean, could go back, but it's not really nice. So I'm glad I did that. And I think, you know, like the human body is naturally like horny. So, you know, it's your body saying to like reproduce, and that also really sucks. So being female, you know, you get periods, and it's like the body saying, you haven't procreated, here, have some pain and bleed. It's horrible. I hate it. I just could like turn that off. Is that possible? Is that possible to like evolve for human to just be genetic dead-ends? That would be fantastic.
Right.
I don't think evolution works like that.
We'll try.
It's just annoying that, you know, like the whole human body is just naturally like that. It's an ancient thing, I guess. But yeah, I'm glad I didn't go for any extreme surgery. I mean, I would have been waiting for ages, but that's why I like being a bit more envy. But I think that's what I was going to say.
All right, thanks, Cafez. All right, Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, do I think there's a shift happening? Absolutely. I think we're seeing an increase in violence towards the LGBTQ plus community. I think we're seeing an increase in violence and changes in laws and stuff when it comes to reproductive justice. And so I think that, Lenora, you kind of said it best. It takes us speaking up. It takes us not being afraid of our choices, not being afraid of who we are, and living authentically, even through the violence that is going on, that is currently happening, and showing people that we're human. We have our choices that we want to make. We have the lives that we want to live. There's nothing wrong with our choice. And making sure that others who may be child-free and not open about it yet, or who may be gay and not out yet, to let them know that there's community here, there's support, there's safety here, and just continuing to be there for each other as we continue watching these changes happen, at least here in the US.
All right. Did that round everybody out? Did we get everybody? Just want to make sure.
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
All right. So what advice or messages of support would you offer to LGBTQ plus individuals who are navigating the decision to be child-free? And Crystal, we'll start with you.
I'd say start with just what I did. I started with my closest friends and started talking, and I noticed I wasn't getting a bad reaction. I assumed I would get pushback. I didn't. I got a lot of support. So as I felt comfortable in my inner circle, I started feeling better in my outer circle, and then became more and more my Xena self inside. So keep speaking up for yourself.
All right. Kafez.
Struggling to see the cursor. I hope I'm answering these questions right, but I think society pressures us to label ourselves so we can fit in as well, because it's become the new norm. I mean, for me at least, like last month, because it was Pride Month, it was a bit like nerve-wracking, because a lot of people in the furry fandom are always so, they go on about their sexuality and their gender, and I'm kind of like, oh, I don't know, because at one point I thought I was asexual. I think that was just like the antidepressants, and I spoke to a lot of my friends who are like asexual and other sexualities, and they just said, it's just a flag, you don't need to worry about that. And I made my own flag in the end. This was a joke, like coffee sexual, because I like coffee. So I think it's kind of like another pressure, like just don't feel pressured to give yourself that label. I guess like child free can kind of be a label, and while I say that I'm child free, it's not always something that I go on about, I guess, but it's nice to mention. So I guess they're like the sexuality thing. But I think it was Pride Month last month, so it kind of, you see it a lot more. I mean, at least I saw it a lot more, so it was a bit stressful, I guess. But just be you. I mean, it's just don't go. There's no rule with what sexuality you want to be, and if you want to be asexual and do other things, that's fine. If you want to be bisexual, do other things, it's fine. It's just do it. There's no rule behind like the sexuality or gender you pick. Just be you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, Sarah.
Yeah, I'm kind of piggybacking off of that. And, in a world that you can be anything, just be yourself. Know that you've got support. Know that you're not alone. Find community, reach out to people, connect with people here from this, convention that we're having. Don't be afraid to ask questions, and just be yourself.
All right, thank you. Lyric.
I'm going to kind of piggyback off of that as well, but I'm going to kind of add my own thing, because I'm kind of speaking to myself here, because I'm not being as loud as I should. I'm not being as loud as I should be. So if you are loud and proud about being LGBTQ, don't be afraid to be loud and proud about being child-free either. That's honestly the quickest way to find like-minded people. I have found a few people who are the same way as me, because I was speaking about it. They're like, oh, I don't want to have kids either. That's awesome, because I'm surrounded by people who are either desperate to want to have kids or already have children. So I'm trying to change it up. So, what helped me is actually joining the convention like last year. I still follow people from the convention from last year. And it's really helped to connect and feel less alone. So I honestly suggest to people, if you're feeling like you're the only child-free person in your circle, look up hashtag Childfree on Instagram, on TikTok. We exist, and it just helps a lot. So, just don't be afraid to speak up and find other people like yourself.
I believe, if the number's right, that hashtag exists like 1 billion times. Is that right, Lenora? Is that the number?
On TikTok, yeah. Hashtag Childfree has like 1.1 billion views. And most of them are Sarah.
All right.
Maybe because I follow her on TikTok. So, okay, Antonio, what do you think?
Okay, Antonio, what do you think?
I think.
Okay, Antonio, what do you think?
I think.
Okay, Antonio, what do you think?
Well, I know that there are more people in favor of us than those who feel differently. And I tell myself I have way more protection than I ever know. So when I am authentically myself, I'm basically calling forth a global community of safeness so I can be publicly and unashamedly child for LGBTQI plus. So in closing, I just say I know that I am more beloved than I ever will know.
That's a great way to say it too. Yeah.
It is, because I mean, I can't speak from personal experience about choosing whether or not I want to have kids, because it was very decidedly like I don't want to have children. I didn't know I had a choice, but when I realized I did, it was never a question. But I think, navigating through life, some people have that, okay, everyone's telling us to have kids, that's what's expected, and especially now as pronatal, like as we learned last year, and even it's been mentioned in this panel, how pronatalism has really made itself known in the LGBTQ plus spaces, because it's socially acceptable to have, non hetero couples, for lack of a better term, or just how they would spin it, have children, right? So if someone is feeling that pressure, is there any form of advice, not even just speaking out, but just coming to the decision, like, should I have kids, should I not have kids? Is there anything specifically that you would, maybe that you used yourself to make that decision for yourself, or just something that would, I like the being yourself, definitely, but when you are making that decision or trying to navigate what's right for you to have a child or not, is there something that you would offer as advice or guidance?
Yes, absolutely. When I decided to be child free, I was working for a company where the CEO was a woman and she looked really happy, and I wanted to know why. And the rumor was that she didn't have kids and her husband lived on an island and she lived in the city. And I thought, oh, that sounds really nice. That sounds like something that would work for me. And so I put 30 minutes on her calendar and asked her why her and her husband were child free. And that was the beginning of the end. I was the first conversation I had ever had out loud. And then it took me a year to say it out loud to anyone else. But if you look for a sign, follow it and ask questions, and you'll find more signs, and the right time to come out with being child free will come for you.
Awesome. Kafez, did you want to answer that question?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't really thought of when I became wanted to be child free. It's not really something that I've thought of, but I've never really thought of wanting kids because it's never been something that's appealed to me. When I was a kid, I never used to like those baby dolls. I never used to understand why would you want something that pretends to poo and cry and scream, and that just sounds horrible. I was much happier with my Barbies, but and my friends. But I think I used to think that women just grew up pregnant, and my sister had to explain it to me one day, and I was like, oh, thank God. Oh my God, I'm so relieved that you have to do something to make that happen. And that just shows the pronatally society that we live in. So, I hope kids are being taught accurately now about how it happens. But and I also have tocophobia, which is like the birth fear. So I really can't look at a pregnancy photo. I just get really grossed out by it. I think of like the Alien movie, although I can tolerate watching that. But I forgot what I was going to say now. But it just makes me feel like really uncomfortable when I see it. But I think that's one of the reasons why I was a bit asexual, because it was like, oh, if I'm asexual, you're not having sex, you can't get pregnant, so the fear's not there. But I think it's not as bad as it used to be. But I forgot what I was going to say now, damn it. But I'll have to come back to that.
That's all right.
Thank you, Cafes. All right, Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, for me, I would just recommend continue educating yourself, continue learning, continue looking for resources. You know, for me, whenever I was really comfortable and, you know, being open about being child free, people would come to me for like, oh, if you change your mind, you can adopt one day. And so that led me down the rabbit hole of learning anything and everything I could about the adoption industry. And I think that if you're on the fence about like, oh, you know, if I change my mind, I can go to, you know, I can adopt a kid or something like that. Just know that you can't have adoption without trauma already being a part of that. They go hand in hand. When you adopt a kid, trauma has already happened, maybe for either the adopting parents or for that child itself. So just make sure that you're educating yourself, make sure that you know the ins and outs of every possible decision that you may have, kind of thing. And just never stop learning in general.
That's definitely advice to take, like, for all across the board. Never stop learning. Lyric, go ahead.
Yeah, Sarah basically said what I was going to say. Basically, yeah, researching is great. I went down that same rabbit hole. It's hard to get out of, but yeah, the best thing you can do is research, talk to other people, and just go with your gut and what you want to do. Don't listen to what anyone else has to say. Like, that's what I did. I was like, oh, you're supposed to have kids, so I guess I'm gonna have them too. Oh my God, you don't have to? Like Lenora was saying, perfect. I might not want them, and then I stayed in the fence sitter status for years and years and years and years. So yeah, just do what you want to do, and like Sarah said, never stop learning.
It is a wonderful feeling when you come to that realization without it just going,
Yes.
oh, just knowing it's a choice. Like, you don't even
It's
have to have the,
magic.
yeah, exactly. And people, how do we bottle that? We got to bottle, we try with convention. We got to bottle that though. All right, Antonio, go ahead.
I would say be real with yourself. Like, if you don't like wiping a baby and changing a diaper, if you don't like getting up in the middle of the night and sacrifice your sleep, and say, you know what, child freedom is the best way for me to go. It's okay to do an inventory of your own personality and your temperament. If you're more wired to live life in your own terms, then being child free is a better option for you. So it's okay to acknowledge who and what you are, as well as who and what you are not.
All right. So let's have some closing remarks here. If there's anything that you're working on as a personal project, or if you just want to let people know how to get in touch with you after the convention, this is the best time to do it. Crystal, we'll start with you.
Yeah. You can find me on Instagram. My tag is crystal.gianni. I will just want to say one thing about family. I think my brother and parents might be watching, and I didn't mention them. So just in case, love you guys. Thank you for your support. Yeah. And as a closing remark, just like I said, if you're on the fence or you're not sure, or this is the first time you've ever heard of being child free, and it keeps popping up in your head, there's maybe a reason, and keep following that instinct.
Okay, thank you. Cafes.
Okay, I just remembered what I was going to say, so I'll say it first before my brain goes again. But I was going to say, like, I definitely don't want to have kids because of my mental health, and I recently got diagnosed with autism like 2019, so passing that on would really suck, as well as my mental health and family history. So, you know, if you're unsure about something, don't do it, because it's better to regret not having them than regret having kids and regret it, because it's not something you can easily take back. So don't, you know, if you're not being selfish, if you're putting yourself first. That's all I wanted to say. Especially with mental health rising these days, it's very vital. And you can find me on Twitter. How do we call it that now? X? I don't know.
Well, it'll be something different next week. Who knows?
Right. It'll be called Elon Musk next week, I'm assuming.
I call
Sorry.
It but yeah, you can find me on there, because I do use it. I use Instagram and YouTube are my main platforms. There's Cafes Coffee Cat, it's probably very hard to spell, but if anyone wants to know, then I can give it to them. But yeah, that's me done.
Okay. Sarah.
Yeah, if you want to connect after this, you can follow me on Instagram. My handle is coffeepotqueer. If I'm on TikTok. If you want to follow me on TikTok, you can. That handle is blindqueer. So yeah, reach out if you have any questions or just want to connect further.
Okay, thank you. Lyric.
I'm always looking to make more child-free friends or just talk to people. So my Instagram is that bipolar spoonie, and my TikTok is Lyric Rains, RAINNS. So feel free to reach out to me.
Thank you, thank you. And Antonia.
Mine is at Antonio Myers 24, all lowercase numbers 24. That's TikTok. My Instagram handle is at highly praiseworthy Grace Mayer. That's for Instagram, and they're all lowercase, no personal space.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone on the panel. Thank you to our audience. We appreciate your time. And with that, we'll wrap this panel up and get ready for the next one.
Thank
See
you,
you later.
everyone.
Thank you. Welcome to the Voluntary Sterilization panel. I'm Cody Hetzel.
And I am Lenora Faye.
And we'll be your moderators.
This is always one of the hottest topics in child-free spaces. Seeking voluntary sterilization empowers individuals to make informed decisions about their bodies.
So with that, let's bring up the panelists. Hello, hello, hello. I'd like to thank the Lord for putting initials after your names. I appreciate that.
Yes.
So we'll go around real quick and just introduce yourself and tell everyone a little bit more. Emily, we'll start with you and work our way around.
Hi, my name is Emily Acosta. I am a child-free woman. I am 29 years old and I'm only 1 year sterilized. I work for a tech company. I write contracts. It's a very sexy topic. You know what I mean? Lots of legalese, but I mean, yeah, I think that's about the gist of it. Big cat lady. That's a good some of it.
All right, Gretchen, how about you?
Hi, my pronouns are she and her. I can't find a place to edit my name or else I would do that for you. Anyway, yeah, it's such an open-ended ask that I never know what to say. I'm 73 years old. I've done a lot of things. I'm not finished doing things.
That's basically all we need to hear. Like, sometimes it feels like life can be over at 40, so it's nice to know that there's still a lot left to do.
Well, yeah, you can fill in your own details. Imagine what that might be, and you'll probably be right.
All right. Dane, step on up.
Hey, I'm Dane Reed. I'm a child-free author of the book Forget Having Kids, I'm Having Fun. I'm a voice actor. I'm a world traveler, and I am uniquely me.
Yay.
All right. All right. Lauren J.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lauren. I'm 29. I live in Miami currently. I'm recently sterilized as of this year. And one kind of quirky thing about me is that I love to collect quirky or tacky wine glasses. So I have a full collection of wine glasses that are absurd looking.
How fun.
Okay, so now I want to see them. At least one.
It's all blurry behind you. Lauren P.
Hi, I'm Lauren Purser, and I currently live in the Orange County, California area, and I'm 30 years old. I've been child-free only for about 2 or 3 years and was sterilized in February of this year. And I'm a world traveler. I work in aviation, so it's how I earn my living, traveling all over.
All right. All right.
So what are your thoughts on dating or marrying a partner who is not sterilized? Emily, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so I'll start off with saying my partner is not sterilized. And I will say, I think it was more of the situation. We came together and I knew I was child-free from the get-go. They themselves had been a fence sitter. They recently had made the change and they said, no, I'm actually child-free. I think I taught them that there was actually a way to live without children, and that was a possibility. And, you know, I guess the long story, you know, we'll get to the more details later, but I will say is I think it's completely fine if your partner has chosen not to be sterilized, you know, for many different reasons. It can be invasive. For women specifically, you know, you have to go underneath laparoscopic surgery these days for it, so it's not crazy big, but I mean, you still have to go underneath anesthesia. Same thing with men. Knives scare people. I think so long as, you know, you and your partner are on the same page about what it takes to be child-free and to achieve that lifestyle that you want, and I don't see a reason to not be with someone who isn't sterilized.
Thank you, Emily. Gretchen, go ahead.
Well, I think it's a really personal thing that is unique to every couple. I mean, there's so much that makes it hard to commit to and relate to and stay to a monogamous couple thing, that the more impediments you can remove, the better. But I've been married twice. My first husband got sterilized shortly after he had 2 children in his second marriage. So I sort of planted the seed in his mind. I didn't get sterilized until long after I left that relationship. It was 1985 when I took that step. And so by then I was already 35, 36 years old. So, but I still had to fix that doctor with my steely gaze and put one hand on my hip and say, I will never carry a pregnancy to term. I've had 2 abortions. I've been immaculate in my use of birth control. I've never once had an unprotected intercourse. So how many abortions do you want to perform for me? And he was like, and I said, no. The answer I am looking for is just a number. Pick a number from 0 to 10, and that'll be, and then after we've done those, then I'll go looking for another doc. I didn't even really have to take it that far. He buckled right away. I mean, he heard me. I had to make him hear me, and I had to really be, I had to really focus my own clarity for that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that had to even happen.
Well, I kind of am hoping that times have changed. I'm going to turn up my volume a notch there. So yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that in how many years has that been? 40 years? I'm hoping that in almost 40 years, things will have loosened up a little bit.
We'll find out.
Dane, go ahead.
So I actually, when I met my present girlfriend, I already wanted to have a vasectomy, but when I met her, I knew she was a very organic kind of person. And I knew that which direction the conversation would go in if we discussed birth control. I knew that she wasn't open to birth control before I even had that conversation. And as I talk about in my book about birth control and about the harm that birth control can do to a woman's body, I also comment that, if you love someone, you don't want them to have to go through that. And I knew that, I didn't want my girlfriend to have to go through that. I already have one ex-girlfriend who had a stroke from taking birth control, and a friend as well. So I wanted to take control of the situation, and had long wanted to take control of my own destiny and being in the dating world to begin with. Condoms are not 100%. And nothing's 100% except abstaining. But I knew that the best thing to do for not only myself, for her, and for our relationship was for me to take the easiest option. It's a lot easier for me, a lot less questions. The procedure is a lot easier, and it's cheaper. So, I mean, there were so many practical reasons that dating someone who was not sterilized was not really an issue for me, because I was already ready to raise my hand.
Thank you, Dane. Lauren J., go ahead.
Yeah, so I've actually not dated anybody who's sterilized. It's less of a concern for me now that I am. So I don't really have any qualms with dating someone who is not, as long as we're on the same page generally about being child-free. The reason why I did the surgery for myself was because I wanted to take care of myself in that way, and to make sure that I made the decision that was best for my lifestyle. So I did that. So I feel pretty confident, moving forward, whether my partner will be sterilized or not.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren P.
So I would prefer not to date anyone who has either not been sterilized or has not considered that as an option. But considering I was sterilized recently, it's not really a matter of concern over becoming pregnant, but more kind of like a, I don't want to say ethical, but as a person with the ability to get a way less expensive and way less invasive procedure. I just think of it kind of as a, if you don't want children and you know that you'll be dating people who could become pregnant and you don't want to be responsible for the outcome of that, one should consider becoming sterilized, barring any like other health concerns. And so, so I would lean towards only dating people who've been sterilized, but I'm open-minded and open to talking about it with people. I've dated people who have and have not been sterilized, but it was definitely the best decision for me to take control and ownership over that.
Okay. And so, Dane, pretend you haven't heard this question before because it's very similar to what we had earlier with the guys, but definitely answer it. So do you think there's pressure from within the child-free community to get sterilized to be fully accepted as child-free? And so, Emily, we'll start with you.
Yeah, you know, this was like the hardest question I think I came across with this panel is, you know, I feel newer to being part of the sterilized community. However, I am not new to being child-free. I think it's completely valid to still be child-free and not be sterile. Again, because of the invasiveness that sometimes comes with having to go underneath a knife. But I think Lauren made a great point, you know, with typically with men, you know, you're able to get somebody pregnant. The ethics question is there. I think that's a wonderful point to bring up. Yeah, no, I think it's just as valid. I think, you know, there is some pressure there, but I don't, maybe like in the back of our minds, a lot of us who have been sterilized, we always have like the concern if your partner isn't sterilized, you're like, oh, well, maybe perhaps they'll change their mind. So, but I mean, the whole change your mind thing is just as valid on both sides of the fence too. So, I mean, there's pressure, I think, but not the same way, just because I think also living in the United States as a woman in the US, I know how difficult and what like a journey it was to go find somebody who would perform that, especially if you're younger, don't have children. So I think, yeah, there's pressure, but I don't think it's something that invalidates them being child-free. Definitely not.
Okay. Thank you for sharing those thoughts. Gretchen, how about you?
Oh, I forget what the question was.
That's all right. I'll go back into it. So do you think there's pressure from within the child-free community to get sterilized to be fully accepted as being child-free?
Well, you know, it's kind of hard not to just place oneself on some kind of upper echelon. Let's just make sure that we're not doing that, because, you know, it sometimes takes years to reach that level of commitment. And there's plenty of people, I'm sure, who do not want children, but who for one reason or another do not have access to surgery, you know?
Yeah.
And so I don't want us to be that way about it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I hear that.
yeah. And I've known since I was 3 years old that I was not going to grow up to be a mommy, but not everybody who is going to end up 100% child-free knows that at any given stage of their life, it's, you know, it's a kind of a coming out. It's a process.
Yeah. No, like we said about the pedestal, trying to just like a one-up stage. It's like, well, you're child-free, but are you sterilized child-free? But anyway, yeah. So Dane, what are your thoughts on that?
You know, we're a super diverse community of people who have coalesced for various reasons, but ultimately The reason why there's a community at all is because we are a minority that needs to support one another. And so to not support people or not to accept people who choose to be part of the group, but make different choices for their life is not supportive of the group itself or the reason that we have coalesced to begin with. And so if you're one of those people who says you're not child free because you're actually creating more of a problem for us, because that's what the people on the outside do. They separate us, they divide us, they shame us. And so to have that happen from within the community is counterproductive. We need to accept people for who they are, where they are in their journey, and just be welcoming towards them.
Yeah, great points. Great points.
Amen.
All right, Lauren J, come on up.
Yeah, I've not personally experienced any kind of animosity or any demand before I was sterilized, any demand to be sterilized, or I've not really encountered the idea that I wouldn't really be a child-free person if I wasn't sterilized. And I also believe currently being child-free exists in many different ways. And for me, it really comes down to access. So I think if anybody within the community is, saying that the only way to really be child-free is to get a sterilization, that's really exclusionary, because lots of people don't have the insurance that would cover that. Lots of people, maybe can't afford the out-of-pocket costs. Many people, like myself, have struggled for years to find a doctor who would even take us seriously to do the surgery, particularly if you're a woman. It's like so much of that is off the table. You have so many doctors telling you that they won't do it. So, and perhaps in some parts of the country, in the States, in some parts of the world, like this surgery just really isn't available, or a surgical procedure of that sort wouldn't be available. So, anyone who tries to have that narrow view or box people into that narrow view, I would definitely encourage them to consider just how inaccessible like reproductive health is in general, and particularly how sterilization surgeries are very inaccessible generally in today's age.
Yeah, good points. And Lauren P.
I would have to agree with Lauren J. Definitely, it's a matter of accessibility, and I faced almost no barriers. I'll mention that or talk about that later in my accessing sterilization, but that I have a very unusual story, a very unique story compared to, I don't know exact percentages, but probably like 90 to 100% of assigned female at birth people who are trying to access sterilization. So I would say there is some pressure, perhaps, like in certain like little Facebook groups or like online, perhaps, but not in the general way, especially not for people who have female reproductive parts, because of just how invasive and difficult it is to obtain the procedure, and just how much recovery it takes and the risks involved. But I think there's two different concepts. There's the idea of pressure and the idea of like encouragement, or at least like thinking about it. And I think it's good for people to at least be encouraged to think about their options with it and like provide that access as much as possible. So it's not necessarily pressure, but I would say any pressuring of people is also kind of known as gatekeeping, or like you're not truly child-free, but which is wrong, I think, in any type of social environment. But I do think that encouragement, and then of course like helping people find resources if they want to do that, should also be encouraged. So
yeah, all right, thank you everybody for chiming in. Yeah, and we have a question incoming. I've got Lenora, you're muted. If you
Sorry, I muted myself because I had to cough, and then I started talking. Okay, so this question is similar to what I was going to ask. I'm going to marry two questions together. So Andrea says, have you received or encountered negative reactions about being sterilized, even from others in the child-free community, like being sterilized was deemed too extreme? And on top of that, the media likes to present sterilization in a sensationalized way, like voluntarily. This is the last panel of the day. You can tell because my mind's melting down. Voluntary sterilization. The media likes to present that in a sensationalized way, even though child-free people do it in a proactive manner. So, to answer the question, Emily, go ahead.
Hey, so I will say I have not encountered negativity, at least in the circles that I have shared this with. And so I'm going to use that like qualitatively, because I would say that it's my friends, my immediate community now sharing that I'm sterilized. This is kind of like my like coming out party, if you will. Sharing that I've been sterilized with a larger community. I haven't received any face-to-face negativity. I do see the general negativity of just anytime you interact with a child-free content, you'll find there are people who just call you sad, and you'll see all the negativity. So like, it exists. I know that it's out there. I'm sure plenty of people deem it extreme. I don't find that it's extreme in any way, shape, or form. I found that it was incredibly, very like, I would say liberating and very, I felt like I made an ultimate control choice over myself, and I made the choice to pick me at the end of the day. And so anybody's negativity, I've always felt has never been it hasn't been a reflection of the choices that I've made, but is wholeheartedly just a reflection of how they feel themselves about somebody else, which I know is like, how do you separate someone such hateful, such negativity when they clearly feel that way for you? Well, their feelings are strictly their own. You can't control what somebody else feels. And so it's just, for me, I've been able to separate those things entirely, just because ever since I'm sterilized from day one, just incredibly relief, the only word I continuously keep using, relief, freedom, happiness, just free is the only word I keep using. So anyone's negativity is their own issue. Yeah.
And Gretchen.
Yes, hi. In the child-free community, I have not encountered any negativity around being sterilized. It's not always the first topic that comes up. There's plenty of other things in the world to talk about, getting to know people. The only criticisms or questioning that I remember ever getting was when I was younger, when my friends, my age peers were having babies right about the same time that I got sterilized. And that was when there was questioning about it, people kind of looking askance, people being like, oh, really? Or why? Demanding an answer. But that seems so long ago, really. I don't ever even think of it.
Dane, go ahead.
As a man, I think it's very uniquely different. I've had conversations with other men about being sterilized, having a vasectomy before or even after having children, recognizing that you don't want to have any more kids. And constantly what I run into is fear. So men want to make sure that their sexual health is maintained, that their performance is still the same, and they're afraid that, something's going to go wrong. Like, I don't know, the doctor's going to cut the wrong valve or something, and it's just going to all go awry. And I assure them that everything is the same. Right? There's nothing to fear. but fear itself, right? They wonder, is it as gratifying as it was before? You know, it's the same. The only difference is you can't, or you're significantly less likely to get someone pregnant. And it's liberating knowing that you have control of your own destiny. You know, for some men, whether they're in a relationship with someone who they trust, or they're having, you know, casual social behavior with someone who they hardly know, it is yours to take control of. And the only change is that now you're in charge of your own body, and you have you've taken control of your options.
And
Yeah, I mean, it's part of being an adult, isn't it really? You know, taking charge of your reproductive life.
Mhm.
It's kind of like, you
We, we,
know,
we try to. Some governments don't want us to, but
yes, truth.
Laura and Jay, go ahead.
So when I was sterilized, I had overwhelming support from my friends. I actually threw like a tubes out party, and where I had all my friends over. And it was like a wine evening, and I had a banner that said "No tubes, no problem," and we took pictures and dressed up. So
I love it. I
and
love it.
a lot of my friends in that group are, some of them are child free by choice. Several of them are on the fence. So some of them look forward to the day that they're having kids, but they were still very supportive of me. Obviously, that's my friend group. So obviously, you know, people outside of that immediate community, people in everyday life, you know, may have like a more negative reaction, which I generally think that people who have negative reactions to people being child free, or people being sterilized, particularly women who are sterilized, I believe that that's projection, and that comes from a place of insecurity or jealousy, and being somehow threatened that somebody else decided not to make the same choice that you did. As far as the second part of your question, you know, is there kind of like a media frenzy around people getting sterilized or seeking that out? I've actually read a few articles, and I was interviewed by a journalist a few months ago about sterilization, and how a lot of gynecologists, at least in the United States, are seeing an uptick in people not only requesting, you know, or asking about sterilization procedures, but then also going through with them. There's been seemingly since the fall of Roe v. Wade, more inquiries about sterilization procedures. So I don't know that it's a media frenzy. It does seem that, you know, maybe many people who were kind of on the fence about getting sterilized, even if they were firmly child free, maybe they've been encouraged to, you know, seek out this procedure now that in the United States, it seems like our bodily autonomy keeps, you know, being taken from us.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren P.
So I did not experience much negativity, but I only told a few people about my sterilization choice. My sisters were very supportive, and I did not tell my parents, but that was just a personal thing. So I don't really see, I would say the negativity, just like Lauren J mentioned, would be due to insecurity and or just wishing that someone had made a different choice or in their life. Typically, if a woman were to be upset about me becoming sterilized. But I do see if men, whether it's like online or even personally, get upset about it, a little bit of just patriarchal elements to that, and misogyny of like a woman choosing to control her body. Like, you know, we can't have that type of mentality. So But I did not experience much negativity, thankfully. And in the Childfree community, I was only welcomed with just a lot of support. And congratulations on my becoming sterilized. So.
Well, hey, it's hashtag normalized sterilization parties. I mean, come on, like that's where we really need to go next.
And I had a no baby shower. That was awesome.
Exactly.
There are even like sterilization support groups for the Childfree community that I've discovered as well, and it's interesting hearing the conversations happening in there. So, were there any external factors for any of you in making your decision? Like maybe you're on the fence and you're like, well, like kind of seeing what's coming down the pipeline right now. It's like, well, if I maybe don't go ahead and do it now, I might not be able to get it, in a year or two. Or if maybe not for you in particular, but have you heard of any of those stories? It kind of piggyback on what Lauren J brought up about media wanting to contact people and discuss it with them. Emily, we'll go with you.
Absolutely. And, I will say I was one of those people. I've been always firmly child-free. One of my favorite stories to tell about, kind of when I knew was I knew long before I even knew what bilateral self-lumpectomy was. I asked this story. I say this story a lot. I asked my mom, I said, how we fix dogs and cats? How do we fix me? So I don't have children. And I was told not to have children. But yeah, no, for me, I was on the fence about getting the surgery. I think me and my husband had discussed it for a really long time, and we knew it was something that like I wanted to do. We knew something I felt very strongly about. But yeah, with the overturn of Roe v. Wade, it felt like the other shoe had dropped, and the way that they have wrote the overturning of Roe v. Wade is they really just set the groundwork for reinterpreting a lot of different medical decisions that we as women get to make between our doctors, whether that be birth control, whether that be when to have a family, when to plan to have a family. And so it felt like, yeah, I wanted to make this decision for me, but it also felt like that timeline had been moved up and like some decisions had been made for me that I wasn't quite ready for them to make for myself. So I said, you know what, I'm not going to let them have this decision. I know what I want. And I think the beauty of having a bilateral self-lumpectomy is I am sterile. That means my tubes are gone. But in some far off future, I am child-free. But I let people know this in case they're like panicked. They're like, oh my gosh, you can get IVF. So it's actually just, for me, it was an expert way to not accidentally become pregnant in this world that is so gung-ho on making you become a mother should you decide to participate in adult activities and you aren't perfect. So yeah, my timeline got moved up because of what happened in this country. But okay. I'm not mad about it. It's led me to an amazing community.
Yeah. Gretchen, what are your thoughts?
Well, yes, my experience was similar.
All right.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. No, it's perfect. No. That's all right. Dane, how about you?
So I had my vasectomy years before the Roe v. Wade decision. So mine wasn't affected by external forces. In fact, actually, the fact that I waited so long to have a vasectomy was influenced by external forces. I had dated several women who that was kind of like their red line. They just didn't want me to have a vasectomy, and I kind of just went along with that. And then, I got into the relationship I'm in now, and yeah, my girlfriend was very gung-ho about me having the vasectomy. She actually drove me to the procedure. But if you were paying attention during the time of the overturn of Roe v. Wade, you'll also see that a great number of young men were having vasectomies at a much larger, at a much greater pace than ever before. A lot of them do have partners that they were concerned about. And a lot of them were just concerned about themselves, and that's okay too. The law is absurd, and it is a control thing. It's about controlling primarily women, but there are also some political factors involved which cause one party in particular to really want to promote this narrative, this idea, because they're planting seeds, literally, I guess, for their future. So.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
You know what?
Yeah,
if
Gretchen.
you're not totally done with me, I'll chime in with my Asia story. But Lauren can go next, and I'll go after her.
Okay, Lauren J.
If there's time.
Oh, we got lots of time.
Yeah, so I had asked for a sterilization procedure. I'd been asking since I was probably about like 20 or 21. I've known for a long time that I was child free. And I've known for a long time that I wanted a way to like permanently prevent pregnancy. And I had always been turned down by doctors. Even a few doctors, a few nurse practitioners rather, I had were sympathetic, but they said, I can't refer you anywhere because you're too young, you haven't had kids. There's no doctor in this area who will do this procedure for you. So I had been firmly child free, and I had always kind of been thinking, okay, if I get the opportunity or if I find a gyno who will do the surgery, great. And then Roe v. Wade was overturned last summer, and by September I had doubled down on my research efforts, and I had found a gynecologist who was willing to do the surgery with me. I walked into her office very nervous that she would turn me down, and she said, I have no moral or ethical qualms with doing this. I'm happy to do it. So within months, I had found a doctor, and with Roe v. Wade falling, it just really reinforced to me in that moment that I am disposable. If I become pregnant, I am essentially property of the state. I don't get to decide what to do with my body. I don't get to decide what's best for my health. And unfortunately, even my doctor, their hands will likely be tied in the event that, I want or need an abortion. They will also not be able to help me. I will be disposable. So that was a terrifying feeling, but it really sped my timeline up, like others here have said. And it really kind of gave me the kick I needed to seek this out. And I'm really glad that I did it when I did.
All right. And let's go to Lauren P real quick, and then we'll circle back to you, Gretchen, if that's okay.
Sure.
So my story is a little bit different with, I will say Roe v. Wade being overturned last summer terrified me and made me even think more about becoming sterilized, because I had only known that I was child free for about a year with the overturning of Roe v. Wade. And then I thought, okay, maybe I should do this, but I kept like putting it off, looking really into it, because I was just afraid of, or not, maybe not afraid, but a little afraid of surgery, and had never had major surgery like that, and just like, well, I'll get to it soon. And I knew I was going to be moving out of a state that had extreme abortion laws to a way more progressive and open state. And so I thought, okay, once I get there, I'll be safer, and then I can figure out my plan if I am going to have this sterilization or not. So irony or not, in January of this year, I moved to California from the more extreme state. And 3 or 4 days after I moved, I had a baseball-sized mass rupture inside me, was sent to the emergency room, and within a few weeks discovered it was most likely endometriosis. And I found a surgeon in a matter of days who literally, her first words were, do you have kids? And I'm 30 and have never been married, never had children. I said, I don't have any kids. She said, do you want kids? And I said, no, I don't want kids. And she said, okay, do you want to get your tubes out with the surgery? Like, didn't even any other questions, any other concerns, like made it so easy that I thought, this is kind of scaring me, like how easy this is. But I said, yes, I'm thinking about it, but might as well do it now. So I say I got a 2-for-1 deal. I had a 4-hour endometriosis excision surgery in February, along with my bilateral salpinectomy, and then realized that I had one of the fastest probably stories of becoming sterilized, especially as someone who's never had kids out there. But I do think like the timing, yes, it was a medical timing for me personally, but also like with the political climate, less than a year after Roe v. Wade being overturned, couldn't have been better. So yes, there were definitely external, both for me, like medical reasons and lowering my chances of cancer by having my fallopian tubes removed, along with like more lowering the places that the endometriosis, which is incurable as of now, could come back and grow on, but also giving the ultimate or almost ultimate control and freedom for my reproductive future.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that.
Honestly, that is like the best example of the universe just totally lining up everything in your favor. Like I can just think of so many people going to be watching this going, why can't I have that experience? Because it's such a push-pull battle for many people. So that's just amazing.
Yeah.
All right, Gretchen, we're coming back to you. What were your thoughts?
Well, I want to first say how amazing and interesting it is to hear from you all who had your surgeries relatively recently, and what inspired your decision and stuff. Wow, Roe v. Wade was still going strong when I decided, but I had already, I'd been firmly child-free forever, and I'd already had 2 abortions, and I remain thankful. Thank you, Jesus, for giving me safe, legal abortions. I traveled in Southeast Asia for like 4 months, and I had a wonderful time. I loved it there. I got to observe things really closely in a truly foreign land. And one of the things I found was that the people who live there, who are from there, love children and have lots of them, and are really like children run around and are everywhere. And people, when you're introducing yourself, the first thing that anybody asks is, do you have children? And you cannot just say, no, I don't have any and I don't want any. That's so like freakishly foreign and confronting that it's rude. And I learned not to say that. And I learned how to say, not yet. That was the polite thing to say. Not yet. And as soon as I got back from America, I was like, I need to write this in stone. I need to carve this into my body that just says, I'm doing other things.
Yeah.
Right. I was supposed to come up with a question. I feel like the last few questions, they have actually already been answered by what you have shared. So I guess pulling for a couple more personal stories or anything about the process, or even oh, I'm hearing feedback. It's weird hearing my voice. Said the moderator. Okay. I don't know where that's coming from. Anyway, so this is more of an internal. I think this was mentioned earlier on this panel, like the internal process of maybe getting to the decision to be sterilized. All the factors that led up to it. But I guess here's the question: was there any point just before that maybe you thought, well, maybe I should wait? Not because you didn't want to, like not because you were going to change your mind, but was there, because I had that experience getting my IUD, because okay, I'll admit I'm not sterilized. I just don't feel there's a need to it. But I remember just before I decided to get an IUD, right? We get these confused. IUD, DUI. Okay, no, it's IUD. Okay, but someone said that once on a podcast, like associated with my name. I'm like, no, I didn't get a DUI. It was IUD, and I'm tired, so I have to just double check. But I do remember there is this odd twinge of, oh, I'm doing this. It was unexpected and weird. So, and I wasn't because I was going to change my mind. It's just, I don't know if that's what that was. So I'm just wondering, did any of you experience any kind of hesitancy just for a second?
Absolutely. I got mine. So mine actually happened really quick, and I really thought it was going to take me a lot longer to find a doctor to get this all done. Like, I really thought it was going to be a whole like escapade, and I was going to document it, and I was prepared to be told no multiple times. Granted, I used a pretty good resource. I used Reddit's Childfree subreddit. They have a list of doctors that have been confirmed that are down to play ball with you. And so I grabbed a doctor in my local area. I set up a meeting. I said, here's my intent. And I went in there and I was like prepared. I like had like a book ready. I was like, what do you need from me? And I was prepared to like go to battle, right? And she was like, nope, that sounds like a great idea. And with what just happened, she's like, this year's last year sucked. Because I was in Texas. I actually came from Texas, and I just moved from there to Colorado. I had to hightail it out of there. And she was like, we've been dealing with this for over a year now. She's like, if you have the opportunity to do it now, and this is something you want, the way she let me through, kind of like what Lauren said earlier, it was so quick and so easy. I was like, whoa, are you actually going to do this? Like, I was kind of flabbergasted. I was like, whoa, it's just this easy? Like, is someone punking me? Like, I was ready for someone to be like, just kidding. Like, you're in Texas. You can't have anything nice. But the truth is she was like, no, I think this is important. If you are ready and this is what you want, like, I'm here to support you in whichever way you need. And she goes, well, and the real kicker, she's the coolest lady. I had such reverence for her. She was 7 months pregnant while she's giving me this whole spiel. She goes, when I pop this human out, she goes, I'm getting this exact same surgery that you're going to have. She goes, so we can do this before I go on mat leave here in like a month or two. She's like, or we can do it, put it on the books like in a month. She's like, what's up? And I go, are you serious? And she was like, yeah, let's get you on the books. And, I did it so quickly. Like, I knew it's what I wanted. There was no doubt that that's what I wanted, but it happened so quickly, so easily. And it was almost like it was meant to be. And I did it on August 2nd, the day after Childfree Day. So I felt like it was like serendipitous. And I felt very smug. I did it at a Baptist hospital. I'm so sorry, anybody, but it was funny because they were doing morning prayer as my husband has like a video of him like you're in surgery right now, and they're doing morning prayer as you're going to get like your tubes out. And I'm sure that it's interesting for a few people at the hospital. But anyway, the point is it just was like this magical experience. But yeah, I did. I stopped. I go, this is too good to be true. I love my doctor too much. I feel safe and I'm excited. And I woke up and everything was perfect. And it just, it did. It felt like an extreme step for me personally, coming from a family that's, when are you going to have children and blah, blah, blah. But there's not been a day that's gone by that I have not been proud of the decision that I've made, that I've been sure the decision I made was the correct one for me and my lifestyle. So just sorry. Yeah, I love that story.
That's great. Thank you for sharing. Anyone else want to speak or share something on that topic?
I didn't.
Go ahead. Laura. Okay, we'll go with Lauren and then we'll go to Dane.
I didn't have any hesitancy, but I kind of similar to Emily, I was a little bit worried about like, is the other shoe going to drop? I was worried about, I really am terrified of needles and hospitals. So I was more stressed about that part of it, than perhaps viewing this as something like I never come back from. I was like ready for this to happen, but I was like laying there in the hospital bed and I was like, getting prepped. And I was worried because I was like, oh God, I was like, what if the doctor calls in sick today and we have to reschedule this and it like keeps getting pushed out or something. So I was having anxiety about like some sort of like, external factor preventing this from happening or, just something happening that would delay it. But I was pretty ready. I didn't feel really too much angst about actually you know, making the decision, because similarly, you know, I'm very proud. I felt very liberated after I did it. I felt very in control of my life, and I just felt like, you know, very proud that I had taken a difficult step, maybe, you know, but I had done it. I had done the surgery. I felt good. I was healthy, and you know, I came out of it, you know, with even more clarity that I want to be child-free forever.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing. Okay, Dane, go ahead.
Yeah, I hesitated just a little bit. I mean, I've always avoided doing things that were absolutely final, that, you know, things that were either hard to reverse or you know, impossible to reverse. You know, I always like to have options. But when I weighed that decision versus the lack of options that I would have after I have children, or after I'd be in some sort of accidental decisions. So I also have a history of having gotten women pregnant. And I know what that feeling was like. That happened in my 20s, and which was the absolute worst time for it to have ever happened, when I had absolutely nothing. And it would have been a desperate situation. And I wasn't going to have some kind of, you know, changing of history. Oh, that wouldn't have been so bad. No, I knew what it felt like. And so even though there was some slight hesitance in walking into that office and taking that first step, you know, once I paid my money, I was just like, okay, let's do this, you know?
Thank you for being candid on this, because it's really interesting. Like we celebrate our choices and such, and even what we had talked about on the Childfree Regrets panel earlier. Like it's good to acknowledge the feelings leading up, in case someone who, you know, maybe has scheduled their surgery coming up, but is feeling, wait a sec, like, you know, just
Yeah.
doubt is so easy to experience. It's so annoying. I felt that like 2 seconds before we're going live for this convention. Like, what if the whole thing falls apart?
Yeah.
You know, like it's amazing how, and to even to Emily's, what you had shared, and you said, I think it was you that had said about it's too good to be true. The thought that went through my mind is like, how come we can't accept nice things? Like we can't accept things going well. It's just a human condition. So thank you for being candid, because it's very helpful. So with that, we are ready to wrap.
I think so. All right. So we'll enter into closing remarks. If there's anything that you are personally working on, a project, or a way that you would like people to be able to get in touch with you after the convention is over, feel free to share that here and now. Emily, we'll start with you.
Hi, so this was my first Childfree convention as a speaker. I was a participant last year. I was going to say mostly just really interested in cultivating that community. Feel free to add me on Instagram if I'm able to add that link. Mostly just want to be able to connect with more like-minded people, and just know that we have each other's backs. Our traditional families don't always have to look like the nuclear family. So feel free to reach out.
Thank you. Thank you. Gretchen. Oh, she's muted. Hold on, you're muted.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Is
Got
that
you.
better?
You're
Okay.
ready to go.
I'm a public witch. You know, I write, speak, teach, give readings, and I can be reached at sonomatarot.com. Sonoma is where I live, in the county of Sonoma in California, Northern California. And a tarot is my favorite divination method. So it's easy to remember, sonomatarot.com.
All right.
See you
Thank
there.
Yeah, thanks. Dane.
I have an easy website to remember too, childfreebook.com. I wrote and released my book last year. It is presently the only book of its kind written by a man. And, you know, I didn't want to beat people in the head with, you know, a whole lot of people get really uptight when they talk about this sometimes. And I wanted people to have fun. So the book is called Forget Having Kids, I'm Having Fun. It's a fun look at a child-free lifestyle while offering some very serious moments from my life, and also a lot of food for thought. So get your knife and your fork ready and go to childfreebook.com.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Laura and Jay.
Yeah, so this has been an incredible opportunity. The only... Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, you got frozen for a second. You're back.
So you can start again.
Okay, I was just thanking you for having me on this panel. This has been a great experience. This is my first time with this convention. That being said, I largely stay off of social media to protect my mental health. However, I recently started, very, very recently started an endeavor on Substack. I created my own blog and newsletter called Not Your Breeder, and it's for child-free and child-free curious women and gender expansive individuals. So it's meant to be a celebration for child-free individuals, you know, a place for resources and a place to highlight all the cool things that child-free women accomplish, because there is so much more to the world than production or reproduction. So subscribe if you like.
All right. Thank you. And Lauren P.
Hi, thank you so much for having me on this panel, and this is my first time participating and/or speaking at the Childfree Convention. And basically, kind of like Emily, just building that community, finding like-minded people through my Instagram, which is at travelsize52_7. That's just my personal Instagram account, and I also am very open to helping anyone with planning and/or finding resources for sterilization, especially if they live on the western side of the United States, because I can recommend my surgeon. And also, I talk a lot about the intersection of being child-free and being a feminist, and also being part of the disability community as someone who has stage 4 endometriosis. So like they all kind of go together. So I talk about a lot of different things, but child-free is probably the main one, especially because I come from a very anti-child-free background. So yeah, so that's where you can find me on Instagram. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our audience again. And with that, we will say goodbye and get ready for a wrap up.
Thank you.
Bye.
You didn't see our text, Cody. This is the wrap up. I'm like, because we just
we're
go
gonna
right
do it?
into it.
All right.
We'll just go right into it. Okay, well, that is day one of the 2023 Virtual Childfree Convention, everyone. Thank you to the people that have stuck from beginning to end. And if I know there's going to be a lot of people watching the replay, so thank you, because the time zones are tricky. It's 4:34 here in Alberta, Canada, on the western part of this country. Where am I? I don't even know where I'm so tired. My stomach is growling so loud because we can't really eat and do this. So, all right, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you to the audience. Thank you to the speakers for trusting us to create this opportunity for them to share their stories and to trust us with that. So definitely appreciate that. Yeah, it was fun. If you were watching us on Facebook, I guess we hit a time limit and lost Facebook, but
and we
YouTube,
lost LinkedIn. So.
Yeah, and LinkedIn. It looks like YouTube and Twitter are still going strong. So we always default to YouTube because in past conventions we've seen that's been like the steady one. So if you are looking for somewhere to watch it for tomorrow, I'd say YouTube just to play it safe. And tomorrow we've got some great lineups coming, great panels.
We do. It's another full day. So Rebecca, do you want to come up? So we have a new director this year. Rebecca has been backstage. Marika is gone to bed, our speaker, green room host. But how you doing? You survived your very first day of directing convention. Last year you were a troll patroller, and now you're director. And next year you're going to be moderating and creating the whole thing because Cody and I are going to retire. Just kidding.
Where's he put a little scarecrow?
I
This is gonna be a fake human for me.
I surrender. So how are you feeling?
I'm all right. I'm really tired. It's
You don't work hard at all here, no.
Oh, yeah, not at all. I'm working hard at staying awake because y'all have been doing most of the work, and I've just been clicking. Things
Clicking
like
is
that.
important.
Like, you know,
It's very
Clicking is important.
doing like
Clicking is
in
important.
the background, you know. But no, last year was fun because I got to see, you know, the behind the scenes. I mean, God, I was really behind the scenes, and then this year, you know, I think that helped carry me into this year. But directing, even though these two were directing me, directing everybody else, and they're giving me the credit, it's a lot more intimidating. And there are going to be times they can vouch to the fact that, especially Lenora, where I was like, I don't think I can do this, you know, and everything else. But, you know, I mean, they set it up for me and just us in general to make this successful. So I really appreciate that. And if I could, I would like to give a shout out to two people that I know have been watching at least the other day. My father, of all places, I believe is coming in from Rhode Island, depending upon what he's doing. And also Casey, who is in the audience.
Yay!
So, yeah, I would like to give, my father kind of took an interest in some of it, especially the finance panel. He knows why. But, yeah, so I appreciate him tuning in even for a couple of the panels. And, yeah, Casey, of course, has become a really good friend. She and I acquainted recently, and we clicked, and, you know, so she's been a really magical friend.
Fantastic. Cody, did you want to thank anybody?
Oh, I as always would love to thank my lovely wife AJ for just trusting in this process and knowing that it's a time commitment, and I just appreciate her patience and understanding. And she's been watching it in and out. She's been covering us with the job that we have to do here in our personal lives. So I appreciate that. But yeah, that's me. Lenore, who do you want to thank?
All my friends who had to listen to me vent and cry this last month because it's been intense. Thank you. A shout out to Silka in the audience. I know there's a whole list, but you guys know who you are. But yeah, it's I'm thankful for my bed that I'm just gonna go like face plant on after I eat and then do that. But yeah, thank you to the audience, and again, anyone watching the replays, commenting, social media. This has been day one. It's always, this is the least nervous I've ever been doing this. Mind you, this is our third one. And I actually did sleep. I've never been able to sleep during Childfree or during Childfree Convention. No, I shouldn't sleep. I need to. This is something like I can
than you did last year. Last year you had like on a particular face, and like this year it's night and day. I mean, you just look calmer. You look
well, I am calmer. I mean, that's when you do it, you know, more, it's easier, and it's cooler here today, so I'm not as sweaty. But yeah, no, I'm having issues with saying words now, though. So it's time to pack it in and eat something and not talk to anybody until tomorrow, because we're back here 8:50 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time for another full day. It's interesting because during the halftime show, I mean, I do the wig change and kind of watch to see how things are going because I can't really step away. I'm just a control freak in that regard. Like I need to make sure that this thing is up. But I was standing on the other side of my setup here going, okay, we're in it now. Like we prepare for like months and months, and it's just, you know, so much work. And then when you're in it, you're like, okay, we're doing this.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, honestly, I'll let someone else talk, but because I've, you know, it's moderating is a challenge. I forget how hard this is, you know, to sit and
we're coming up on 10 hours straight. So
yeah, okay, so we gotta cut this short because the recording's gonna stop soon. But I will say it's really cool that we made this, to see it. Like I take it for granted in the sense that we're constantly working on it, and you never know what's going to happen until you go live. But I'm thinking like all the speakers from different places. I'm in Canada, you two are in the US. We're like the four of us, like the three of us plus Marieke, have been constantly communicating while we're presenting this live because we have speaker tech issues. We're making sure everyone's getting in. Like it's just a full-on thing, and it's really cool that we actually do this. And I go, yeah, of course we're doing it. Like we know how to do it. We're doing it. But when you stop and think about it, it's actually pretty cool. And I'm getting delirious. So I think we need to final words, and then we'll play our sponsor, and then we will end the broadcast and have a nap.
Yeah, I would just say, ask the audience just to let everyone know if you enjoyed particular topics or panels, or you're looking forward to one for tomorrow. Spread it on social media and let people know. Direct them to the Childfree Media YouTube channel if possible, just because we know that it's a steady stream there, and that's great. And we've got some amazing panels coming up tomorrow too. Who would have ever thought to put a convention together and then say, hey, we're going to bring in the childless and some parents and the fence sitters and the aggressively child free. Let's all put them together into one big convention and have a party. And well, we did it. So
and we have another great halftime show as well. And the Cody and Lenora show will still go on as planned.
Being whatever that's going to be.
That's going to be.
So yeah, definitely just spread the news once this is done. If you missed anything for this day's events, just go to the Childfree Media YouTube channel and it'll be live. I think it's up in like a matter of minutes or hours out. It's pretty quick.
The minute I think we end the broadcast, it'll go live.
It goes on there.
Or sorry, it won't go live. It better not go live.
It goes to archives. It gets archived. Yeah.
It'll be, the replay will be available. But just before we have final words from sponsors, for anyone that's watching the replay or watching it on a TV or something, take a photo of how you're watching convention and email us at childfreeconvention@gmail.com, because we will post that. It's so cool to see how people are watching. And thank you to the people who have sent in photos already. I have gotten emails, but I was a little busy, so I will look at them after. But all right, so with that, Rebecca, this is what happens. I'll tell, since we're live, I'll just say, do you want to go pull up the sponsor video that was from the halftime show?
I just want to say real quick before we wrap up, I probably should have said this when I first came on, but thank you both for having me back, and it's been great. And thank you very much to our audience today, because it's been fun watching you guys. But I was excited when you asked me to come back for a second year, and I'm just excited to see what the future holds. So this has been amazing, and I'm looking forward to another great day tomorrow.
Awesome. All right. Okay, well, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right. This year's Virtual Childfree Convention is presented by Childfree Media, a network leading the conversation for those interested in the child-free lifestyle through a weekly newsletter that promotes a variety of child-free content and events, a podcast platform for those who want to reach the child-free demographic, the team behind internationalchildfreeday.com, and of course, the Virtual Childfree Convention. Our champion level sponsors are
Buy Childfree, Buy Childfree, a Childfree run merchandise and e-commerce store featuring verified Childfree created brands and items. Visit buychildfree.com for more information and to find the next piece of your Childfree wardrobe.
Childfree Family, a Childfree micro-social network connecting its members around the world. Visit childfreefamily.com to claim your free profile and get on the Childfree map. There is a map. You get to see where everybody is and make friends. Childfree Journals. Grab your free copy of the ebook featuring 50 journaling prompts to help you along your child-free journey. Visit lenorafay.com for this and more. Childfree Wealth, financial planning that supports your life without kids. Visit childfreewealth.com to schedule a free meeting and take the first step in creating a financial plan that supports your vision you have for you and your child-free or permanently childless life. Our partner level sponsors are
KA Road Trips, a guarantee for you to plan the perfect road trip or to fill your weekends interestingly. Visit karoadtrips.com to begin your adventure.
No Bibs, Burps, Bottles, with the mission to empower, highlight, and celebrate child-free Black women to embrace and live their best child-free life. Visit nobibsburpsbottles.com to find out more about their podcast and events.
StreamYard, a professional live streaming and recording studio in your browser. You are watching it right now. If you are interested in creating your own live stream events, visit StreamYard.com.
Unapologetically Child-Free, an online social club of like-minded women who want to find friends that are balanced and get the child-free lifestyle. Visit unapologeticallychildfree.com to learn more. Our supporter level sponsor is
365 Diversity, helping communities, organizations, and schools improve resources, services, and outcomes. Visit 365diversity.com to learn more.